Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second day of the first weekend of the Arena Cup Series 5, where we are pitting the top 4 teams of the European region against the top 4 teams of the CIS region to crown one of those 8 teams as Arena Cup Series Season 5 champions. My name, as always, bald as it still is Cracked Wisdom, sat alongside the man with that mythical, magical mustache and the beautiful blonde streak that may see him a liken to Cruella de Vil once in a while. That's right, it's Mr. Hot Sauce helping keep the booth warm today. Sir, how are we feeling? Hot action straight off the rip yesterday. Game 1 blew the roof out of the scenes, and then we just kept on going. So looking forward to more of that today.
Me too, and I'll take it. I love being that evil guy, so I'm all for the Cruella de Vil action. But welcome in, everybody. Hope we're doing well. Privyet. I hope everybody's doing great today. Like Crack said, yesterday was phenomenal. We almost got to see some crazy upsets, and I keep thinking about that jumbo team game, so I'm excited for this one. It's ACS 5. It's day number 2, and after today, we will be saying goodbye to a couple teams, unfortunately, but man, am I excited. It's 6 more best of ones, and like we talked about yesterday, this is where those upsets tend to happen, so we might just see one here today. We take a look at where these teams are standing. Virtus Pro, no surprise, they're at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. The Spartans, a bit of a tough day yesterday, and Oilrig, even down there in that danger zone.
Yeah, absolutely, but where the scenario separates the two at the bottom of each of the 2 group stage tables. So Group Stage A's Oilrig find themselves having only played 1 game so far at a -3 round difference, with all still to play for on the second day here for qualification stages. Spartans on the opposite side of things have had 2 matches under their belts, and with 2 losses and a -13 round difference, even though they are due to play 4-0-4 today, with a 10 round requirement to separate them, even going to a victory in that match to take them both to the same scoreline of 1 win and 2 losses. 4-0-4 will have a better round difference on that scoreline either way. So short of a Spartans absolute miracle, which would require 4-0-4 to pull out of the tournament somehow, I'm not sure we're going to see them being able to qualify from that. That does, however, lead us into an interesting scenario. For the team with nothing to lose, when we see Spartans go up against 4-0-4 today, that match is set to also be another explosive one. When you've nothing to lose, it's normally when you play your best game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So maybe we'll see something flashy from the Spartans. I mean, you look on the other side, Oilrig, jumbo team, sitting in third there at -2, despite having one of the best games we probably saw all day against one of their toughest matchups. So I'm excited to see jumbo team take on Oilrig later as well. Big questions. Is Bikisi going to be around? You know, it felt like they fell a little short yesterday at times, maybe without that Bikisi cookbook that we like to talk about. But again, I mean, EPA showing that they've come to play as well. That was my dark horse, and Rapid, the whole crew, playing very, very well yesterday. But again, it's only a best of 1, and we're going to see EPA play some of these CIS region teams today too. So I think a really good test for them here today in day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we get into too much of the nitty-gritty, I think we need to just remind everybody that's in the chat, that's at home sat watching this one comfortably, who went into the hard work section, shall we say, and put all those seats together. I mean, we wouldn't be able to put all of this amazing effort on show and on screen without the performance from the Hunt Premier, the partnership alongside Battlestate Games, and our partnership as a coordination with Aorus and AMD Radeon for some of those amazing giveaways that have been rocking on throughout the entirety of the back half of this year, inclusive of and concluding to a laptop giveaway, which we'll be talking a little bit more about later on today, and a monitor giveaway, which is currently active right now. Folks, just for the T's and C's on that, to remind you, if you've not got entered into that monitor giveaway already, the Hunt Premier chat is where you will be needing to put in !monitor to get entered into that giveaway. So that is the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat for the monitor giveaway. There are also going to be airdrops flying in throughout the entirety of the action today from various codes, stash lines, clothing aesthetics, bits and bobs coming out from there as well. Those codes will, however, be done through the Battlestate Games Twitch channel chat. So if you're looking to get a hold of those codes, keep an eye for the pinned message that goes up in the chat. They're normally live for about 3 to 5 minutes, so it's hot off the keys. Make sure you get yourself in it to win it, and it gets drawn very rapidly afterwards, also pinned in the chat. So keep your eyes out. And again, a big thank you and shout out to Aorus XAMD Radeon for their help in putting together this amazing partnership for ACS 5.
we'll remind you of what chat to be in when that time comes as well. Like Crack talked about, that laptop, !socials. I think you have just until 8 p.m. to squeeze in any extra entries. There were only 68,000 as of yesterday. So I'm sure that number has drastically doubled now that we're live on screen, but make sure you take advantage of that. Of course, that lovely monitor that Cracked had talked about, 27 inches, 280 hertz OLED gaming monitor. It's a phenomenal one. You don't want to miss out on that, but you do have to put that in the Hunt Premier chat. So make sure you got both of those chats open and sharing the love here. Cracked, 6 best of ones. Out of all the matchups here today, is there any one specific matchup that you're maybe exceptionally excited for?
I'm actually not on for a 1 or I'm on for 2 today, Hot. I'm really keen, I think just in a similar mindset to you, to see how Jumbo Team is able to take forward the performance they started with yesterday and to see what damage they can do into their group. We're going to get to see them twice today, first versus Oilrig in match 2 and second in our 4th match versus European Paradox. Now, can they knock them both down? Are we going to get a real bit of spice before we even get into the elimination stages of knockouts next weekend? For Jumbo Team really starting to show us that they might be contending not just for considered one of the top 4 teams here, but actually to fight for the championship and the title, because they gave OKAK one heck of a run for the money yesterday.
They should have won that game against OKAK, I truly believe. The fact that it went to overtime, I think, is really where OKAK powered forward. And you think, oh, Jumbo Team's got to play 2 games today against EU squads. They got a pretty tough lineup. But you look at EPA, they start out against OKAK, and then they have to play Jumbo Team a bit later. Certainly a tough day for them. Virtus Pro, they're resting comfortably at the top of their group. They've got to take on Mercenary today. And so, I think Mercenary showed up and played well yesterday. Will we see another iceberg today? That's the big question. Excited for that. But for me, I'm definitely looking forward to this first one between EPA and OKAK. I think we're going to get a good test about how amazing the whole day is going to be when we open up with this matchup. But I'm just excited, and I'm really hoping that we see EPA at the top of their game, because we've seen that there are teams that can compete with this OKAK squad. So, as I said, excited for this first one.
I don't think there really is any match today, particularly that you can pick, that's not going to be exciting. I think every single one of the matches that we've got today are going to be close to an extent, whether they're going to be pushed all the way to an overtime situation or whether we might see a 9-7, 9-6. And a couple of them is to be decided on the pitch, realistically, for me. But my eyes, for those at home that are looking at this with a fresher pair of eyes than myself, maybe a little less experienced, the ones to watch out for today, folks, the 404 Spartans match is set to potentially be an absolutely explosive one. The first match of the day that Hort's got his eye on, OKAK and EPA, is also another one that could be very, very close to watch. That Virtus Pro Mercenary match, second last of the day as well, is another one that I've got my eye on for being one that we're going to really need to see where that one goes. I haven't got any guesstimations, shall we say, just yet, Hort, for each of these match setups until we've really seen a couple of the teams take to the pitch, as it does depend on how they turn up on the day.
Feeling spicy today, man. I typically try to stick to what I really believe is going to happen. I like to look at the stats. I'm often picking Virtus Pro, but I am feeling spicy today. So don't be surprised if I throw out a lot of dumb predictions today. But I got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping for a little bit of a mix-up and some crazy action. So, and this is maybe a little bit irrelevant, but I need to know in chat, are we USEC? Or are we Bear fans? I need to know. Is it USEC or Bear? How about you, Cracked?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, sir. There's no asking that question for me, because my answer will never change. It doesn't matter whether I'm going to get shot at by the rogues from the compound. For me...
Okay, my man. Let's go. He didn't disappoint.
We're a Bear every day of the week, sir. We're a Bear
day.
every day of the week. Of course. The game was built by Russians, all right, by the Russians, and as such I shall play as a Russian in the game for as long as I can. I do like the USEC faction. We've had a couple of seasons of USEC, but no, sorry, give me the Nikita voice line every time. Yes, please.
I've never had a season as a USEC, and honestly, I enjoy the Bear for not just that reason, but I have tricked other player scavs into thinking I was a scav with the Bear voice line. So maybe a little added benefit there. But, I digress a little bit. Let's get back to the important stuff here, which is the Arena Cup Series 5. It's the Tarkov Arena that we have today. And we're ready, I think, for our head-to-head. These first two teams ready to clash, and I was talking about it. The one I was really excited for to kick off the day, it's OKAK, it's EPA. Moyanri, Zerald, Ames Sabiri, Kors Disabler, and Matera. I mean, they had a dangerous game yesterday, and then they were able to finally push it into overtime where Kors Disabler just shined and shined again. Back-to-back 3Ks to solidify their dub. EPA, do they have what it takes to topple this OKAK squad?
Well, I mean, it's EPA, it's the European Paradox, it's the squad, and Paradox is kind of right. It's a combination of a different set of teams that have split and gone various different ways and amalgamated together. You've got Walker, you've got Blitzergirl. We always mention, you speak very highly of that combination that is almost as old as the competitive arena scene itself. Then you bring in one of the most ruthless members in the scene, normally known and buddied up with his pal Cacao, but since splitting teams, Codex has found a good home alongside Walker and Blitzergirl with that main man menace himself in Rapid. Also backed up by new face to the scene, but not for EPA. Been playing with them for a little while now, but taking to the stage as a starting member of the roster for ACS5 is Hippo. And yesterday, great performance out of Hippo as well. I think all round EPA looks really good. They look like they've got themselves in a good position to try and challenge some of these Russian teams, but OKAK, like you said yesterday, they slipped through and survived, I guess, the game. I'm not sure I'm as convinced as you that it should have been won by JT. I think OKAK did the necessary that was required for them to get out of that matchup with a success, but it was a close call. And I don't think there's going to be a close call given that EPA will not punish for in this match here. So I agree with you. This is going to be a tough one. But if we're going to put some predictions out on the table, I am going to throw a 1-0 EPA for this one. And I do think it's possible. Based off of the fact that it's first match of the day, the one thing we saw from OKAK, Hawk, they were slow out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Jumbo Team got to match point first, and they had 2 rounds, at least one that they should have won. They didn't play cat and mouse with that defusal. So I don't know. I'm putting that on Jumbo Team's shoulders, but that's all right. We'll clash on that one. Map picks here for today. Skybridge, not today, says OKAK. EPA, they don't want to see Iceberg or Bull against this squad, and OKAK maybe did their homework because EPA does love Fort, so we see that the last map banned away. We've seen a ton of Bay 5 here in Arena Cup Series 5, and we're going to see it one more time to start the day off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we spoke about the aggression for the map on Bay 5, the fact that the pace and the tempo can be changed at the drop of a hat, the very aggressive angles that are very hard to clear depending on which side of the map you're facing them from. Right hand versus left hand. Those of you that have played a vast amount of Tarkov will know. For those of you that haven't, the left-hand peak versus the right-hand peak in Tarkov is very different. More of your model is showing on the left-hand side than on the right-hand side, even when you use the shoulder swap. So it's always advantageous to be fighting from out of the right-hand side of a piece of cover. This in Bay 5 is very difficult to manage, as there are many angles that you can find you from crossovers from each of the 2 points, as well as the fact that people can tuck into a lot of what we call obtuse angles, where you have to almost whip 180 to check the tucked tight spot. So a lot of sneaky room for plays in Bay 5, but also a very aggressively challenged map from the attacking side. Which team here today, Hort, do you think is favored when it comes to aggression on Bay 5 out of OKAK and EPA?
I think OKAK's favored, and I think for the majority of these matches, the CIS region teams, these Russian squads, are going to be favored just because historically they do beat the EU squads. And so, I think that they're favored, but for me, I'm feeling spicy. Like I said earlier, I'm taking EPA to hopefully sneak this one out. My big worry is, much like OKAK was slow to start yesterday, Walker was very slow to start yesterday. And I think that maybe they caught a little break in having Oilrig for their first game and Bikizi not being there, because I think had they played the way they played today against one of these squads, then they might fall just a little bit short. And so I think we need to see all 5 members popping off. We saw Walker really pick it up in the latter half of the game, but held to just 2 or 3 picks, I think, in that first half, and they were nade picks at least, so you get that early advantage. But that's what I want to see, because I think when Walker is shining, the whole crew is shining.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and it's something we're going to talk about for a couple of different teams as we go throughout today. We made a mention of Oilrig and the missing Bikizi. It comes down to a very similar perspective when you look to each of these teams represented in ACS 5. There is normally 1 or 2 members of each of the rosters that are almost iconic for that roster. The guiding light, the shoulders for the weight to be put upon. Most of the time it's the IGL, which obviously leads to the decision making and the direction. But sometimes it can be a different perspective. It's not the IGL, but it's the guy that keeps the mental in the camper. A Kana-esque environment, for those of you that know, or maybe even a Bakizi-esque environment. If you've watched a Bakizi stream, you know how well he is on stream, and that kind of attitude and that charisma could definitely help carry a team through tougher rounds in a game when you're in a competitive scenario. So looking today to see whether the gel of EPA, the 5 members here that are going to take to the pitch, are going to be able to disrupt OKAK as much as Jumbo Team did, because that was where we saw Jumbo Team successful into OKAK. That's where we saw the speed bump given, was the 5-man team play. Sherbak, for example, the rotations, being able to anchor down the second and the third kill on the trades was something we spoke very heavily about for the Russian teams as well. We had some responses, EPA, Oilrig on occasion, where we were, as a European team, able to trade back as aggressively as the Russians were. But day one for me was definitely Russian dominated when it comes to being ahead at the initial settling of the dust after the first contact.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 teams that are at risk of being eliminated already, at least when we start today, right? And they're both EU teams, and I think that we find that, you know, we see those Russian teams on top for a reason. So I'm hoping for some upsets here. Like we said, we've seen a lot of growth in these EU squads, so I'm really excited to see what they have to offer here in ACS number 5. And today's going to be a big day for them because we didn't see that much of the swapped competition yesterday as we will today.
Yeah, I'm thinking that there might be a little bit more of that revenge energy in the background today. You know, there's going to be a little bit of spice in the burner. I think OKAK are definitely going to be feeling the heat coming into this one too as well. I mean, we spoke about Jumbo Team putting them through the ringer yesterday. From their perspective, I think they will have come into this tournament expecting to have had a better performance versus Jumbo Team in that first match, and I think that might, you know, spur them on today to maybe give EPA a little bit of the shakeabout to sort of prove a point, you know, maybe just stamp the sign of authority and be like, just remember, we are ACS 4 champions. Like, this is the returning victorious team from last season, folks. So this is why we're giving them a little bit of a hard time on the fact that they had a rough first game coming into yesterday, is because these guys have got to defend the title. I mean, first match of the day is a tough one versus the 4th seed in your region. You start to ask a question, is this one really as clear-cut as they thought it was walking into it? And I'm going to tell you now, Hawk, there are 7 teams other than OKAK here today that are ready to make a difference. One of them might not be able to based off of the positioning, but the rest of them can. Every single one of them is still going to be gunning to take out that top-tier spot.
Yeah, and EPA is sitting at the top right now, just 1 round above OKAK. So OKAK can really separate themselves from the pack, begin to extend that lead, and you know, we see Jumbo Team in that 3rd position, not far behind, which we talked about. I believe EPA and Jumbo Team will meet for our 4th game of the day. So there's definitely some crazy mix-ups in the leaderboard here that are on the cards. But that's the nice thing, is we get to let the players and the guns do the talking here in just a few moments.
I'm really keen. I'm actually just looking into a little bit of information. I'm trying to find out with Liffer a little bit later on whether we are going to see the return of a couple of people and what's happening with the rosters and stuff. So just getting some good information and colour for the folks at home. Chat, don't worry, we're going to be having a real spicy day today. I'm looking forward to this one. I've had some secret sauce given, but we'll get to that when we get to that. There's no point throwing that in there just now because it's not quite as relevant as the match at hand. Now, we talked about our thoughts and opinions on the map. We've talked about the 2 teams going head-to-head in this first one. We talked about our predictions to who we think is going to take it, but we've not really talked about a scoreline. How close really is match 1? Are we going to overtime? Are we seeing 9-7? Or do you think OKAK's got enough in them to be able to roll EPA before they start get going?
Honestly, I don't think EPA wants to go to overtime. I think the longer the game goes on, the more likely we are to see OKAK win it. So EPA either... They've got 2 options: win quick or hope to get that 9-7, because I think that's, you know, that's realistically what's on the cards. And for them, I feel like it is going to be about momentum. I think these first 4 rounds or so are going to be kind of a huge decider. Are they able to keep it close? They don't have to come out on top necessarily, but they have to keep it close. If we see that 4-0 start or something crazy like that, then, you know, there's the potential to maybe get in your own head, start to get down a little bit, whatever it might be, feel frustrated, because every game matters. You're at the top, you're playing someone in your group stage that's not far behind you. And so I mean, there's a lot on the line. We always talk about the physical aspect of the game, but that mental aspect is equally as important.
Yeah, I think there may be another part of what we've been sort of jesting at for the Oilrig lineup in returns to Kakao and not having seen Kakao in a couple of tournaments as well. Obviously, man is off doing bigger and better things for himself, and fair play to him. You know, we wish him all the best on his solo endeavors, but I'm sure that's a part I love from the Oilrig team. You know, it's a piece of the roster that's just not there anymore, and part of that environment that I think they probably enjoyed. I'm looking forward to seeing how well Hippo settles in with EPA. The reason I'm speaking of the two subs there is, again, it's interesting to see how these teams are swapped around. For HPL, we had a lot of the teams swapping players between each other, even whole brand new rosters forming under a different name of members of loads of different teams all as a stack. And it seems a similar little bit of things happening in the Russian scene. Not so much swapping players, but rebranding of teams. Tarkov Help out of the scene, XPA out of the scene, now under Oilrig, and so on and so forth. The Jumbo Team, 404. Names coming in that, you know, people might not be so familiar with, but they were here originally. These are the brands that took to ACS 2, yeah, ACS 1 even for some of these guys under these names. So it's like a return of the old nostalgia blast for me, coming back to ACS 5. Love to see it. The Polar Bears, well, that's a constant. Feels very much like my Wirecraft in base game. You put 2 power cords in, you get 8 wires out, and bosh, you're rich. It feels very much like Virtus Plow is very much turn up to ACS, and I mean, they got like a 75% success rate at this point. So yeah, that's another bosh, and you're pretty happy off with 10,000 euros with a prize pool too, isn't it? So GG's to them. But looking forward to seeing whether they can turn the table. They're sitting technically at the top of their group, but I mean, looking at those two tables, Hawk, which is the tougher group, Group A or Group B? Because I know which one I'm leaning towards.
That's kind of tough. I mean, Virtus Pro, I think, is right now arguably the toughest team out there. So I would probably want to stay away from their group because, you know, in your mind, you think that's almost a guaranteed loss. Obviously, if you're a player, you don't think that way. You always go out there with the idea that you can beat anybody. And I think, as we always say, any given Sunday, it's certainly capable. But we talked about it yesterday. You know, if this team plays a team 8 times out of 10, they're going to win. So I think I would prefer to be in that Group A stage. OKAK equally as tough. 404 for me is the team that needs to kind of step it up a little bit. They were 2-0'd by OKAK and Virtus Pro both in Epic Season 9, and so they've always fallen just a little bit short, even though they were able to place above Virtus Pro in ACS number 4. So, but for me, yeah, I think I'd rather be in Group Stage A, but honestly, it's probably a nightmare in both of those stages. So, you know, it's tough to pick, and that's a good problem to have, right? That just shows how talented all of these teams here at the ACS. So it's, as we say, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we get the teams loaded into the first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to put your voice out on the line. Put your votes in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to take match number 1. Do you have high hopes for the CIS region in OKAK coming into this one? Or are you a European Paradox believer? Are we parachuting from the skies, blaring out the name of Walker, Blitzergirl, and the rest of the comrades? Or do you believe in the madman Moyanri? Do you believe in Top Aim Severi? Do you know of the damage that can be done by Zarold? Well, we're going to get to see, because ladies and gentlemen, you shall wait no longer. Here we are, game number 1 of day 2, EPA taking on OKAK on Bay 5.
It's one thing to have faith, but it's another to believe, and I believe in EPA. Walker opens up with an 8 here, and Zarold goes down. We talked about Walker getting off to a good early start, and we see that nade raining down. Sabiri eventually returning nade to nade there. Walker goes down, but not before Blitzer Girl had picked up a kill. We talk about OKAK always having that player advantage. EPA able to open up with their own here in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Top Aim Severi is like, excuse me, we are still in this game, thank you. Drops a nade back for the return. Wouldn't be a round with OKAK in the game without a Top Aim Severi grenade going off at the most obtuse of timing. Top Aim Severi now holding that tight angle. The back's not going to make a difference if Blitzer goes. Everybody in and out she goes. Severi's not able to stop her either. Blitz on a 10. Hippo's here for the support. EPA. They claim round 1 with 4 members still standing. And I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Long live the queen, Greg, the Blitzer queen. What a round to open it up. It's a big triple to kick things off. EPA, they start out on the right foot. We talked about them having to come out with that explosiveness. Well, guess what? Only 1 kill on the side of OKAK in the opening round. So I would say it's a great start for EPA, but how long can they keep it going, and how long before OKAK really turns it on?
Well, I'll give you one thing. The first game of the day for both days so far of the ATS 5 has started off looking like it's going to be an absolute belter. EPA, they are not looking for cinema. They're looking for a crash course in speedrunning game 1, and a 1-0 lead. It's a good start. You notice full well, though, Walker's utility may have found himself a reward in round 1. Immediate adjustment from OKAK and a much more aggressive push to the site. Sees all 5 members surviving so far. Blitzergirl now forced out of position. The smart choice to back off as that bomb is going down. Full cover, walking. Walker poking, prodding, trying to find a pickup. They're going to get off site as well. The cover from OKAK is great. Zarold holds his spot.
Yeah, great bait out there. Zarold's doing exactly what he needs to do to find that pick. Now a 4v5, EPA's got 38 seconds to make the magic happen here. Blitzer rapid toward this back alley. You see Madara and Moyanri tucked in toward rat side here. And they're just holding. They're comfortable with these angles. Zarold will find Blitzer toward back alley. 25 on the clock. Codex tries to pressure in. Hippo able to find the first. Codex good for another. They spot the rat as Moyanri finds one. Backup is coming, but Codex is on fire.
Deactivating it doesn't matter. It's already gone through. Codex is going to destroy him, and the bomb's already gone. Codex, what are you doing for? Hawk 4, and the bomb's already defused. It doesn't matter how much of a man mountain he is. The first 2 devastating kills he gets just allows Rapid straight onto site. Rapid doesn't want the action. He says, I'll have that one straight in my basket, thank you.
Yeah, well, when you got Codex there protecting you, I'd say it's a pretty safe bet that you could go ahead and defuse when the monster is playing like that. A quick 4-piece. And just like that, EPA up to 2. Can they extend the lead even more? Aim Sabiri's been so good with these nades, and we see Cords and everybody slowing that pace down a little bit. Now starting to respect EPA here.
This is what you love about some of these rosters. You think about one player that has a great game and then somebody else pops off on the roster and you start to realize that every single player has potential, especially with the power that they hold in their hands. With great power comes great responsibility, and Sabiri is responsible for at least a grenade kill every darn round.
Yeah, for both days it feels like Zarold's a great pickup on the Blitzer girl. Hippo's able to answer back with a headshot of his own, and we see Zarold here tucked in toward this back alley, trying to keep an eye here on the offices. That device has slowly been walking the other direction. Codex will find Sabiri at mid, and with that, we'll see OKAK beginning to explode onto this B site now.
Where is Hippo holding from? The one goes down. Great shots as Codex does get eliminated by Moyanri, trying to keep pressure off on the B site. 2 versus 3 now, with one lone lurking member from OKAK that could be the problem in the mist. Never mind. Hippo sees through the mist. He finds the target, opens the 2v2. He's going to nail Moyanri's head to the wall of Con. In we go, 2v1.
Rapid and Hippo together. They've given themselves plenty of time to work with a little bit of utility. Rapid, a quick peek to the dome sends Cords home, and EPA has found 3 in a row against OKAK. How long can they keep this up?
Hey, 5-1, that's one hungry Hippo today. He's up there alongside the main man and myth and legend himself in Codex at a 5-1 scoreline, but it's Hippo that's holding strong alongside the right-hand man of Righteous Fury. EPA have come to cook today. I did not expect us to be 3-0 up. You spoke of a mythical 4-0 up position to let slip. EPA have got to absolutely capitalize on this right now.
Yeah, I told you in day one, I don't know what it is. This, after that last performance when I saw them in HPL and having that full roster, they were my dark horse, and I'm glad to see them galloping out of the gate here, but consistency is king. We'll say it time and time again, and OKAK, they are dangerous at any round. They're capable of coming back from anything, and they're going to open up with a pick on the Blitzer girl. It's Moyanri. They've got control of back alley here as well. Now that device will begin to linger onto site.
Walker smells it. You can see him coming. You know full well the man's played more than enough hours of the game to read that one. Zarold gets rapid. Codex trades back. Hippo's got the back of Codex covered for Cords. And again, Hippo is there to hold the line. 3 versus 2. EPA in a great position to get back towards this bomb that is currently stuck in the middle of nowhere on Site Hawk. It's a nightmare scenario for OKAK.
Not the ideal situation, and EPA has looked flawless here on Bay 5 so far. We've seen him start to play this map a lot more, even in the HPL, and so maybe something to play to their strengths here. They've looked great through these first 3 rounds, and they're looking great here in round 4 as well. We always talk about the importance of closing out these rounds when you have that advantage. We'll see Walker begin to get to the feet here. He's going to twist. Oilrig able to find the first. Kodak, though! He's still on fire! They just need to extinguish this flame. Oilrig will dance around, and he finally puts Kodak down. Ooh. Hippo, the 2v1, and Oilrig finds a big clutch. Can it be that single spark to reignite this spectral fire?
Got to give it to Mercenary there. He takes no hesitation at all to delay him from insta-swinging the right-hand side as both members from EPA look to try and pincer either side of sight, immediately deleting 1 of 2 in the challenge. That stops him from having any pressure or threat from the slow-paced pushing around the other side of sight up, because he has to have his crosshair held ready in case he's the one getting swung. Really just great play and immediate decision-making out of OKAK to steal that one away out of the numbers disadvantage. It does pull the scoreline to 3-1 with 2 still in the lead for EPA, but OKAK might just have woken up.
Fury, nades in hand. We know how incredibly dangerous it is. Checking wind speed here as he sends this one out. Won't find a home, though. EPA on the site. I believe Madara has spotted one. We'll see the pre-fire come out, or maybe just knowing that Walker is lurking over here somewhere. Nothing hitting its mark. We've seen Cord slowly pushing this direction, but guess who's on the other side pushing equally as slowly? And here comes the standoff. Rapid has found Cords.
You can know, but it's a different demon to beat him in the fight. It doesn't matter whether you know he's stood there or not. It's still Rapid, bro. It's still Rapid. And speaking of Rapid, this looks like a pretty aggressive push towards mid that's being held well from Gap. Hippo's got one on Zarold as one's already crossed. Info past. Blitzergill backing up now on the left-hand side of Hippo. Forest bites down the line. Doesn't find it. Moyanri's going to pick up Codex in the backside, though. Madara's in a great place. Maze Blitz spots him and whips, snaps that aim straight onto the dome.
Girl has been phenomenal today, but Rapid and Hippo fall in quick succession. It's Moyanri and Sabiri here to bring it back to a 2v2. And now we can see on the mini-map, they're going to decide to leg it back toward this Sabiri's here. Spots one on the crossover, but doesn't hit the mark. The shot's just behind Blitzer Girl as he somehow avoids all of that damage. And now they're ready for this back alley pressure.
In a good place to match the rotation, actually. Sabiri's got good cover to be able to get the pressure down on side. He's going to have to try and challenge backside. Sabiri loses just less than half of his health. This is where you're looking for the 7th wonder of the arena, and that's Walker. He's just going to rattle shots towards the side to pull the attention. Meanwhile, Blitzer Girl, now working off of that audio play, is looking for the playmaking ability. She's going to get herself into sight, although Walker loses his life as both members are fully extracted off now. Does she have time? She can hard commit to this, and it might just be able to do it. 3, 2, he's on site. It's not in time. Very close. Good effort, but not quite. OKAK just keep themselves within reach of the bomb for the defuse.
Yeah, I think Walker went down just a little bit too early before Blitzer Girl could work her magic there. And a great job, great recognition by OKAK to find that, to pressure out and look to find that 2v1 advantage, handle Walker, and then fall back. Enough time to stop that defuse from coming in. OKAK, it was a tough start for them. But they've begun to reel it back now. OKAK finding that stride. It seems just first couple rounds, much like yesterday, it was just a bit rough for them. But now falling in line here. They got an opportunity to tie it up. EPA on this defensive side, they've been playing great, but now they've got to recognize what OKAK is doing here. We've seen OKAK really slow it down in these possessions, look for these fights, and so far they've been able to win the majority of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Hungry Hippo has definitely been basking in the savannah, but when it comes to the king of the jungle, it's Moyanri that's out there with the best KD right now on a 9-3. Absolute tear, the lion's breath, firing on all cylinders with 2 of his teammates struggling a little bit. It's both Madara Flow and Cords Disabler having a really quiet first half on Bay 5.
Well, we saw Cords really pick it up in OT. It's kind of why I thought the longer the game goes on, the better OKAK is going to get. They seem to just kind of pick up speed like that steam engine downhill. Kodak's back toward Harbor. Madara able to find Walker here first as well. Walker just 2 on the board as well. We saw a great start from Walker, but has fizzled out just a little bit.
Yeah, Walker's position and how he's playing for the team has put him in a position where he is more likely to give his life earlier on in the round, playing more of an info gathering and aggressive site-taking position. We'll see him getting killed more often, but this flag from the right-hand side from Rapid is good for 2. Bomb goes down, does get cancelled out by a great shot from Moyanri. In fact, Moyanri himself is going to double for 2. That swings it back a different way. Blitz last left alive is going to find the first, but now that health has been drained drastically to a point where this gets a lot more difficult. Never not believe in the Queen, but in the 1v2, this one, she's going to have to be real mean to pull it off. That's off the bomb, and a 2-peak swing is not going to find success. OKAK level us to 3-3.
Who is this Moyanri, man? 13-3 with 4 on the round this round as well. A juggernaut. Call him the Terminator. I don't know. Call him what you will, but the man is a monster at the moment. And OKAK, after being down by 3, they don't sweat it. They keep cool, calm, and collected, and now they find themselves tied up. It's an early nade this time that won't find a home, as EPA looks to get lined up here. Pretty default split from them. And again, showing a lot of space from these early nades. They're respecting that talent of Sabiri here.
Actually, really aggressive push here from OKAK. Double nade towards the B side to try and telegraph some sort of a push. But Walker and company are more than ready for it. The matter of flow did not see the high angle. Takes damage. Somehow gets out. No, he does not get out alive. Okay. Oh, Hippo!
With a nasty peek to a headshot. Sabiri will answer one back, and hey, that was crazy. When he walks out, when he watches that one back, he's like, how did I not see that guy up there? But hey, sometimes you're just locked in, and that's why it's good to switch up those positions. Walker really knows where to go. It's finding Hippo here. And now that site's going to open up a little bit. They're going to look to get this device planted. We see Moyanri toward the back alley, and they've got to find a way to put Moyanri down.
To cover off as EPA look for a retake. Codex pushes up and right out. First goes down. 2 points of contention left. Front door just on the end of the office windows. Walker towards Disable and makes the first point of contact. Sabiri picks him up. Sabiri gets 2. Goes this out. Sabiri gets 3. Sabiri is the demon on backside to pull that one. And OKAK still the lead with a 4-piece from the man that has not stopped killing people with util. He's now ready to bring his weapon to bear.
Quadra for Sabiri as well, and that's why they're so dangerous. All these players talented and just can have those standout rounds where they're finding triples and quadras that really turn the tide of the round. They're guaranteed that time. Half one more would lead to a victorious one here. Moyanri, a little roundabout action. Calling in some hocus pocus, maybe avoiding some incoming nades from EPA. Walker doing a good job of mixing that up as well here, and we'll see a little more pressure toward the B site, but EPA may have guessed correctly here. They've kind of stacked toward this side as well.
That Aiden's con's real techie, but it's not going to find anybody home there. Hippo again, Hippo again. He's going to find himself a beautiful pickup. We swap perspective just in time to go back in time to see the kill, and then he's getting down on the left. Great shots out of Madara to cancel it, but what a beautiful first pick from Hippo. Sarald, the Herald of Destruction, popping out of the smoke bop towards Harbor, is going to immediately steal control of Red. Now this gets dangerous. You've got 2 EPA players trapped in a triangle.
Oh, Walker didn't quite see him at first. Madara able to take advantage, finds the pick, and now on a 4v2, Rapid up in sight here, spots the device, but unfortunately doesn't connect. The jump over comes in, and Rapid getting low on the mag, but it doesn't matter. Madara has found him, and OKAK, this is what we're used to seeing. They may be that slow starter, but once that engine gets pumping and thumping, there is no slowing them down. They don't know how to pump the brakes. That W key is glued to the ground. And, well, they find themselves victorious at half, 5-3 as we switch sides here on day 5.
It's a great half from both teams, actually. I think that OKAK have done what they needed to do to turn that devastating first 3 rounds around, 5 in a row to pull it back to a 5-3 scoreline. But I think even so, EPA will be happy with 3 rounds with the success with the opponents attacking half. Bay 5, we know, very comfortably favors an aggressive attacking team if they've got their stuff put together in the textbook before they come to the pitch. Well, the question we have to ask ourselves now, and the question that EPA will be asking is our attacking half better than theirs? We're about to find out.
Honestly, I'm loving this nade battle between Sabiri and Walker as well. Sabiri, I think, slightly on the upper hand at the moment, but we know Walker loves those nade lineups. We'll see if he can find something here. Hippo Gonna let this one sing toward the B site. We talked about that aggression, and we see EPA trying to explode onto the site. Cords in the background, shots exchange. Hippo, the first to go down, and Cords will find 2. Rapid, a quick trade back here, though, and Rapid searching for a second.
Short shots on the backside of site. Mercenary ends up ending Rapid just before Walker gets the trade. 2 versus 3. EPA are going to take a moment to just let the dust settle, reassess, recalculate, assume the next approach. The one thing that they're reading right now is where is the missing member that could have gone for the deep flank. This is Zarold who we're on board with. Walker knows that it's a potential. You see him actually looking for it now. He's just wondering how much longer can he afford to waste on watching for that flank turning up. He decides that the gap is open for them to rotate. There is space. Mid is going to be dangerous as they cross through gap. First goes down, so he's going to find the second. Walker's got a nade in his hand. He's not going to be able to help with that. Up and over the top grenade from Improv might be cool. It's not going to claim a life. Siberia's going to come running. Walker's going to get 1.
I love that nade from Walker, though. On the fly there, but it's not enough. Mataro was waiting patiently. Walker will go down, and OKAK 6 rounds in a row. It was Mercenary that was the glue that held them together, and now the rest of the crew falling in line. Siberi, everybody seemingly to be popping off now. They double that lead up to 6, and EPA has to find a way to slow them down, or time will run out.
It's the one problem with us, the attacking side committing to an A site to rotate to B. The rotation through to the B site is a lot longer and harder because of the fact that the defending team can sit in these long angles across from Maze, across from CTE, and across from Red that can catch you on that rotation ahead of your tempo. That's a lone missing misstep from Team Siberi that we're not used to seeing. Mercenary and Rapid are going to have this inner duel again. This time Rapid's going to come out on top. The first time he's won that battle head-to-head for the first couple of rounds.
Boy, do they need it. Device being planted here. They got to be careful with this forklift pressure coming in as well. Zerold's going to find Rapid, and that might give him a slow opening in toward connector side. We can see Blitzer Girl trying to hold it down. Walker, nade in hand, and waiting for that call out from the teammate here. Matador is able to find Blitzer from the side. Cords picks up on Hippo. Codex can only find 1. No, he gets a second as his teammate of Walker does fall down. It's now a 1v1, and Codex needs to solidify this crutch.
Smart choice from Codex. He dips, ducks, peeks, and then chooses not to take the fight. Gentleman from the OKAK squad, and Zarold is going to do the gentleman's play and just disrespect it by going for the defuse. Waits, gets off the bomb on time. Zarold's not going to be caught sleeping like that. Here he goes. Codex has to run the pre-fire. He's great. Codex manages to close it out. EPA are back, looking like they might have a chance. The first round goes to them. Score pulls to 4 and 6 to apart. Oh, it's
Beautiful. Beautiful masterclass from Codex right there to get to safety. Then he gets so far out, turns around. There was 6 seconds on the clock at that point. Even if he falls there, there's not enough time to get back and get that defusal. So great decision making, great situational awareness here from EPA as now they find themselves that underdog fighting from below. A little bit closer though, within 2 now, but they're gonna need to piece a couple rounds together.
Now that early util, that nade from Siberi is brilliant. Only picked up 1 somehow. 2 of the members of EPA have half of their health shredded from the grenade that gets thrown on top of 4. In forklift. Bomb and 1 towards Harbor, see if they can get a flank or rotation or some form of a pincer. There is a lone deep member in Matter of Flow holding from the defending side of CT, which currently stops that map space from being gathered for free. Walker and Rapid, they are going to read that. Some information coming their way has told them that it's not safe to path through. Instead, they're going to come back and redouble the efforts towards Vault.
Mercenary. Comfortable posted up here as well. By, and Mercenary was completely blind. He had no idea from the flash. Rapid will find 2. Rapid will find 3. He's got a 4th, and he's looking for the ace. Cords Disabler, the last lone member here for OKAK, and EPA is all of a sudden exploded toward this comeback here. Can Rapid find the 5th? Codex has the intel. The pre-fire goes out, and now Cords slowly pressing forward.
Look at the discipline out of EPA. Rapid's more than happy to let him go. He wants the round. He's not fussed about the ace. Wallbang there onto Codex. He's going to tap a little bit of damage down to the body, but he's not going to find the kill. Now checking from behind Cords again, just respecting the fact that somebody's gets annihilated, but it's going to be around for EPA. Not quite the ace, but Codex will finish the job. Scoreline closed again. Now down to 1, 5-6, as OKAK still hold the lead, but only just.
I mean, if you're going to go down, if Forge is going to go down there, what better way to go down than to deny that ace from Rapid? But what a round from Rapid there as well. A beautiful quadra. And it's rounds like that that can really ignite that confidence in your whole squad here. And it comes in at the perfect moment for EPA. One more round to tie it up, and this could be a big one there for them as we see Siberia again, nades in hand. This time just to smoke, but so dangerous with this utility.
Looking for this first challenge is actually going to be denied any contact as Cords is deep in back alley. He picks up a kill onto Rapid. Making the great plays from the last round. He's not going to be making any plays from the bench in this one. 4 versus 5. EPA still relatively stable. And a very strong defensive hold from OKAK on this A site. Sees realistically a 4v3 now set up after Codex takes the header Cords off in the back alley.
EPA mixing it up a little bit despite the fact they've had a ton of success toward that B site. They've got a slight numbers advantage here as OKAK will leave one toward the B site. This pick from Hippo gives an opportunity to press in, but they got to find the trade. Oilrig gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Blitzer finally extinguishing that flame, but Oilrig doing exactly what they needed to do here. And that was a round that was looking strong for EPA. All of a sudden, it looks like it's going the other way.
Blitz will have caught audio. Siberia there dropping through bottom mid. The one missing remaining member, though, is this lurking Zarold, who is playing discipline to a god tier level right now. The fact that he's just slow creeping up, Blitz is going to tuck down for this bomb. Is she going to hear him? That's problematic. Pressure's put down. Flank from behind is going to come in.
Oh
Blitz
my.
is going to get out. She's mounted. How has she found the space? This is insane.
This could be an insane clutch if Blitzer Girl can find a way to pull this off. The defuse coming in, though, will spot Siberia here. Has to get around. There's not enough time. Time taken away. Needs to find him and doesn't. Great job here by Siberia of holding the pressure of Blitzer Girl as his friend just tucks down there. Finds that defusal. It was a bit of an awkward spot and hard for Blitzer to get over there without taking that initial engagement. A great job by OKAK to reel this round in when it gets close. They keep EPA from tying it up. They extend that lead a little bit, and now they are just 1 away from that match point.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to fight in today. You've got the P90 with 50 rounds. It's holding you off by Siberia, where you're running a 30-rounder yourself, and you get into a fire rate or a magazine battle just to take space to try and challenge sight there. Even if Siberia goes down, he's done enough by just draining the bullets out of the mag of a 30-rounder to stop up and being able to transfer onto sight. Moyamri's going to pick a high shot off from the top. It's going to be Rapid and Codex that fall prey to the position from CT. Hippo does claim one back in Moyamri, but it's a consolation prize as the initial explosion towards B has been decimated.
1:30 on the clock. Hippo slowly but methodically trying to pressure forward, cautious of this connector. We see that device on the mini-map way back there as well, beginning to shift toward that A site. But it looks like OKAK is slowly mirroring this as well. Hippo, I think, here's the audio cue. The call could come out, and we might see EPA go back the other direction here.
Oh. 1-for-1, Cords takes out Walker. Hippo finds top aim Siberia lurking towards mid. Shots from Maze are good. Madara Flow finds the back of Hippo. Blitzskill is left alive again in a 1 versus 3 in a tough spot. Gap challenge is not going to overpeak. Cords is actually just going to take a moment to step and clean up the round again. Like you said, this could be the round that takes OKAK to match point. Well, it does take them to match point. One more in the bag, and OKAK are going to seal the victory here versus EPA in more comfortable fashion than we may have thought, given the start of the first half. We did speak to the effects, and you have several times said that OKAK are a machine that only ever seems to climb gears. They don't ever slow down once they get going.
They've cut the brake line. They often know that they don't need them at any point. They're just looking to power forward. EPA, the biggest problem is we saw OKAK get, I think, 6 rounds in a row, 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and that's just tough to deal with. So EPA battling back from this hole that they seem to dug. They spot one on Gap here, and Rapid quick to find it. It's a good start here to the round, but they've got to solidify it.
And there, in the silence as the round settles, it's another level of consistency that top aim Siberi has been so well known for. It's another grenade kill. It's Rapid that's going to be taking off the header cores disabler though. A slower round sees a much more spread set from both teams too. Lurking in Gap and Tetris towards the A site from EPA. A member in the back of the A site from EPA as well, also holding site control. The bomb is still taking its time to rotate over there, and all this time that it's taking for the bomb to get there is giving OKAK time to reinforce the position. We have Harold working his way into back alley. Great pickup from Codex as the A plat position is denied. Now EPA have a better stranglehold. Vice goes down.
Barrel toward the back alley here. But it is EPA that has control of the site. You see them beginning to shuffle around, and Codex is going to hear this audio as well, just slowly inching forward here. Making sure to not give away any free audio, and now on the runaway, Codex will peek, finds Zero, 4v1. It's all up to Sabiri here.
Flashing towards backside. One versus, and Hippo's not even going to let him get through the door. EPA survive for another round. Pull the score back to 2. 6-8, but they need to be 3 in a row to take us to overtime if they've got any thoughts of wanting to recover this game right now. OKAK, 2 more chances to get this one over the line.
Whew. 2 more chances. EPA up to 6, and certainly keeping it close, certainly keeping it cinematic for all of us here. 3 P90s in the side of EPA. They have what it takes here to find these final 2 rounds and go to overtime. We thought they didn't want to see it, but at this point, it seems like the only option for them. They want to make it to overtime and find a way to topple this Russian squad.
The other thing you've got to think if you're watching is it's another game that OKAK have from. You say escaped, Force Disabler is looking like he's about to go on a known page. Something we saw yesterday. He's only good for 1. Rapid does shut him down. Moyanri picks up Codex. Slowly but steadily, body will drop as a body dropped on the floor in A plat, but it's not the one that was looking to get the kill. Madara goes down both ways, to the floor and to his grave. Blitz putting him down. Second down. Oh no. Night.
Oh, finds a second one as well. Sabiri has the heat-seeking grenades. He wrote the script, and he continues to find big util kills. Rapid at 15 and 10. 40 seconds on the clock here in a 2v1, and needs a big clutch to keep EPA in this one.
He's in a much better position than the side that Blitzergirl had to fight from. Now he has full access to the bomb. Nobody's sneaking on to be able to defuse this without him. Chow first is picked up. Second, he knows he's going to be the longer side. Sarrel does just barely peek his model out enough for Rapid to recognize it. Now he's going to play that time as best he can. Tux, tight, expects the challenge. Free fire is heavy. Second, Daryl's going to go again, but you don't beat a P90 mag. There's 50 rounds in that bad boy, and with 17 of them left, Rapid is going to save another one. 7-8, the scoreline gets ever closer, and we might just be in for a bit more cinema than we thought. We'll hold on to our seats, chat, because there's still another round.
I wish you could see the grin on my face right now, and we knew it was going to be a banger. EPA pulling out all the stops, reaching deep into the pockets for all the skills now, and they're 1 round away from pushing this into overtime. If they can get there and give themselves a chance to get on top of OKAK here, it would be huge for these EU region, but they still got to get through this final round here of regulation, Cracked.
Yeah, we've seen that P90 battle play both ways for both teams now as well. We saw Blitzergirl fall prey to it with a 30-rounder on the AK, and we saw it go the other way this time. Zarold, limited by his magazine capabilities, leaves Rapid in a better... I mean, you still got to click on somebody's head, but you get the gist. It's all percentages. Well, in we go. 3 towards back alley, 2 stacking up towards mid from the EPA attack. OKAK on the defending side are starting to reinforce this A site rapidly as his members left and right. Codex a little bit swifty with it on the alley, finds himself caught with his gun, not in position to be able to fight. Colts is going to get deleted by a better discipline Rapid, but Moyanri and Zarold are there to defend.
And now OKAK looks to turn it on in the final round when it matters most. Walker running here through mid, and there's one waiting patiently. The call will come in. We'll see OKAK begin to shift here as well. Can Walker find a way to catch a couple off guard, though? That's going to be a key moment because a 1v4 and everything stacked against Walker at the moment.
There's one man in this game that you believe's got the wicked mindset to be able to work the magic here. You could believe in Walker being able to do it. He's got 4 challenges in front of him. Can he break ankles 4 times over? Madara's playing smart. Madara smells a Walker play and he sticks back deep inside a spot. He's ready for it. The wonders of Walker well known amongst those in the competitive scene, and OKAK aren't going to fall prey to his tricksies today. 9-7. And they survive again, Hort. They survive. I can't believe we're saying this about OKAK, but they survive. They have to fight tooth and nail to pull the game back. And even then, it's a tough game to get it over the line. But well played. Moyanri, absolutely a man mountain in this one, though. You cannot at all slight how much effort that player put into this game. 22-12 and 5 MVP rounds to clutch it.
4 assists on top of that. Moyanri was the beast that got the dub here. But honestly, again, Walker only 4 kills down there. It was a bit of a tough game for Walker. I felt like yesterday OKAK really, truly survived. I felt like that was a game they should have lost. I don't necessarily feel about this one. I felt like they really came out and played well. And it was a game that EPA could have won, but we saw OKAK get 5 or 6 rounds in a row and really maintain the lead since, just before halftime all the way through. So I felt like they were able to stay above, tread that water, and get the job done. It wasn't, to me, as risky as yesterday against Jumbo Team, but to see this EPA squad playing as well as they did, they come out, they get those first 3 rounds. I think had they been able to take just one of those rounds in between that 5-6 round stint, we might have seen a different outcome. But that's why OKAK is so dangerous, and shoulda, coulda, woulda just isn't good enough.
I mean, you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter whether you win by a minute or a mile. Fast and Furious fans know the quotes. It's all down to the scoreline at the end of the day, 9-7. We say this both ways, though. What looks like a close scoreline, not as close sometimes. We also look at scorelines where you see a 9-2 or a 9-3, and every round has been a player's worth of difference. It's been an exceptionally close game, but the scoreline really doesn't read it. So at the end of the day, we put the points on the table. OKAK take the W. It is a 2-round difference positive towards their favor, -2 to EPA when it comes to the overall scores, and it will see the table change for their group. It's not going to push either of these two teams down into that relegation spot, though, that by the end of the day, you don't want to be sitting in or you won't make it to next weekend's action. So both of these teams will be happy, I think, with that performance today. I know I certainly am. It was cinema to watch, regardless of the result. And a 9-7 first match for me. I can't wait to see what's up next because we've got 5 more bangers just like that to follow straight on after this.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game. Everybody, every competitor out there should be very proud and hold their heads high, whether you won or lost, because that was truly a phenomenal game. But we've got Oilrig Jumbo Team coming up in a minute. I'm sure EPA is going to keep their eye on that game as well, because one of these two teams is going to get a little higher while one gets a little lower, and then the fact that EPA has to play Jumbo Team a little bit later. I'm sure they're going to, like I said, really keep an eye on it, because that round differential is going to be everything there, as we see Oilrig trying to battle their way back up from that number 4 spot. Again, saying goodbye to 2 teams after the end of today.
It's a tough one. But this is what happens in tournaments where elimination is involved. We have to say goodbye to somebody. Yes. And if you can't crown yourself a champion without crowning yourself losers, then it wouldn't be a stack. That's not how pyramids work. So, with that being said, it's down to the teams. I mean, we can't really feel too sorry for them. There's no pity parties over here. At the end of the day, they make their own fates with how they step out onto the table and the stage. When they come to the competitive environment, you either win or you don't. And if you don't, well, sorry. Speedrun the plane ticket. That's how it is. Here's how it is. All right. Inside of this one, thankfully, it's a remote event, so there's no expenses cost saved for plane tickets, but what they do get to do is to go and sit on the couch and watch the rest of the amazing action, just like all of you amazing people in the chat are doing right now. Whilst you're doing that, folks, don't forget to take a moment to check out the socials, ! Socials in the chat, to do that, to get involved in the monitor giveaway. Not the monitor giveaway, sorry, the laptop giveaway. I'm getting confused at the giveaways, chat, because there's so darn many of them. That's right, it's a laptop being given away up until 8 p.m. today. That one will be closed, and then we will be announcing that winner in the future, as well as a monitor currently going on right now, ! Monitor in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat, to get yourselves entered into that giveaway, going on live right now. And whilst you are taking a moment to click with those mice and type with those keyboards, let's take a moment ourselves to have a look at what AORUS have got in store when it comes to monitors. Absolutely insane. And Hort, I believe that's not just the only thing we've got going on. I believe there's something a little bit extra in the skies as well, a little bit of a prize for the eyes for other people in maybe the BSG chat.
That's right. Like you said, the monitor is over here in Hunt Premier, exclamation point monitor, but we've got something going over in the Battle State Games chat as well. Everybody needs some extra stash space. If you say you don't, then you're just simply lying. Exclamation point stash in the BSG channel for your chance to win one of those codes for some extra stash space that we know everybody can use, especially with all the amazing drops that we've got coming in here as well. I know mine's pretty full, so I'm always trying to cram stuff in backpacks and rigs and put them in other backpacks. And then I'm like, hey, where's that at? Well, there's that nice search feature that I always forget about. And then, someone reminds me and I feel dumb, but that's okay. We'll get it all sorted. Exclamation point stash in the BSG channel for your chance to get that code. Like Crack said, there's so many giveaways from the laptop that's only got a couple hours left on the socials. The monitor, exclamation point monitor in the Hunt Premier chat only, and then over in that BSG chat, exclamation point stash. And we're just getting started today. So make sure you stick around for the entirety of this one because A, you don't want to miss out on all the action, most importantly, but B, we're just showering everybody with some gifts out there, and you don't want to miss out on that as well.
One of the great bonuses, all right, one of the pros of being here with us, joining on the Twitch channel for either the Hunt Premier or Battle State Games. Like we say, we're spreading the love every single which way that we can, and it's thanks to the great work that goes into it. Again, we have to take a moment to shout out and thank you the partnership between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, and extension then to the partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon for the entirety of the season. It's been the entire winter season, really, Hort, hasn't it? It's been all the way back down from the back end of July through till Christmas time. We are getting supported by this absolute champion of a partnership from AMD, Radeon, and Aorus. So again, shout out and thank you to our partners and to you guys in the chat for turning up and taking part. 68,000 entries it was on the laptop, and so many more on the graphics card we gave away recently, and now a monitor going on live too, folks. So many things to get your hands on, including that stash space. So make sure you have entered into everything. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to reach out. There are mods in the BSG chat and the Hunt Premier Twitch chat for you guys to be able to interact with to help guide you on your way. Any questions, reach out and we'll get to you as soon as we can. With that being said, we need to put those to one side for a second, because talking about things we need to get to, Hort, we got more action in store.
So much more action in store. We got Oilrig taking on Jumbo Team up next, and we saw it yesterday. Had to play without Pakizi, and maybe it did affect them a little bit, but Crank, that ace, Furlex, Alpi here as well. We saw Big D stepping in, filling in there. Had a couple nice moments in that game yesterday, but you just wonder, was it the reason they fell a little bit short? So my big question is Pakizi back here today?
I mean, look, this team has had conversations in the background from us for a little while, hasn't it? Where's the superstar Cacao? The gentleman that has been one of the members that is one of the bright shining lights and leading frags for their team, the entry player, the defending just pillar of solidarity for them. Well, he's not here at the moment. He's doing solo things, and rightly for himself, he's trying to better himself. Good for him. But for the guys from the team left, I got a message from Pakizi just reaching out to him after missing him yesterday, just saying and hoping everything was well. The response we got was they still feel like they're the dark horses here, okay? With some luck, they can defeat absolutely any team in this tournament or come up with something similar. So I believe in this. I mean, we've got to remember that Oilrig is not just Cacao. It's not even just Pakizi. We saw it yesterday. That ace speaks for himself. Pakizi may be the brain, and that might just be the crucial deciding factor changing for today's performance from yesterday, but I believe in every single member of this roster in Oilrig, and I am looking forward to seeing them slay out on the pitch. Pakizi, Crank, that ace, Furlex, Alpi. We can talk in droves about every single one of the members of this lineup in different sections when they've had highlight plays. Crank stood out as an outstanding individual on multiple different occasions for the back end of ACS 4. That ace is devastating. Furlex has forever been known for folding players since way too long ago, and Alpi as the new addition has been a backbone that has made this Oilrig team look exceptionally good. The concern we have today, Hort, is how well Jumbo team played yesterday and how darn good they look, as this is going to be another big ask for the Oilrig lineup.
Yeah, they were playing without Warman as well. They had Crew filling in, who had a great game. Alpi has been a shining star, but why don't we take a quick look at the map picks and where we're headed for this one. Jumbo team's going to stay away from the bowl. Oilrig wants nothing to do with Iceberg or Bay 5, where they had some trouble against EPA yesterday. And so maybe hoping for a map that we can see that ace shine once more with that sniper. Jumbo team will take Skybridge off the map, which is a little bit surprising despite, given the fact that they played so well on Skybridge against a team like OKAK. But it looks like we're headed to Fort this time.
Gotta love a good bit of Fort. This is another one of those maps that falls into the heavy CQB side of things. It's got a lot more tighter angles and corners to fight through to gain access to very crucial choke points, which allow you to rotate between mid, the B site, and the A site. This one a little less lateral and vertical in the geographical speaking sense of things, less of a crosshair map than it is more of a one-sided slanted L, as the B site finds itself very well tucked towards the back side of the defending side of the map, whereas the A site is pulled out wide left and a long intersecting channel in 3 different locations. You have the garden push, which we call long, to the A site. You have the short push, which connects from top mid from the defending side, and then you have that cult passageway that breaks through from the bottom side of the big mid box that we call one of the most dangerous chambers to play in. That entire square section in the middle of Fort is so difficult to be able to get into and play safely out of. So really looking forward to seeing how these two teams approach this. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of that, folks, we've got to remember to check out some of the hot action from the previous game. These highlights were phenomenal. First game of the day, cinema. Just feast your eyes and glaze over this.
It looks so good for EPA in these first opening 3 rounds here. We really saw them just, it was OKAK that was having a lot of trouble. We saw Core's Disabler, Matera sitting at 0 kills there for these first 3 or 4 rounds. But once OKAK begin to find their stride, once more Yanri begin to pop off, it starts here with this big clutch in a 2v1 situation. It would then go on to be 5 or 6 rounds in a row for OKAK.
We saw a rising spurt of strength from players in different instances here. You've got Mercenary back-to-back with Rapid, and then it's Mercenary that shuts them down. And I think that kind of was the overlying curse for the EPA squad in this match, was where things were struggling for the OKAK lineup. It was that shining star in Mercenary. It was that one lone leading man that was able to make the difference. 1, 2, sometimes even 3 kills at the right time to go to pull it back. You see some nice work here. Ladder flow getting into the back lines, backed up with cords as well, trades back and forth. But again, that aggressive playstyle we talked about, we saw Codex playing out the back end of this round exceptionally well. And as much as EPA tried, and they really did, the discipline they were playing with allowed them to fight back for many rounds. But things like that there, where a slightly over-aggressive push into the A site leads into 3 people just getting mowed down in the line by Mercenary, having just, great crosshair placement and mouse button 1 ability.
Well, we saw EPA never say never. They continued to fight back here. They get a couple more rounds in a row, and there's Sabiri just always finding these nade kills. And Rapid had a nice kill there in back alley. Eventually would be chopped down. They go on to get that round here in the final round that would have got them to overtime. They fall just a little bit short. 9-7. If you're EPA, I think you're still proud of the score that you put up against this talented squad, but I think you're a little bit frustrated in the fact that you go out 3-0 and then you lose 6 rounds in a row. It's tough, but I know Walker, Blitzergirl, a lot of these players, they've got that mental fortitude that we talk about to be able to just GG's, go next, and look to grab the next one, because that next one against Jumbo Team a little bit later is going to be an equally as important one.
Yeah, absolutely. And a victory there would help solidify their position in their group so that they can make it through to next weekend. Same goes for Jumbo Team. Jumbo Team are going to give themselves a couple of different chances throughout today as well. We get to see them twice also featured here in their first match. So a lot riding on this one. Oilrig, again, they are in a position where this match and the next one following for them has got to be a barnstorm. If they're looking to try and reignite any thoughts of making it out of their group at the moment, they're the ones sitting in the doom and gloom position at the bottom of that group right now with a current singular loss on the table. I'm just really interested as to how this group's going to play out. I'm also looking forward to seeing Virtus Pro play later on today. I want to see how dominant they're going to be based off of their performance yesterday. But no, this next head-to-head for me, again, it's Fort. Util's going to be something to consider. There's a lot of strength in the grenade use, both on the A and the B site. Kits are going to be one to pay attention to. We've not seen, and I've had a lot of comments in the chat today from folks paying attention. There's minimal to 0 enforcer choice. I've not seen a single person running a beefcake so far, which it tends towards the meta. The P90 is definitely showing out, but I still and ah as to whether the assault class is valid when you're fighting in these ones where we've seen it twice now, where the P90 versus a 30-round magazine of most things in the assault class is a tough fight to have. I'm wondering when a team is going to break out an AK-74N or the AKS-74N, which allows for a 45-rounder instead, which is the one thing you can put on the table to help challenge versus the P90. Its fire rate is drastically less, but you drain your magazine at about the same speed, which means it gives you the chance to fight out those longer duels on a much more consistent basis. So very interested to see if the kits change as we go in.
Well, OKAK is not the only winner here today. A big shout out and a congratulations to Tim Alves for winning the extra stash code. So if you're not part of the Hunt Premier Discord, make sure you hop on over there, discord.gg/Hunt Premier, and you can claim your prize over there just by opening a ticket in the Discord. So again, a big shout out and a big congratulations to Tim Alves on your space stash. Guys, make sure you're sticking around all day. We got a ton of giveaways happening here today. Exclamation point monitor in the Hunt Premier chat as well. That'll be drawn next Sunday on the 14th. Jumbo team taking on Oilrig. This time on Ford, it's Doshjet and
Doshjet sends Bakizi back to early. He's having a little vacation from yesterday. Or he gets a chance to fire a bullet. Two members of the Jumbo team left alive, though, as the rest are ripped apart. It's Gummy and Doshjet left to try and push the first round advantage towards the site, which slowly turned into a bit of a despair. Only the captain down. Oilrig almost offended. Bring our captain back. He's not been back long enough.
There's that ace. There's that shot. There's no need to look in the kill feed. You can just trust in that ace. A quick two-piece. Just like that, Oilrig starting out on the right foot. They've got Bakizi back in that driver's seat to pilot this crew. And they start off on the right foot here against Jumbo team. This was an explosive team we saw yesterday. Crew back on that bench there, as well as Warman, their main starter, will be back here as well. So two full rosters ready to get out this time on point. Oilrig, round one of the bag here on defense. Can they put two together?
Yeah, Crew didn't have a bad game yesterday either, so, you know, definitely a case that Jumbo team have got their starting roster, and that's what they're sticking with. But in the case of the time being, Maisie finds the first that ace of ball. She's going to go down without making a dent into the scoreline. Crank picks up one onto Maisie, the trade back, though.
Warman, Bakizi, dancing around here a bit. We'll see some of that utility. Some space given. Shot bring out Crank. Somehow still alive, but not for long. Gummy puts him into the ground. It's shallow graves across the board as Bakizi will fall as now. Alpi, Furlex. We see that long rotation coming in here from Alpi. Furlex all alone, and it shows. Warman will find him. 4v1. Jumbo team, look at the response here in round two.
Yeah, absolutely. Warman's crosshair placement this round's looked absolutely phenomenal. Really clean. Not sure what it was that took him out of yesterday's action, but the Jumbo team will be glad to see him back. Currently firing on all cylinders. He's going to peek out to the right-hand side to look to pick up the last member of the Oilrig. Instead, Gummy's got a left hand for him. Jumbo team level the score 1-1. This one's going to be a good one as well, Hawk. We're already set up for a fiery battle, but where we saw a more tempered match when it came to the rounds on Bay 5, when it comes to Fort, this is going to be quick rounds finished. The scoreline might just bounce back and forth like a set of dominoes.
Yeah, I just wonder, we almost always see that ace with the snipe, you know, over toward that A site. Is it something that Jumbo team is going to start to recognize and try to play away from? Or are they just going to try to bombard them, use that numbers where that bolty can sometimes have some difficulties? So right now it does appear they're headed back to that A site. We see the device lingering there for a moment. We'll begin to follow up here as well, but that ace is peak, a tough one here. He hears the audio cue of one running away. Doshjet the first to fall, and it's another nasty headshot. One from that ace and one from Crank.
He doesn't even know if you can call it a flick of the wrist then. It's a deft adjustment of the wrist as he's millimeters off of the crosshair placements he gets out. Just slightly flips up a bit and takes the dome off of the gentleman peeking out towards garden. Two casualties on either side as Bakizi and Furlex follow Doshjet and Warman into the coffin boxes. Three members of Jumbo team, however, have found full B-site access. With the bomb on site, they're looking to plant. Alpi is here holding the defensive anchor. He's going to wait for his teammates to turn up before they start making a move for retake.
I like that move from Sherbach, though, waiting patiently there at mid just in case that rotation does come in. As he has spotted one, but it's Gummy to put him in the trying to going on simultaneously as Maisie finds Alpi. Sherbach will get that ace, and Jumbo team will take the lead for the first time in this one.
Really interesting points to note if you're watching at home from a tactical side of things. You're paying attention to the mini-map. Jumbo team have set themselves up on their defensive crosses when the bomb is down post plant, not to cover the bomb, but they are cross-firing angles that would peek for information. So you saw Crank jump across to check mini. The secret player was holding the cross side of the outside of Arch for it instead of tuck safe towards Con for the bomb. So Jumbo team playing to make sure that if Oilrig are going to run in with quick speed peeks for info to find positioning, that they're just going to kill them and make them trade a body for the info. Smart choice on defensive post plant. This is a got to hit this on the second shot. He saves his captain through. He does get taken out by Doshjet, waiting for the repeat.
Almost goes down in the animation, but that spray, the P9, do you talk about those 50-round mags? Do we see it in full force there? The Crank will go down. Numbers stacked against Oilrig at the moment. So quick in these rotations. We see him shift back to the B site. Furlex and Alfie will get kills on separate sites here as Bakizi picks up Doshjet, and all of a sudden, they turn the round around. They give themselves the player advantage as the pressure in the fight begins to roll towards
Alfie at his best. This is the position he likes to play out of. He'll dance around of there, and never forget about Furlex. This is the Oilrig we're used to seeing. It doesn't matter which side of the map goes down. That ace gets taken out without a whisper, but then you don't forget about Furlex. Reinforcement comes through mid-colt. Akizi holds his ground, and Alfie finds himself some rhythm. Oilrig pulls back to 2-2.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because, I mean, Jumbo team has done a great job at some of those quick rotations, but they found the first 2 picks over there on the A site, chose to roll away. They had a 5v3 numbers advantage, and that quickly changed from Oilrig there. Furlex, Alfie putting in some big work in round 4. We find ourselves tied up again, and well, I just love the fact that every game we've seen here throughout the ACS has really been a slugfest. Furlex opening up with a pick here on Doshjet, and it's Util again this time, setting Oilrig up with an advantage.
This is a team that's got a lot of players that play a lot of solo Tarkov. You know, Oilrig have spent a lot of time just popping onto Arena recently for the dailies with the 1.0 grind that's been going on. So, you know, you can only imagine how a little bit of nerve must be going through the system right now whilst they're feeling a little bit rustier than usual. Great shots out of Furlex. Warman's gone without a whisper. Maisie shakes his head no as he's looking at his teammate that just got decimated. That's not a good way to go. Gummy's thinking about backing off. Sherbak. Whoa, he's been so good this weekend.
Yeah, it was a name that we weren't quite as familiar with, but certainly will be after ACS number 5. Sherbak has been a staple for this squad, and you see him picking up another kill here on the Crank. Hear that device being planted. Furlex tries to shift through. A quick peek and somehow finds Maisie, who had the advantage. Gummy able to answer back, though, and now it's all down to Alfie one more time.
Outside, Sherbak in an opposition, and he's going to claim another one. This man, we're going to start calling him Sherbak Holmes. Is this where we're at with this? Because he's a detective with how he's playing around with his gameplay. Beautiful work, a 4-piece, and he's going to knock himself all the way up the scoreboard to just underneath Gummy at the same scoreline of 5-2.
Sure, back-to-back kills right there is what it was. Man's putting up numbers in the Maltese, and Jumbo team will step it up yet again. They regain that lead. They're staying just in front of the pack at the moment, but I think that was the important thing that we talked about for a lot of these EU teams. They have to, at a minimum, make sure the game remains close if they want to try and steal it away. So Oilrig still has to be happy with their performance so far. We'll see if they can reel it back in round 6 because Bakizi is already cooking up some kills.
Orman's got one back onto Crank. Furlex is going to take out Sherbak. 4 versus 3. Oilrig in a better position for the manpower. Inside, outside. Doshjet's going to nail that ace to the wall on the swing for the aggressive peak. That's not something we say very often. Easy. Warman's just playing with him inside, outside on the wall. Can he find the rotation round in time? Good wiggle shots. It's actually Doshjet that supports him from Garden to pick up the kill.
We'll slow down once more. We hear that plant going down yet again. Furlex trying to crab walk forward and then explodes, finds a double. Furlex up to 9. We talked about Moyanri in the previous one being that glue. Furlex almost into double digits and only 3 deaths as well. He's going to try to beat Alfie here, who does spot 1. And Alfie turns on a dime. goes down. Oilrig will tie it up one more time.
Number. Folks, if you didn't fetch your popcorn, go grab it quickly. You're going to need it. This is going to be a good one. This is just back and forth chaos. I cannot believe how well Doshjet has been moving on Shield versus the Ace Down Garden. He's up 2 for 1 so far on head-to-head, straight head-to-heads, and he's won 4 out of 5 of the occasions, so that's not something we say very often. That Ace, normally running on Demon Energy. Speaking of Demon Energy, crazy deletion. Alpi's gone, Warmin's got Furlex. Early opener to round number 7 is flying into the favor of Jumbo team.
Well, Oilrig turned around a 3v5 earlier, just a couple rounds ago. They're going to need to work that magic one more time, but you look at the hole that Jumbo team has. OKAK has been dangerous. Here's the footsteps. The pre-fire connects beautifully. The BP to the dome, now in a 5v2. That Ace crank, card stacked against him, and again, the positioning from Jumbo team so good right now.
Discipline is good. He doesn't quite manage to find the fight onto Maisie on the corner.
Oh my! That's enough to make you sick.
It's last but not least, isn't it? It's one of those ones. We'll take that. On the way out, you'll take that. It's a losing round. Jumbo team steal. I won't say steal. They slam around home. It's that Ace that's stealing a kill in the back end of it, but bruh. Oof. Is that going to wake him up? Because that's the kind of kill for a player like that Ace that would encourage one of those walkout rounds. Are you ready for that Ace to just stomp through K1 and just bonk, bonk, bonk? That's definitely a feel.
When am I not ready for that? Any marksman I love to see. I mean, we really almost never see marksmen on those CIS squads, at least in the last few ACSs, and you don't really see it on any squads anymore with the current meta. So the fact that that Ace is sticking true to the form, you love to see. He's very, very talented and just a fun player to watch.
Big walkouts on both sides. Felix gets taken out, but Bakizi steps up to knock down Sherbak, picks up a good kill. Doshjet is also out of the equation, so 2 of Jumbo team's leading aggressive players now knocked down. Leaves Warm in the backbone to step up. It's Crank for 1. Gomi trades out. It's a good reposition. Doesn't quite get Crank out of trouble. Smoke goes off. Bomb is stuck in mid between a B-site lone anchor on Alpi, Bakizi top mid, and that Ace who's enjoying the sun in the middle of garden.
Well, there's still a minute on the clock here for Jumbo team to figure out what they want to do. You can see him trying to figure out if they want to work through mid here. Gummy, util in hand. I believe he's got a nade there. See that one rip out, or just a smoke, rather. But where do they go from here? I mean, there's 45 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to start to quicken this pace relatively soon.
Shot from behind, Bakizi finds his man. Gummy goes down, and that's the bomb. Safe and sturdy, the captain is not, though, as Maisie's going to rip the head off. Bakizi down, that Ace and Alpi left to hold. 22 on the clock. Where is Alpi? There he is. Hello.
The amount of times that someone has their crosshair in the right spot and Alpi peeks and still finds the kill sometimes is baffling. The man just quick, decisive reactions. Even if they're just millimeters, able to find these quick kills here and now. You said it, EPA finds a way to tie it up here as we get set to swap sides. I feel like, or EPA, sorry, Oilrig. I feel like you've got to be happy if you're Oilrig, though, with a 4v4 half. And if you can come out swinging here early and really try to put the foot on the neck here of Jumbo team, we'll see if they can make something happen.
I have to agree with you. I think 4 and 4 half is very good. Starting off on court, we spoke about 5 and 3 being a good effort from EPA in the first match, and I don't think that that's changed. I think 5 and 3 is, you know, well done from the attacking side and well held from the defending side. You give yourself a chance. I think 4 and 4 is, you know, we spoke about it yesterday, where the attacking team at this level of competition, at this tier of competitive gameplay, you've got to be slamming your attacking rounds home, as that's where you get the most control over the tempo and where the gameplay goes. 2-man hold over towards the B side, 3 strong towards A from Jumbo team. Aggressive 2-man push towards the site wall on A will give them good info read that nobody's here just yet. What they don't realize is there is a 2-man bomb squad from Oilrig super lurking over outside of A long towards C2.
mean, you look at the board as well, and Oilrig's only down by a single round to Jumbo Team. If they could find a way to win this game and then EPA topples them later, I mean, we, again, can really see some mix-ups in the leaderboard here, but they've got to get through this one first. That ace swarm, and the first to take some damage. We see that ace beginning to creep forward, but you mentioned it earlier. This A site seems to be a little bit more of that favorable site. We see Oilrig working here first.
Yeah, 5v5 so far, and the smoke and mirrors has only done as much as bring everybody to the site of contention, actually, funnily enough. There's a lone lurker in DOSJet that's really working the outside angle. It's going to turn up in about 15 seconds time. Warman and Gummy are not going to give him time to get there, though. It seems like they're ready to just hold the line from the front-facing angle. Smoke over on site. Warman's about to get walked up on. He gets rolled by that ace. Pakizi looking, lurking, searching, trying to find a Gummy on the corner. He doesn't get the kill. Bomb's going to make it to site. Flank's here. Oilrig have to make a move sooner, so going to get themselves sandwiched from behind. That's a move they need to make. That ace finds one of the members anchoring the back corner of that site. Now, where is DOSJet?
That ace and the sixth sense. He just feels it. Alpi's going to be the first to find it, though, and all of a sudden they begin to turn these numbers around again. Alpi knows that there's probably someone close here. It's a common position to be in, and now that ace roll shit forward. We're going to look to hold that plan. He's able to find the first. That ace, the flick is not there, but the device does get planted. Maisie able to find the final two and the defusal. It was a close round, a nail biter that comes to the wire, but Jumbo Team able to come out on top. They'll regain the lead at the start of the second half.
Did we just witness the first time ever that I think that ace would rather he had an assault rifle?
You know, I think the biggest thing there is I don't know if he knows that Plant was getting down in time because his teammate got killed right at the moment. I feel like realistically he probably could have pressured into the halls a little bit there and taken some more time on that second shot, but I felt like it was down to that final second, so he just popped that shot off. It was kind of sporadic, and so I don't necessarily think he needed a different weapon. It was just that the timing, but into the next round we go. DOSJet will find the first one on the crank.
Trade straight back out, though, as Felix is going to find him and fold him from the corner that he's killed the first from. Smoke up in two secrets, going to deny any Oilrig access towards the B site from the easy pass-through. Oh, Jumbo Team has set up for this as well as a counter terrorist hold that gets removed. Felix is just better on his wheels today. Good to see to the return of a consistent Felix who's fragging out like we are very familiar with knowing him do so for the Oilrig lineup. Careful close contest. Oilrig have a super hold on this B site mid-centric. There is a creeper in Maisie, though, that finds the bomb. Why is the bomb running away?
Ooh. Furlex takes a gamble, scoops it up. Maisie's going to find another one onto that ace, though. And Furlex, I mean, he's killing it at 12 and 6. He's been dominating the main game as well. I've been able to check out some of his streams recently and has been putting in the work. Looking to make it pay off here in this one, though. They need this round to tie it up. 40 seconds on the clock. JT has to make something happen.
I think a little bit of confusion there from the Oilrig side as to which member needed to challenge first. It does, however, work out in their favor for getting that bomb down on site. Maisie's looking to try and defuse. Sherback holding the angle. You want to put your trust in somebody to hold the site. That's the one. Felix is in. Felix is fuming. He's livid. He's not going to be living that long, though. This is the one you rely on. It's Sherback. No time left on the clock. He has to stick it because he just needs to swing and it's done for. Night-night. Well played, Oilrig. Oh, it's close, Haw. I cannot stop changing my mind as to who has control of each of these rounds. It's just so back and forth.
Couldn't ask for a better day, too, right? You look back at the OKAK EPA match, and you're like, how do you top that? Well, with an Oilrig JT 5-5 match here on Fort, both of these teams continue to fight for the lead. Neck and neck in this race, and as we wind down, as we get closer to that match point, that number of 8 looking for 9, every round becomes that much more increasingly crucial here for each of these squads. Early made from Gummy. The bounce is good. They shatter like cockroaches and keep the life, but not for long. Break Gummy. 5 hits.
Yeah, Pakizi gets his head ripped off. Norman and Alfie goes in the way. A Jumbo Team 2 for 2, though, is Crank and that ace are picking up trades on the backside. The back of Crank is exposed. Somehow slipped out of the way of DOSJet, but only to re-peek straight into the pre-fire. That ace left last. 1 versus 2. Bomb down on his side. And long angles to play into, actually. You want to talk about a that ace territory. This is well set.
Low, but methodical. Nothing new here for that ace. 2v1s, 3v1s. We've seen a ton of clutches, even with the bolty in hand. He's got a minute to work with. Now, that time will begin to dwindle quickly, but it's still enough time. Jumbo team right now just displaying phenomenal patience here, and they're really putting the weight here on the shoulders of that ace to make something happen. And Maisie, the P90, will find another. JT, it seems like they're just one ahead. They're always that team that regains the lead. It's Oilrig that's able to tie it up, but they've got to put 2 rounds in a row if they want to find a way to eventually take this from JT.
Agree. Problematically, though, we said this about them in the OKAK match, too. They were keeping up with them, 1 ahead in the lead, until it got to the point where it flipped at 6 and 7. Oilrig still have to get themselves to the position where they put them at 6 and 6 to get that pressure down to be able to flip the scoreline, but for now, trends do tell a tale from the history. We've got to see Jumbo team overcome that hurdle first before either team can be considered out of this one. A 4-man line of scrimmage behind the B site is an interesting setup from Jumbo team here. Warman left all alone on A to do what he needs to. Bikizi, who we're on board with right now, is probably just as confused as I think the rest of his team is, that there's nobody around to be found at all during that mid-control that we normally look for. Instead, Sherbak is playing just outside of CT for a pick onto Con. Oh, man.
Furlex is able to get on the site here. Unfortunately, that ace goes down early. Alpi will find a pick back onto Doshjet, but Furlex caught here by Maisie, and now Alpi has to come up with some big kills and does it. Bikizi in a 1v4. JT, maybe that game 1 of yesterday still haunting the back of their mind. They want to make sure it doesn't happen here again, and if they can get this 2-point cushion, they'll certainly plead a great case to close this one out.
Got 14 and 7. Maisie's crazy. Not as crazy as Bikizi, though. What is that? His 2's good. The king is back. The cookbook master himself. And he's got himself a double slammer.
Gosh, Sherbak, though. He's just been such a valuable asset to this Jumbo team. New on the roster, but just such a phenomenal fit here for this squad. And with that, Jumbo team will extend that lead by 2. They give themselves a little breathing room to work with. Oilrig, they have to turn it on now. This is an important round for Oilrig. You have to just feel like that. I mean, 8 and 5 against a team like Jumbo team. Surely they're going to be able to solidify one of those next 3. Certainly not impossible, but for Oilrig to give themselves that best opportunity, they really can't afford to lose this one.
Smoke out towards K1. Aggressive rotation from Jumbo team back towards spawn as they realize that B is already completely an Oilrig site. Oh, there's less than 20 off the clock and the bomb's already down. 48 left. 1-for-1 trades as Doshjet takes out the season. Furlex finds Funnel. It's all going down in mid as Doshjet has Krang. Furlex takes out Maisie. Alpi's down to Doshjet. That's 3. Furlex takes out Sherbak. That's also 3. It's back and forth between these 2 absolute demons and the top titans for their teams, and they're just killing them all on their own. Who's the next victim on the block? Doshjet's got that ace in his sights.
Gray comes out. Dosh is dangerously low there. But with only 20 seconds on the clock, they really don't have much time. They've got to pick up the pace a bit here. The angles, peekaboo, but Alpi and crew will dip back in. That ace will find the pick. 8 seconds on the clock. There's just not enough time. Doshjet will find the consolation prize. Furlex will make sure no one is still standing. And Oilrig will get 1 away from tying it up. What? 4 kills that round in 17 and 9. Furlex.
Not just that, 4 kills around per player for Doshjet and Furlex in that one. Both players riding the top tiers of their teams with the scoreline. Doshjet's lead of the Jumbo team and Maisie, but Furlex flying. He is out for blood today. 17 and 9 on that P90. Oilrig pull the score back to 7 and 6. But it's close, man. It's so close.
Oh, I can feel my heart beating out of my chest, let alone what these players must be going through and trying to deal with, all while playing this competitive match here. Gummy on the lineup here. Will it find a home? Well, it bounces dangerously close to a teammate. A little extra mustard on that one, and it might have found a TK. DashJet dangerously low on health.
Jumbo team have been drastically intimidated from the round from before for the big B push. They've put themselves in place for setup and sight, but they're trusting in Warman to hold off on the A side. Oilrig read into it and try to go towards the other side. 2 quick kills from Warman are going to remove the majority of the team. Sherbak's there. We said it all weekend long. Sherbak's there just when Oilrig looked to try and get their claws back into the round and settle in some form of stability to sight. Sherbak is there to knock them over. The final kill comes through, and 8-6 Jumbo team push themselves to match point.
Match point we go. Oilrig's going to need 2 in a row now if they want to see overtime. Do they have what it takes? That's the big question now on the attacking side. Need to see something big here. Crank 8-13 at the moment. That Ace 9-12. Bakizi 8-12. Alpi 4-4. Is that maybe not correct?
Wait.
Only 4 deaths seems crazy.
Good question. Honestly, my brain cells hurt trying to diagnose and process that, so we're going to just skip that and get back to that in a bit. Ow. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. You got me there. Good. 2-1-2 split from the attacking side of Oilrig. We've got 2 holding mid-control, Colt backwards. We've got 1 pushing up towards the ramp on B, and 2 out towards Cannon, bomb tucked out in the Cannon sandbags. Jumbo team, in contrast, have 4 spread across towards this B site and 1 lone A anchor towards long. Top mid control falls in favor of Jumbo team for the time being, but Colt is currently being searched out for by Oilrig. We saw this the very first round of the game where they sent this 3-man squad on a bit of a scouting trip, and then the bomb the other way. Warman finds Furlex. Bakizi trades out.
Oh, shot's great from Crank, and he does find Sherbak here. It opens up a few more opportunities. We see JT on the minimap beginning to close in toward this side as Crank does go down at the prone position.
This is a good setup here now, so if we can get smoke out towards the site, get the bomb planted down, Crank's going to pick up a lurking maze. He's up for 2. Crank is frying for the 3rd.
My man cranking out kills like Soldier Boy out here, baby.
A nice full house between the Catman and his comrade for Crank for 3, Bakizi for 2. 1 round is saved. Jumbo team have 1 more round to get it over the line. But we're going to overtime, baby.
I would love for an overtime. I would absolutely love for an overtime at the moment. Oilrig, they need 1 more, though. And it seems like it's been tough for them to get multiple rounds in a row. They do find 2 here, but can they get this 3rd one as well?
Slow walk out from DashJet's a little bit of a creature play. You love to see this, though. A little bit of an adaptation. Grenade goes off behind him, and nobody really should be reading the fact that DashJet is right here, right now. This is such a weird position to be in from the defending standpoint. Ace is going to peek aggressively. Both notices, he recognizes, he's going to get the kill. Second holds the pixel peek from the top of the archway and the catwalk.
Talk about timing. Maisie had that, looks away just as they begin to scroll through mid. That Ace, the first opening snipe on the DashJet. They've given themselves an opportunity here, a player advantage to work with. We see on the mini-map the majority of Jumbo team beginning to shift toward this B site. They're going to anchor Warman down over here. And now we see Sherbak beginning to go back. They're not sure what Oilrig is doing here, but they're going to find 1 on Crank.
Furlex almost managing to catch Gummy on the rotation through the top of mid towards CT. Bomb and company now making a bit of sound. Audio cues on the metal. The Ace does not care at all. He is just going to step up and slam Maisie down out of mini. Bomb side control again wrestled into Oilrig. Bomb down on B4. Man hold goes to the 3 defending side. That Ace takes himself another 1.
He does it while re-peeking into a pre-fire as well. The man is absolutely fearless. Warman from behind, though, is going to take out the juggernaut of Furlex, but there's still another one here in Data Ace who finds the snipe on the Sherbak. It's a 3v1. Oilrig has given themselves the best opportunity to take this one to overtime. Warman finds Bakizi, but Alpi continues to be that staple here on the B side. It's a big pick, and it's only game number 2 of the day, but we're already in for a treat. Overtime between Oilrig and Jumbo Team. And that ace, 4K in that round cracked.
Yep. It was one short of the ace. One short. Back to back to back. So multi-kills from the demon himself with the sniper rifle. So,
does that answer your question about whether he might want to rather have a rifle or a P90 there?
Nah, honestly, this ain't over till it's over. We still got 4 more rounds minimum with a gameplay here. Well, technically 3 minimum, but 4 rounds worth of gameplay for the folks at home. Overtime is a 2-sided battle per half, folks. 2 rounds of attack for Jumbo Team, then 2 rounds of defense for Jumbo Team. Obviously, on the flip side, Oilrig have 2 rounds of defense, then 2 rounds of attack. You need to be winning by the end of overtime, 4 by 3 clear rounds to claim the victory in overtime. So, it is in the hands of Jumbo Team first for their 2 attacking half rounds to try and get themselves up to a 1-1 scoreline or a 2-0 lead to give them chances at closing out the match.
I feel like Oilrig's got to get at least one of these first 2 rounds here. They don't want to allow JT up by 2. And that ace, again, Dodge and that ace have been having this battle. We've seen it go a little bit both directions as Bakizi picks up on the Warman, and now on a 5v3, Oilrig looking to claim the first round of OT.
And diving and dodging. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a bullet. Crank's got his fast shoes on today. Sherbak goes down. Gummy gets a trade, but it's all feeling just a little bit woeful for Jumbo Team, given how much great work they've done at the beginning of this game. You want to talk about Crank? He's cranked it up to 11 when it's gone to the late half of this game. Look at how much health he's not got left, by the way.
Man's playing the spinal tap, he said. Maisie, Gummy in a 2v4. They're okay being patient. They've got a little bit of time to work with, but 40 seconds, 50 seconds, it seems like a lot until you just look down and back up and it's all gone. So they're going to have to quicken this pace soon, but you look at Oilrig and their positioning across this A site, their control of mid here as well, and how does Jumbo Team get through this?
Slowly. And not with a lot of ease. Knocking down the captain's definitely going to help. Crank's going to get removed and reduced to cinders, although there wasn't much of Crank's health left to speak of. Jumbo Team are going to get an attempt at plant. Hold down. And he's now reset. Alpi gets rinsed on the repeat as he tries to put himself into the action. It's not even close. Jumbo Team's dummy is going on a rampage.
That's a tough round for Oilrig. They have a 4v2 advantage there, and they allow Jumbo Team to isolate a lot of these 1s or 2v2s, and they don't get to quite use that numbers advantage to their full potential here. So that's a really tough round for Oilrig, honestly.
On the minimap. How are Jumbo Team setting this one up? Ooh, okay. Bomb back a catwalk, nade out to cannons. Quick. 2-man push out towards cannons. Going to find... It's Alfie. Maisie takes out Burlex. But you've got to remember that this mini position is held and owned by Oilrig's Alpi for a reason. Crank looking in the space. Ready. He's going to find him on the second set of shots. Catches the shoulder just through the edge of the smoke as it fades ever so slightly.
JT with that numbers advantage. There's Alpi right at home, baby. This is his spot. They might as well rename it to the Alpi spot here as Alpi finds 2 crazy ones. And now that device trying to pressure forward. That barrel almost sticking out, but not giving away the intel just yet. We saw Jumbo Team clutch up a 2v4. This time maybe a bit easier, but that ace is going to make it tougher. Doesn't quite connect on that one. Maybe down to half health here as Bakizi picks up on his friend. And now in a 1v3, that ace says, I don't miss more than once. He'll find it. Oilrig does get one of the first 2 rounds here in overtime.
There you go, and now the pressure flips sides. It's on Oilrig to convert their 2 attacking rounds, and it pressure more heavily in the arms of Jumbo Team to make sure they pick up at least one of these here to keep themselves alive. 2 victories in a row for Jumbo Team will take them out of overtime successful. As we have spoken to this effect before, the attacking side, especially in overtime, it's where you get to set the pace, you get to set the tempo, and choose how you really want the round to play out. You have a lot more control than the defending team do.
Well, we're going to set swap sides, and I mean, potential second overtime, question mark? I'd love to see these guys duke it out for a little while longer. I mean, this has been a close back and forth, and it makes it tough to figure out who's going to win. So lucky for us, we'll let the players do the talking once more. It's our second half of overtime 1. Crack said it, Oilrig, they're on the attacking side now. They've got to make it happen.
Eyes onto the Jumbo Team defending side, because we've seen them go for a couple of wacky approaches to aggressive push-out. Sherback on the left-hand side, the back court cover is going to end up working out well for 1. Big Easy takes out Warman. Gummy's got the response, but that Ace and Crank take a 3-for-1 entry trade onto the A site. Full control. Long and short challenges, though, do not go well. Doshjet picks up that Ace. The long challenge reverts back through mid to back up short, so Battle Buddy system coming in through from short to try and retake. 2 versus 3.
The plant is already down, so again, it puts that pressure on Jumbo Team to make something happen. We see Bikisi here in this prone position. We'll go ahead and get to his feet as Jumbo Team tries to work forward again. Just 23 seconds on the clock. They've got to find 3 picks while leaving themselves roughly 6 seconds or so for that defusal here. They're going to find Crank. Alpi, though, quick to trade back, and now we'll rotate away, trying to force out these long fights, these engagements, eating up time off the clock, and they've done it. They've ate up enough time. Bikisi will find the kill anyway, but Oilrig, very late in this one, will finally steal the lead away. Can they find this final round and maybe get our first upset of the day?
They have shown really good strength of being able to slam down towards that B site. It's been almost Oilrig-esque for a long time ago, from when they did the first ever Cannons Rush as a 5-man stack just for that aggressive surprise attack. Now, they've shown they can do it towards the A site. They've shown they can do it towards the B site. Where do they throw the last trump card? Bikisi himself said they could be a dark horse and could take out anybody on their day. Well, they're proving it so right now.
Looks like they're headed toward the B site here. There's 3 on A for Jumbo Team. We see Gummy already beginning to rotate that way, though, and this is a dangerous game to play if you're Alpi. Doshjet has found some good picks here, even on that Ace from downrange. That P90 equally as dangerous from this distance.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you've got a chance of figuring out which player is which. Doshjet absolutely has been one of the ones for Jumbo Team that's been doing the most damage when it comes to repelling early aggression. As Oilrig, you want to play away from a player that's feeling like they're on fire. Try and find some good opening picks on members that have had the confidence knocked a little bit if possible. Not always that easy. Close challenge on the corner, sees just playing discipline to a T, and he gets himself a 2-piece for it. Bomb down. Jumbo Team in hard control of round number 20.
We see that fast rotation from Jumbo Team once they realize that device is down. We even see a long lurking flank coming in here from Maisie, but you look at the mini-map, and Bikisi's in a really good position here to potentially find 2 or 3 on this A side.
Furlex has been found out, though. Gummy knows where he's holding them from. As Bikisi turns up to play spoiler, Furlex is holding all the aggression. This might just be perfect. No, Doshjet has got the game sense to recognize that that flank could be open. Bikisi is banished before making even a dent.
Alpi holding on for a thread, but only for a moment, and the moment is gone. Mazzy will clean it up. It's a decisive round win, and yep, 10-10. We are going for a little bit longer here, Crack.
Overtime number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Jumbo Team now find themselves back in the driving seat for a couple to see if they can secure a 2-0 lead before swapping the half over for overtime number 2.
Oof, there's a lot resting on this game for both of these teams, really, and so you can really feel that pressure beginning to build. And we talk about, you know, that's where diamonds are made. So Right now, both of these teams shining bright like that diamond at the moment, but only one can get the dub here. It's going to be up to Jumbo Team now, back on the attacking side here. And much like in that previous one, you feel like whatever team or whatever side you're on, you need a minimum of 1 round in that opening half.
You do got to look at the crazy plays, though. Oilrig have been throwing everything and the kitchen sink at some of these creative attacking rounds to try and get the ball over the line. It's only so long that works for. Very tight choke squeeze from the Jumbo team as all 5 members trying to pressure their way up towards this B site to donut. 1 bedroom, 1 heaven, 1 hell. Oilrig still quite spread with 2 defending members towards the A site. Jumbo team try and choose to give them a dose of their own medicine and go with the same pace Oilrig are. They're going to find themselves heavily down the numbers. Discipline, and he wins out the fight for it. Good choice. That ace is good one.
Beautiful. And you saw the double take there from Sherbach as well. He spots that elbow and then just exchange. And Furlex will fall. He puts in some good damage toward Maisie and Dashjet. And that ace is ready to be that janitor. He's ready to clean up the crew, but Gummy's got other plans. And that ace will fall. 1 more at mid. They don't realize Crank is here. Gummy down. Dashjet on to Bikizi.
Yeah, Dashjet again reads Bikizi's positioning like a book that he's cooked himself. Great challenge from Jumbo Team mid. He's going to find himself stuck on some hardcore parkour as Crank cranks it up again. Oilrig steal the first of Jumbo Team's attacking rounds, and this is where Oilrig are really going to put the foot down. Can they get 2 in a row off of Jumbo Team and give themselves 2 shots at taking the match off of them?
Man, that ace up to 18 and 16 as well. When we saw Furlex, I think 9 and 3 at one point. And he was that glue that we talked about that was holding the squad together long enough for them to get things pumping and dumping. That ace up to 18, cranked at 15 now as well. Alpi, I think at 12, roughly, we can see it, that score in between the rounds. Yep. But they've gathered the first round here. If they can get this one as well, man, it would have to feel real good. It's going to open up with a kill from Crank as well, and they might just be able to do it.
Don't want to get too overzealous. That first early pick has got to keep Oilrig stable and sturdy on this site. The rest of Jumbo Team are just lurking behind walls. That ace finds another one. The shots from Crank are a bit wayward to begin with, but he corrects. That Sherbach going down. Gummy finds one. It's Furlex holding that mid control. We will see Jumbo Team bolt for that middle connector now as the bomb is gone. Long gone towards B. Do you remember, like I remember, Hort, the story of a man that made a Pole his best friend and ally? The one person that is always left to lock down that B site. Well, it forces Gummy in intimidation to return back to shore into the waiting arms of Bikizi, and the Balti Ball 11LR is going to finish off Jumbo Team. Oilrig do pull themselves to a 2-round advantage in overtime and secure 2 shots at the match.
The Bolty and that ace go together like peanut butter and jelly. My man is just mint for that. He is built like that. He's up to 20 kills as a marksman, and I don't know if we've really seen any other marksmen in this tournament yet. I think back to yesterday, and I can't remember a single one other than that ace. And so far, that's what we've seen here today, but showing in the right hands, it is still a viable class. And now 12 to 10, Oilrig only needs 1 more of the next 2 rounds. They have given themselves the best possible chance here to close this game out.
Yeah, Jumbo Team have got to fend this off twice as well. If they're successful on the first, that's not the job over. They've got to do it 2 times in a row to be able to keep themselves in this one now. Oilrig made life a little easier for themselves in the first overtime by picking up 1 of the attacking rounds. This time they've gone 1 better for 2. Bikizi's gone 1 better for taking out one of the most strong players in the Jumbo Team in this match, and he deletes Dashjet. So hard on the left hand into that overhead right hand peak Hort. That is not a fight Bikizi should be winning, but somehow the cookbook master, he makes it work.
Yeah, and I feel like you got to in situations like this. If you want to win games, that ace, now Crank good for 2. Furlex falls to Warman, but Crank has found that trade at a minimum. A 4v1. The device goes down. Maisie Bikizi is behind him. Oilrig may have just found the first big upset of ACS. That ace will wrap it up with a snipe, and Oilrig has done it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have liftoff. Europe has left the ground when it comes to the EU versus CIS rivalry with a victory in the books and an MVP performance out of that ace with 22 kills on the marksman class. 3-round MVPs shared by his teammates in Crank and in Furlex, who we cannot forget, by the way, at one point was 17-4 to keep Oilrig in a game that was looking like Jumbo Team were going to close it out before we had a whip of overtime, let alone an Oilrig victory.
7 assists for that ace, 10 assists for Furlex as well. And this was a team that was playing like a team, playing together, even when they found themselves down by 2 or 3 rounds late in this one with Jumbo Team already at match point. And again, it's that never say never attitude. They continue to fight tooth and nail. They trudge through the trenches, and what a story they write here in day number 2. They were at the bottom of the pack in their group with that -3 round differential. They'll now be able to look to topple Jumbo Team here. And so now all of this pressure on Jumbo Team for a matchup a little bit later against EPA.
Oh, you love to see it. It sets the scenes. Do EPA fall to Jumbo Team? Do they manage to knock them down and out? Because that would be down and out. Oilrig, they just 13-10. It's cinema. It's cinema again. Game after game after game in this darn tournament is always cinema. I find myself looking constantly online, jokingly, for a spare pair of lungs. We're going to need them by the end of this one. What a game. Back and forth. I mean, you've highlights. Doshjet absolutely preying on fools making mistakes. Warman, the return of Warman as well looked really good for Jumbo Team, actually. Another great performance out of him. Sherbak, again, this guy's consistency is on another level, and it's the back ends of the round where sometimes we talk about you don't necessarily have to have the highest KD, but it's the impact that your kills make. It's how much you make towards the objective that really does make the difference. Just great play. However, not great enough, apparently. Oilrig, 13-10. The scoreline says it all.
And you talk about the performance yesterday. It was a tough one for them. And I think for them to be able to bounce back like this in day 2 is absolutely huge, especially when we're getting down to that nitty-gritty, when we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 teams today, to really take matters into your own hands and make something happen. You love to see it from this EU squad. And yeah, again, it makes it really exciting because they're not done on the day yet either. Oilrig has a really tough matchup later today. Jumbo Team does not have an easy matchup against EPA, who did beat Oilrig yesterday. So, I mean, we're in for an absolute treat today.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about things that don't stop coming, guys, we're not going to stop giving you some great stuff thanks to a beautiful partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon. Hunt Premier, Battle State games. Folks, it doesn't matter which one of the 3 you're looking at right now. That is a triangular set of solidarity at the front stage of competitive EFT. You want to get your hands on something great? Maybe check out an AMD Radeon Aorus site near you. Maybe even just type !monitor in the Hunt Premier chat. Or maybe take a moment to have a look at some of the amazing products that they have on offer thanks to this. Insanity. Amazing, honestly. Unbelievable. I said amazing so many times today, I'm going to actually start hearing the word burnt out. I need to start expanding that vocabulary to some more creative context and colourful verbs. It's just ridiculous, the content we've had so far today. Both sets of matches from the championship have been insane. Yesterday's games were an absolute great start to the tournament, but honestly, day 2 has not stopped delivering. We've got 4 more insane matches still to come. We've got the highlights to see from the previous match on the way very shortly. We're going to be taking ourselves a moment of time in the very near future to be able to stock up our desks, which I am highly advising, folks, when the break comes around, get your stuff ready. Get drinks, get food, get snacks, because I'm guaranteeing you now, you are going to need to be locked into your seat today. It just has the feeling of games of the century vibes to it.
Well, we get to start off these highlights with some of that ace snipe action. We see some good nades here as well. That one finds Bikizi toward the back of sight here. Dashjet. We saw this battle between Dashjet and that ace several times, and it really went both ways a handful of times, but Dashjet coming up big in this round. We would kind of see some back and forth here at the beginning. It looked like Jumbo Team was beginning to reel away with it, and then Oilrig slamming us into overtime. Furlex, that glue at this point, 8-3 already, and just what a monstrous game from both teams.
Yeah, I think both teams with the 5 players as well took it in turns to try and restabilize the mentality for each other throughout the 5 members. You see standout performances. Maisie at one point was going nuclear. That ace had his moments of highlights, which we're not surprised to see is very that easy-esque. You see Bikizi working off of the back of that ace, where I say that easy because that's something I've become commonly very familiar with referring to it as. It's that ace's work alongside the big brain of the captain that drives this wagon, and then you've got 3 absolute demons in Alpi, Furlex and Crank that are just working around this master plan that they've got in the back of their minds. You say that with strength, and you want to talk about strength, well, Jumbo Team, bruh, these guys look exceptionally strong. I mean, pushing it to overtime, 8-8, it forced a second overtime out of Oilrig to be able to pull it back.
It's really crazy to think about because Jumbo Team technically wasn't quite able to qualify for this until they had found just one team short, and it was worst players, I believe, who eventually disbanded that got Jumbo Team a ticket into this, and certainly showing that they're well deserving. I mean, they almost topple a big team yesterday. They bring this one down to the wire as well, but unfortunately for them, they've just fallen a little bit short here each and every time, and they've only got one more game on the day to be able to prove themselves.
Yeah, and I did see a couple of comments in the chat about people saying about worst players. No, chat, we're not being salty or BMing them. That was the name of their team. They were literally called worst players, all right? It was another team that did end up qualifying as a 4th place in their region, but they ended up disbanding before coming to the Arena Cup Series, and therefore we invited the next team on the seeding. Come on, kitten. I'm getting assassinated, chat. Sorry, the cats are they're being needed today. Apologies. But no, 2 down, hot. 2 down of 6 amazing games. 4 more to come. I think it's time to take a little bit of a rewind. I feel like I've got some cats I need to feed by the looks of it, and I think everybody else needs to get some snacks and drinks ready because we have got 4 insane games still to come. Given the context of the first 2, I can only hope for equal, if not better.
Let chat think I'm calling them the worst players. I'm ready to start that Cruella de Vil arc that you had kind of talked about. But you're right. We need to get a little short break. Before we go, I do want to remind everybody, ! Socials in the Hunt Premier chat. There's only just a little bit of time left to get on that giveaway of that beautiful laptop that does have an RTX 5050 GPU in it. So make sure you take advantage of that. Also in the Hunt Premier chat, ! Monitor for that as well if you want to get on that giveaway that's going to be running until next Sunday on the 14th. And one more time over in the BSG, I'm just getting word from all the wonderful people here in the background. We've got another stash giveaway for you. So much like the mustache, a little bit different, a little more room maybe, but in the BSG chat, in the Battle State Games chat, I need you to head over there and type ! Stash so we can get that giveaway going for you during this wonderful break. Go get those snacks, get those drinks, but like Crack said, don't go too far. Make sure you stockpile because we've got so much more action here in front of you just on the other side of this short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second day of the Arena Cup Series Season 5. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined here in the booth with Hot Sauce on the mics to bring you all of the action from inside of the arena. We've had 2 of our explosive games so far. We've got 4 more stonkers battles to put on the pitch for you to follow that, and tons more goodies being given away in the chat. If you weren't here before the break, then there's many commands going on across both the Hunt Premier Twitch channel and the Battle State Games Twitch channel, so make sure to keep your eyes peeled for the pin notifications and your ears open for ourselves yelling out when you might be able to get your hands on some goodies. Hort, it's been insane, as we expect for Arena Cup Series, has become known as the standard, but what have we got in store left for the folks at home?
We got 4 more best of ones left for everybody here. This next one might be a little bit of a tougher one for the Spartans coming up, though. 404 taking on the Spartans, and as you see there, the Tarkov helped former squad, but Spartans had a bit of a tough day yesterday. I mean, they had to play some tough teams, and so it's only going to get a little bit tougher here. Natrig, Evie, Solyara, Pomani, and Ramza, they've been popping off, and, well, the Spartans, they've got a very tough test. Even with a big blowout, I'm not sure that they can get out of that relegated spot here. But, you know, you talked about it earlier. Sometimes those crazy things happen when you don't really have anything to lose and you can just have fun and lay it all on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it requires a positive 10-round difference in the favor of the Spartans. So it would require a 9-4 victory or better from the Spartans for them to even the playing field. 9-4 would simply match that round difference, bearing in mind, obviously, with them being 10 rounds apart but playing each other, every plus round difference for the Spartans is also going to be won off of the 404 scoreline. So although it looks out of the realms of possibility at a plus 10 difference in one match, because they're playing each other, it actually only makes it plus 5 required by the Spartans for them to get themselves equal. So a 9-3 is required for a guaranteed climb above them in the table. And I'm telling you now, I mean, I have all the faith in the world in the Spartans roster. We saw some ridiculous shots, even despite the tough match they had yesterday, where Stripey hit a hip fire from the back of tower lane through Gen that both me and you were astounded at how the guy had got one tap so quickly with a 6 shot. But it's going to take more than a couple of 6 shots to be able to take apart 404.
Yeah, I mean, Mercenary beat the Spartans yesterday 9-3, and then we saw 404 topple Mercenary 9-7 in what was a very close battle. But for me, I felt like the Spartans are a very good team, but they didn't quite look like themselves yesterday. There were some minor mistakes. There were a few things that I felt like that maybe could have been done just a little bit better. But, I mean, that's the simple thing that they've got 4 young players here, maybe in the ACS for the first time. So there's a lot of jitters. There's a lot of experience to overcome. So I think that this is great for them, getting some traction, getting some footing, getting some experience under their belt. But again, it's just a tough matchup for them today. I'm hoping to see something crazy, maybe a little bit of surprise, but why don't we take a look at the map picks here, Cracked, and see exactly where we're headed for this next matchup.
Well, this is one of the points that we always like to have as a contest as to whether each team is favored on the pitch. We're deciding no Skybridge, no Bowl, no Fort and no Iceberg. It's a Bay 5 kind of day for the time being. And I'm actually more considering this one to feel good for both teams, actually. I don't think that this is a not Spartans map or a not 404 map. I think both teams have shown avid capability on this pitch. Difference being that I think maybe the Russian team is going to have themselves a little bit more experience at a higher level in this environment, and that might be the tough challenge that the Spartans have to face. Pace yesterday was not their issue. It was being able to keep up with trading the kills back and forth that we've seen done very well out of the likes of EPA and Oilrig today for their successes that the Spartans struggled with yesterday. So I'm looking personally as to see whether we don't get too many of these rounds that settle with a 4-2 advantage for 404, maybe a 5-2 advantage. I want to see Spartans keeping that player count within the ones. Maybe a 3-2 is fine, 2-3. Try and keep those advantages to themselves to work this out of a very chaotic map in Bay 5.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little surprised that we're going to Bay 5, but I know it has been a pretty popular pick. We saw 404 lose on Bay 5 to Virtus Pro, I think 9-4, and we saw Spartans lose to Virtus Pro 9-2 on Bay 5. So really only 2-round difference there, but it seems like both of these teams struggled a little bit on Bay 5 yesterday. So I am a little bit surprised that we are headed back here, but it seems to be, you know, every ACS, it seems like there's a common map that everybody seems to love. And so far, it seems to be Bay 5 this time around.
different weapon styles, different metas. Definitely the pace of the game plays a lot into these maps. I think we've spoken about aggressive attacking sided plays for a lot of the tournament so far, based off of the fact that that's a very heavily Russian-based mentality, is that very get on site, get in your opponent's face, give them the what for without really giving them a chance to adjust kind of mentality, which is why they see so much success on that attacking side. So fair play to that one, but I don't know whether I'm favoring either half of this one. I feel like the Spartans are going to have a tough challenge ahead of them, even in the individual 1v1s. I'm looking down the rosters now and trying to consider, you know, who for the Spartans could step up and be like that equivalent of the member of the 404 lineup. You've got experience. Call Me Joe has had many an hour playing in a competitive environment alongside that of Stripey now, who also has a vast amount underneath his belt. Maybe not again, like we said, at this level, but definitely played under pressure. So I'm hoping that they can maybe try and guide a few more of their youngsters, the likes of Wraith, the likes of Vessel, to be able to just find that extra bit of stability, maybe gain a bit of rhythm as a team, as that 5-stack here in this game, maybe throw out another upset. I mean, hey, we've been down for Cinema. Upsets come along quite quickly after that Cinema if we're not careful.
Honestly, I was playing some base game with Stripey the other day. The guy's an absolute demon. With that being said, though, I think anybody that would favor Spartans over 404 would be absolutely crazy. Now, also with that being said, that doesn't mean that the Spartans cannot upset 404. They're certainly capable of upsetting 404, but if you have to look at paper, at history, at how these teams have been playing previously and in ACS 5, then I would say that it does favor 404. I said it earlier, though, I'm feeling spicy today. I'm hoping for some crazy upsets. We got one so far. And so, again, Spartans certainly capable of upsetting 404. But if I'm going to say one team is favored or not, I would certainly lean into 404. Evie, everybody in this squad, they continuously play very, very well together. Even if they have some hiccups here or there or have a bad game, they're a team that's really good at bouncing back. And so, again, this is just a very tough test for the Spartans, but this is going to be a great learning opportunity at a bare minimum for them.
So I'm going to go the other way for it, Bat. I'm going to say that the Spartans take a victory here. I'm going to say 404 fall apart drastically and that the Spartans get themselves a comfy first win for the tournament. Hopes and dreams aside, whether it's realistic or not, we'll see. We'll absolutely see. Crazier things have happened. No, I'm probably talking a whole load of heat that has absolutely nothing behind it but smoke. But I have faith that the Spartans are going to show up here and at least give 404 a tough game. There's every chance, like I said, and I've always believed in this, when you're down and out and you have not really much left to fight for. I mean, they've got nothing to lose. They've got to make a +6 round difference. Hey, you want to go out in a blaze of glory. How about winning but with a 5 round difference or something like that? You know, just giving it the best shot you possibly could. I mean, even taking the W here is something that's going to impress a lot of us as EU fans, but if you're able to get it with the round difference as well, well, you might even be able to trump the headlines from that of the Oilrig match. So a lot on the table, lots for Spartans to play for, not really so much to be worried about. And I always like to think that a team thrives when they're not under that much pressure.
I was feeling spicy, but man, toss this guy in the loony bin. He's getting crazy with it out here. My man's wild. And actually, I'm here for it. I absolutely love it. And I think that's what's so great about the ACS is we have seen crazy things like this. And the EU teams definitely have been picking up that pace. We saw that upset in our last matchup. It's going to be up to the Spartans to do it here. Whether they get that crazy upset of 9-3, I think that is a bit of a tough ask. I don't know if they can get out of that spot, but you're right. Even if they could find a win here, even if it's not by 6 rounds, I think would be a huge feat for the Spartans and a really big step in the right direction. So back to Bay 5 we go, 404. Can the Spartans topple these juggernauts? I'm hoping to see something crazy, but again, if I'm picking a favorite, or I would definitely lean into 404 here.
I really need to go and get myself a cap with 2 plastic 2-liter bottles attached to the side, make some makeshift labels that say copium on them, and have some straws plugged into my mouth so I can put it on once in a while for this and just be like...
And the straight jacket.
And we're okay again. Yeah, the straight, yeah, and a ticket to the nearest mental hospital, depending on which way you want to go with it. Yeah, absolutely. Tie him up and lock him away. But that's why we keep me in the casting desk, folks, all right? We're already locked in a box. This is where we're safe. All right, outside in the arena where the pro players are let loose. You don't want to be in there either. That's also pretty savage thinking about it. But no, here we go. 4 huge matches left still to play. I can't speak. The tongue's twisted in a tie because 4 huge matches followed by 404. Now, this is something that I found myself falling over a lot yesterday, Hort. How have you enjoyed saying the number 4 with the team 404 and so many 4s that I'm feeling like 4 might find me on the floor?
Hey, I'm all for it. I love the name rebrand. 404 not found. I know we got to make a couple puns yesterday, but at times there's a lot of these players, they're getting 4 kills at a time. They're piecing together those triples and quadras. So it's been 4s across the board, but I mean, it's going to have to be pedal to the metal, pedal to the floor for the Spartans, I think, if they want to steal this one away, especially if they're looking to find the hopes of a 9-3. I mean, they are going to have to come out swinging out of the gate. They're going to have to do what EPA did in their first 3 rounds, but do it for 9 rounds, I would imagine, here. And I just don't know, that's easier said than done style here against a team like 404, Natrig, Evie, Soyara, Pamani, Rams. I talk about veterans. You talked about Ramza back in that ACS #1 clutch. I mean, these are players that are comfortable in these situations. And so it's not often they find themselves down by a lot, but if they do, they're still comfortable there. They're not worried. They're confident in their ability to bring it back. And so a tough task for the Spartans today. But I think, again, this is what makes great teams great. And this is a game that, regardless of the outcome, is going to make the Spartans a better team.
This is something we spoke about when we've talked about a couple of the members that they have sitting with them as substitute options. A couple of players that we are surprised that may not be stepping out onto the pitch for the Arena Cup series, just given how exceptional of players we believe them to be from our individual perspective. But the 5 players that are taken to the pitch, obviously, Joe, not necessarily fitting into this bracket. And again, I'm sure he'll lump me later for the old man comment, but the rest of his team are very youthful. They are young individuals, some of them barely just out of the teeny bop stages, all right? So you've got 4 young men that are going to be given a chance to play against the best of the best. 4 young, like you said, not as experienced individuals in the competitive scene that have only played against their EU counterparts and their peers. Well, now the heat's turned up. I mean, you really got balled in the flames in the first match that they had yesterday. You want to try and make some recuperation. Well, you've got a chance here. 404 considered, theoretically, given performances from everybody else. The weakest team from the Russian scene coming into this match, from the results. However, you got to think about it when we consider the 2 regions, that the CIS region is seeming to be just that much further ahead than the EU region when it comes to Arena Cup series up till this date. So, your 4th place team could be as strong as the 1st place team in EU. Depends on how it plays out on the match. I'm looking, like you were from EPA, to the Spartans to set an astronomical lead. If they are going to challenge us with a threat of cinema and a 6-round differential, it's got to be to like a 3-0, 4-0 start and an absolute catching of 404 off guard.
Well, as we've seen a few winners already today, we're always looking for a few more, and there's another one here in chat. Congratulations to Roburo, that's RXBERO, Roburo, for winning that extra stash space. So make sure that if you're not a part of the Hunt Discord or Hunt Premier Discord, you are, head on over to discord.gg/Hunt Premier, and you're able to claim your prize there. You just make a ticket, and we'll get that all sorted out for you. Obviously, everybody's working very hard behind the scenes. It might not come instantly, so have a little bit of patience with us, but we will get that code over to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah, congratulations. RX Barrow or Ribeiro? What do you reckon? Do you reckon he's an RX? I think
Maybe the prescription for success, baby. RX Barrow. I can dig it. But
he's on it.
With kids these days, there's always the X's for the letters. I maybe date myself. So, it's tough to tell. But nonetheless, just know that you're a winner.
Always, ladies and gentlemen, Hort down with the cool kids, all right? He ain't called Hort goated with the sauce for nothing. Man's just got it. All about the knowledge. They call me cracked wisdom, but I'm the illusion. He's the real genius, all right? That's how we do it. Ready to ride those handlebars all the way on into the sunset. Myself and Hort having a great old time here in the casting booth, bringing you guys Arena Cup Series Season 5, so that you can feast your eyes on the great gameplay, the amazing giveaways, and collect those all-important juicy drops. Now, there's no pops here, it's just drops, folks, okay? Juicy drop pops you can get at your corner shop. But those drops are going to be going into your arena inventories, all right? Some Rube, that's it, the lovely rubles. A couple of weapons crates. I think it was a rare weapons case yesterday. You've even got a chance to get yourself a ref crate, so you can open and unlock maybe one of those amazing cosmetics, some GP coins, and some Battle Pass points, all right? Still looking to unlock your favorite aesthetic from the Battle Pass? Well, just keep watching. You'll claim it right here, right now, as we move on into game number 3. Spartans versus 404. Pamani is going to run through the explosion of a grenade that went off just behind the model, not caring a single bit, because cool guys just don't look at explosions.
You're dang right they don't. Lonely Island knows all about it. Pamani tucked into the corner here. Smoke in place at the moment. We can see a few of these members on the other side, but it's Vessel to find Evie to kick things off. So Yara, a bit of damage. The jump through and Ray bringing down Havoc. Lorex will find one as well. Natrig able to answer back momentarily, but the numbers stacked in favor of the Spartans at the moment, and they'll continue to grow in their favor with that pick from Vessel.
I'll find my eyes are wide. Vessels first, and surprise, surprise, in goes one with a jump. Wraith takes out his man, and 4 members of the Spartans are still standing strong. It's Error 404. Only Romza still found, as the rest of his team is in the coffin. He's going to claim himself one. Warwick on the short. Vessel second through the cardboard. Is about to be the Romza that we remember from ACS1, the man that made the myth and the legend of the whole of the 1v5, the ace, first ever captured in competitive gameplay. And he's holding and teasing me in the casting booth. He doesn't want to get swifty with it. He's just going to play the time. Stripey closes it out. 2-man hold oversight does not give us cinema. And the Spartans do claim round number 1.
Big round for the Spartans, but they need a lot more than one in a row. And so that's what we're going to be looking for. I want to get excited for them. I'm happy that they come out swinging, but it's hard to get too excited because 404 is just a dangerous. I gotta say, I don't know if I've said this yet, but I love the 404 logo as well.
Round number 2, here we go again. Widespread from 404 for the line of scrimmage in the defense. A-site under assault, 4 Spartans quickly pushing towards that A-site, 3 towards the alley. The 4th is actually late in tow. Waiting for what looked like a front door swing that didn't come. Evie finds Wraith.
Shots ringing through. Evie will tuck in here momentarily. Lorak has a bit of damage, but Vessel having a great start to the game. Finds another pick, this time onto Ramza. See Stripey on the P90 here. A lot of those P90s out here on the battlefield. Natrig able to answer back. Does find Vessel here. Lorak toward back alley. Looking for one more. Call me Joe. Has to be careful, though. He didn't spot him, and Pamani will find it. But there is a TK, and maybe a chance now for the Spartans as the 404s have a bit of a mishap.
Yeah, bombs crossed alley, though, and it's on the enemy territory side of the alley. Stripey is going to be able to remove one of the problems there. Now, Stripey and Lorek inside a sight. Lorek checks up for the scoreboard, recognizes they're in an even 2v2 scenario. They've everything to fight for here together, shouldered up, brother to brother. Can they find the battle they need? Solyara on the front door. Lorek sent the task to kill him. Inside, outside. Slow, quick steps. Solyara plays the discipline well. Now, back to the alley for the 1v1. Stripey has his own fight on his hands, and he's got to deal with it quickly, or he's going to find himself pincered. Pamani's back's exposed. Stripey gets the easy part of the fight, but with 20 seconds left on the clock and another gun in his hands now, a lot still left to do, Hawk.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried when they decided to take those 1v1s, especially when we saw Spartans lose that first one. But they get the plant. Now Stripey comes up with a big plan, and now able to get back to safety here as well. On the hunt is Solyara. Stripey can't quite connect. Solyara will be able to close it out, but did the batteries die on the controller?
I think so, maybe. A little bit of communication, it seems like, in the background there from 404. Maybe even with the first couple of rounds, they might not be as pleased with the performance. Yes, they did claim themselves a round back. It's 1-1, the scoreline, but maybe 404 thinking that they should have dealt with those first 2 rounds in a much better and cleaner fashion. The Spartans doing exactly what we asked of them, Hawk. They are posing questions. They are making 404 quiver a little bit in their boots, and that's why we saw Solyara struggling a little bit there. Looks like a slight technical issue as Solyara finds himself disconnected from the lobby. If that is the case, we will check in to grab him back, and that is exactly as we find out. So, folks, we're back. Hello. Hope you enjoyed the first couple of rounds, but don't stress. We'll get there shortly. Looks like we need to get one of our 404 members connected back to the lobby, and no, it's not a meme chat. It was Error 404, Solyara not found. Actually, legitimately not found.
I mean, it looked like he was having some issues just before that round ended. So, I mean, luckily he didn't disconnect before he was able to defuse that, or we could be looking at a 2-0 there in favor of Spartans. So we'll work on getting Solyara loaded back into the game. In the meantime, I mean, it looked good early for the Spartans, but they've already given up a round. We talked about how they can't give up more than 3 rounds. So already kind of on that brink of elimination.
I still really rate the approach. It's a, you can give it everything you want game. The Spartans have nothing to lose. The 404 squad, technically they have everything to lose with the positioning in the table being in a good spot. But, it's a do what you can, your best with what you have kind of scenario for the Spartans. And I love to see them coming out playing it aggressive. I mean, like you said, the jump shot, Wraith in and out and be beautiful little play of aggression, gets himself in, catches the 404 member off guard and gets him put down with the kill too. You've got back and forth kills from Stripey inside of the A site. Joe trying to get a little bit aggressive with the play in the back alley. Maybe, all right, on this one occasion, the bomb ended up being extended across the alley into the defending side of it, which is maybe not the greatest place for the bomb to go down, but I like the proactivity. I can see the vision and I can see what they're going for as a squad to take that space, so A site is theirs to plant on.
I haven't seen enough yet in these opening rounds to get a good feel for how the Spartans are going to be playing throughout this one. Obviously, they get a great round in that first one, but it's kind of some rough decisions being made, I feel like. I mean, they have the numbers on site there. We see them kind of take those 1v1s. Stripey ends up getting a kill, getting the plant, but they don't win the round. And you just wonder, why that rotation was coming in. If both of those players maybe make that press out toward alley, take that 2v1 to their advantage. Do they lose a member? Do they get the kill without losing anybody? And then that round becomes easier. So it's some of those decisions that are made in that split-second moment, which is, again, always easier said than up here in the booth. We've got the X-ray vision. We know what's happening, and they're just working off the best intel that they have. But it's just some of those split-second decisions that I feel like maybe could have gone a little bit better for the Spartans that haven't here early, so I do get a little bit worried. But again, we're only 2 rounds in. It's really not enough information for me to come up with a hypothesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how this match does pan out. The scoreline does settle at a 1-1 scoreline for the time being. I see a couple of people in the chat asking about our ability to be able to see the players whilst we're sitting here in the spectator cam. That's a beautiful little quality of life update we get a benefit of whilst using the servers they've got here for the tournament. So from our spectator view in the tournament accounts, we get to see the players' silhouettes through the scenery for both sides, so that you guys at home are able to get a bit more of an in-depth insight as to what is going on with team setup. When you're holding an angle, when we're on board with the defending player that can see 3 members through that scenery, it's so you guys at home can kind of get a little bit more depth and information as to what the play looks like before we just yap it at you. It's great as always saying all the time, Bran pushes left and Terry jumps over mid and Joshua jumps KW. That doesn't mean anything to anybody that's got maybe 100 hours of playing Arena, but if you can see what's going on in front of your eyes, you can make up your own kind of guesstimation as to what's happening with the play.
And kind of, I think it gives a good idea for people who maybe don't know life as much. But there's some common spots that people sit, and there's some common spam spots that you shoot through boxes or you shoot through smoke. So a lot of times, people, how did he know he was there? Well, it comes through time. It comes through experience. And so it's a great a learning tool for those in chat as well. You can see some of these common spam spots or where players sit. And so, it's some good information to take in if you're trying to take your game to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the game to the next level is going to be a little bit less than what we're going to have to ask of the Spartans if they're going to find themselves successful here. Big task. Plus 6 round difference required for them to find themselves safe from elimination going into next weekend. 404 simply have to find a victory. That's it. In fact, they could even lose a close game and they're still good. Even if they go down 9-7, 9-6, 9-5, 9-4 even, 404 are going to find themselves in next weekend's action. That being said, they're not going to look to play it that way. We know full well that 404 are going to be out here for a dub. They're going to be looking to try and claim themselves another win in their group stage so that they have a better seeding going into who they have to play against for next weekend. Of course, folks, remember, these group stage play-ins are not just for elimination for 2 teams. It is also to grab themselves a slot, first, second, or third in their group, which will be relevant to where they are going to land in the brackets for the elimination section next weekend. All this information and these details are available, folks, on Liquipedia, thanks to some great work from a gentleman called Sky Cycle and his crew. that are working very hard in the background to take all of the details from these pro matches and put them into a form that you guys can read nice and easy. But whilst you take a look at that, we're going to dive back on into the game where 404 take off against the Spartans. 2 rounds deep, we find them tied up 1 apiece.
Tied up 1 apiece. The Spartans here on the attacking side, and this time it'll be a quick pace toward the A site. Be a big split here, but Evie now beginning to rotate toward the A site very quickly. Pamani's going to follow suit as well. We see the Spartans try to get control here back alley.
Evie's got 1 in response as Wraith is the only person to have found themselves hitting the ground so far. Romza now takes up that spot for 1. Lorek takes Romza. Evie then removes Lorek from the position. After the reload, he gets himself back up to support. Spartans missing 3 of their early members now. Is going to find Natchi walking out of the smoke straight into the crosshairs from Joe. Takes him a bit of abuse from the wall, bang across from plat to plat. He does find a kill.
Oh, the numbers are stacked against the Spartans one more time. It is Call Me Joe and Stripey left alive here. We see Stripey cautious of that back alley. Net opposing plat. We see Pamani just tucked into the corner here. Again, they don't really have to move much. They can hold these angles. It's up to the Spartans to try and find a way on the site, get the picks and or that defusal. But now we see Evie beginning to shift forward through the back alley. Does he have enough time to catch him on the crossover? Oh, didn't quite have enough time to catch him, Cracks, but on the other side, there was 1 waiting. Call Me Joe will pick up 1 as well, but now he's got to figure out how to work his magic between these 2 404 players.
Yeah, you've got a lurking Solyara over towards the B side that is not even interested in the action, as Evie's just making it all a 1-man job with a 3-piece in the round and an assist to boot. A comfortable 3rd for 404. 1, 2, 3 on the right-hand side. 1, 2. I was right. I've been sat here cooking up the weapon classes, just taking down some notes of what people are choosing when they're not on the P90, because of course the P90 is prevalent with 5 of 6 P90 slots filled in this game that we expected to see. 3 assaults run from 404. Model 1 AK twice over, so it's 2 AK-12s in the Model 1, it looks like, on the side of 404.
Kirk was here for a second. Evie, top mid, shots ring out. My man's hitting us with all the statistics over here.
Yeah, I don't wear a bow tie. That's good. That's all I can say.
we need his bigger, better bow ties, baby. Pamani, Call Me Joe, back and forth. Wraith will find Ramza, but don't blink because Natrig's on fire. It's an easy 2K, but he jumps into the waiting arms of Call Me Joe, who puts him in the dirt. So Yara will answer back, and how many kills in about 4 seconds there?
I mean, we're going to have to be calling him Ezio at this rate if he's not careful. He's finding himself a bit of an assassin hidden in the shadows. He's picked up 1. He's blown lurking play on the A plat. Nearly caught Evie wanting, but some quick moves and dance steps out of Evie's going to delete the dome of the home of the captain. Call Me Joe, last alive for the Spartans, goes down 3-1. The scoreline extends by another to 2 for 404.
Well, for the Spartans, they need 8 rounds in a row if they want to try and remain in ACS number 5. So 404, they've pretty much done their job at this point. They need at least 1 more. But we know they're going to be looking for that big dub as well. So I don't expect to see them slow down at all.
Smoke up towards the top of the back of com boxes is going to cover off any form of counter pressure from 404's defending side. There are again a mass of the Spartans pushed up to Forklift, with B-site entrance looking to be the approach. Flash goes through the window. You see that 404 have 2 members stacked up on the back of this fuel tanker and a lurking harbor player in Evie that is, oh man, that's a lion laying in wait. Lorek is covering it off though. You can see that Spartans are aware this is a possibility. The slow pace of the game giving the Spartans time to set up to counter off all the different angles. It's just going to come down to fights very shortly, Hawk.
Lorek! Monstrous play back toward Harbor. Evie the first to fall, and the Spartans will try to pressure on the site, but 404 has rotated into great position here. You can see the two supporting members in the background there as well. And so Yara picking up a kill on to Call Me Joe. They've got to scoop up the device and try to inch forward here.
Slow and steady is a good pace for the Spartans, it looks like, as they are slicing and dicing these angles with delicate discipline until the prone member on site that comes out of the crouch finds themselves playing spoiler. Good return kills as Pomani and Roms are combined. Natric finds the last onto Vessel, and what looked like Spartans had just about made it to site. The second they put foot inside that square, they are immediately removed.
Yeah, and they had 5 there. It feels like there's not enough of a presence somewhere else because 404 is comfortable with very fast rotation. So we saw everybody immediately shift off to the A site. Now they linger toward that spawn side, so they keep somebody close, but they're making quick rotations because it feels like they're expecting the Spartans to kind of 5-player push it somewhere. And so I think these quick rotations, if maybe we see the Spartans mix it up just a little bit, try to keep 404 a bit more honest. Easier said than done. Evie down mid finds a 3K.
Come through all 3 forms to the first evolutions. You got Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon all there diced out in one. So Yara takes himself 2 to make it the full house, and it looks like it's a Pokemon Master and his 2 best companions. Eevee cooking. 7-1 and 3. So Yara 5-1 and 2 after the 2-piece to back him up. 4-0-4. Wherever they were for the first round, they certainly come to play for the next 5.
Yeah, 5-1. I mean, and again, that's why it's hard to get ahead of yourself in those first couple rounds. I think we've seen a lot of these CIS region teams lose that first round and then just go on to have a dominating performance. So 404, they are in full stride at the moment. For the Spartans, they're just trying to figure out something that might work for them. We've seen them attack both sites. We're going back to the A site here as well. There's a little bit of a mid presence, but Pomani and Eevee have been so dangerous here.
That are not quite so familiar with the names on the screen. IWI. We are being told it's pronounced Eevee, sir. 404 IWI is the one we're referring to as Eevee. Action going off all over the side. 404's Natric takes out Loric, striking for Romza. Great, Call Me Joe for Natric. So Yara for Stripey, and the feed is plaid stripes like my favorite on shirt.
Plaid stripes for a little bit, but I think slightly favorable more for that blue side here. And so Yara, Call Me Joe, that veteran will be taken out by Eevee. The headshot comes in, and 404 continues to put round after round on the board, and pretty decisively as well. Spartans only find 2 kills in this round, and it's just been a little bit troublesome here on Bay 5. We talked about both of these teams having some trouble on Bay 5 yesterday as well. It seems like 404 has worked out those kinks.
Now, allegedly, there's a comeback for Spartans on the horizon. Somebody told me. Eevee's not been given that information, though. It seems like that note missed his doorstep. The mailman decided to skip past that one for today. Natric and Pomani also on a similar mind of thinking. Looks like the postman's on the wrong continent. Apparently, Russia never heard of this nuisance. Stripey's going to step out into challenge Solyara. 2, 1 on the left and on the right. Solyara's hop, skip, and a jump is somehow going to get him out of trouble for a 2-piece. What is going on?
404 is going on, but you might as well call them 40 more at this point. They want more and more and more. They are hungry for kills, and they just can't seem to get full. 7-1 at halftime, and a phenomenal start to day number 2 here for 404.
Well, I don't know what the second half's got in store for the Spartans, but the first one certainly was pain. I love to see the mustache there. Who's got the cap on? Who is that that's running the kooky kit? That's great.
I missed it. I missed it.
Somebody's got the best look. It's got a straight up handlebar mustache and a black cap. That looks grand.
My man, I love it. Anybody respecting the stash out there, baby, we appreciate to the maximum. So good to see it. So much wonderful drip has been added to the scenery here, and So Yara and Stripey will add a couple more bodies to the scenery. So Yara's not done, and neither is Pamani. Stripey goes down, and 404 continues the masterclass.
Wraith's going to pick himself up one. We've got a couple of kills for the Spartans, one for Stripey, one for Wraith. But again, it feels very much like consolidation prizes to a done and dusted round. 404 have the bomb down on the B site, and 3 members left to defend.
That's the problem for the Spartans, is they constantly find themselves in this number disadvantage. And then when you compile that with the clock against you as well, 30 seconds to find 3 picks and a defusal, you don't know how Wraith is going to navigate these rough waters. There's so many angles to clear here. He does find the first one on the Ramza, though. It becomes a bit more feasible, but with time dwindling down and Natrig lurking on the other side, 404 will solidify that 8th round. 10-2 for Solyara, 9-2 for Evie, 1 away from match point, or excuse me, at match point, 1 away from victory now here for 404.
1 short of stepping out of this one with a W. Looking forward to seeing whether they can convert on it. I'm sure that they're going to be happy with the performance. 404 absolutely crushing it out here right now.
Great for the round differential as well when they found themselves in 3rd place at the start of the day with 7 rounds between them and Mercenary. They're going to eat a ton of them up here. And call me Joe. Now Vessel starting to breathe some life into the Spartans. They've got sword in hand, and they're not willing to go silently into the night, but they still got to get through 404, and Pamani on the P90 will find himself a tiger.
Oh no, and here comes the 404 enforcement squad. They said, have you got your B site pass, sir? Unfortunately for Lorek and Stripey, the answer was no. Denied. 3 members of 404 now reclaim that territory and have the bomb being planted as we speak. Vessel trapped in between audio is going to look to try and work and rotate his way round to forklift for support. Fight against Wraith, finds one on the angle. Natrig covers off Call Me Joe towards that forklift position. Vessel steps into the left hand, which is tough for Natrig on the right. Natrig wins it out. Left in Wraith to a 1v2 to try and save the game. In and out, Natrig does the dirty dance on him, and down Wraith goes. It's a 404 kind of feel, an Aero 404 model not found, as the Spartan fails to put down one of the 2 last adversaries.
My man had the moves like Jagger, and the teammate had the swagger. They put him down. It's a 9-1 domination here from 404 Spartans. It's been a tough Arena Cup series for them, but again, we talked about it. Great experience. Is that what you're talking about? The battle cap with the caterpillar mustache?
Yeah.
We call that the caterpillar, or the sequoia.
The one you need for Kappa.
Yes, the sequoia.
11-3, 10-3. 404 with a great performance. You got to give the Spartans their efforts. In the first round, they had us hoping. I was a believer for the first round. The second round even was closely contested, but after then, it did kind of fall to the wayside. 404 just really applying that pressure and putting pedal to the metal, showing what the difference is when it comes to Arena Cup Series Season 5. For the Spartans, like you've said, it's a lot of good experience. Can hope that they can take away from this some points for improvement. But at the end of the day, the scoreline hits the table with a 9-1 victory for 404.
9-1 victory. A great job by 404, and maybe some more devastating news for the EU squad, because there was a score update on that Oilrig versus Jumbo team game, and due to some technical issues, it's a technical loss now for Oilrig. They had won that one in overtime, but because of the technical loss, JT will now take that win and get a +4 round difference.
Unfortunate news for Oilrig, fortunate for the Jumbo team, but more games still to be played later on. It might not have an impact, actually, the potential of success still for the Oilrig squad if they're able to pull it out in the next match, but we'll have to look to that one a little bit further down the line. For now, it's commiserations to the Spartans, as that does seal the deal for them. It's the last time we're going to see the Spartans play, and that will find them in the bottom place spot in their group stage, and sadly departing us at the end of today. We have been very grateful to be able to see the Spartans take place in the Arena Cup Series Season 5, as they did narrowly miss out under the TFG roster for Season 4, which I think they were actually really keen to have made it to. So very glad that they've made the step up this time around, improved upon that performance, and made a showing out here. more steps next year around. Maybe they'll make it through the qualification stages. Only onwards and upwards in the mindset of the Spartans. Great to see them taking part. For now, we have to look forward to the future ourselves, though, and our future beholds that a little different of the Spartans, where they may be taking a plane back home. We've got to focus on 3 more amazing matches.
3 more amazing matches is absolutely right. And the Spartans, I mean, they continue to get better. All of these teams deserving to be here, top 4 teams from each region. So it's not an easy series to get through, but it will be a great learning experience for the Spartans. But yeah, we got a few more matches left on the day. You know, we've got that monitor that we're still giving away over here in the Hunt Premier chat. That giveaway is going to run through Sunday till the 14th. So make sure you hop into the Hunt Premier chat. Type !monitor in chat as well if you want your chance to win that beautiful OLED gaming monitor, the 27 inches, the 280 hertz. It's beautiful. And I think Auroras and AMD have prepared a nice little trailer of some of the other wonderful products they have as well.
What a phenomenal little gig. I can't, it gets me distracted every time. I'm just sat in my head like, bigger, bolder, faster.
I love the music. I can't help it, bro.
Going to the maximum. Bigger, bolder, faster. Boom. Well, if you want your gameplay to look as good as it does in that trailer, then, well, maybe you need to get yourself onto a local Aorus X AMD Radeon website and have a browse through some of their amazing products, including that monitor we had on display for you there, and many, many more. You fancy getting your hands on something that's equivalent or maybe even better than that monitor that we just showed you in the video there? Well, we're actually giving another monitor away. That one is in the Hunt Premier Twitch chat, currently live now, all the way up until the 14th of December, !monitor in that chat in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel to get yourself entered into that. Now, without any further ado, Hawk, let's look at some highlights.
Yeah, this one may be a little bit more one-sided, but you love to see the fight from the Spartans. They continue to duke it out all the way to the very end. We saw some great shots here from Stripey and crew. They open up with a first round win. It got dicey on the second round, but 404 just locking it down. Consistent, smart decisions, great crosshair placement, and just a ton of multi-frags from a ton of different members on this roster.
This one was a nice little juicy shot out of Lorek, and it took even just crazy approaches to the gameplay from the Spartans to be able to get a couple of kills over the line. You see how quickly the 404 members are able to deal with shots. It's just headshot after headshot after headshot. 3 people swinging in to try and challenge a member in green, and Evie makes short work of it. Solyara and Evie, this was kind of the highlight for the 404 squad. I know the rest of the team was getting in on the action, but it was Solyara and Evie that were doing the majority of the damage.
That was nasty from Solyar. And how many times do we see his name? 9-1, 10-1 at this point is absolutely insane. We see Wraith here still just fighting back the best they could, but it just wasn't enough. This 404 squad came to play here in day number 2, and they looked lights out.
There was the dirty dancing as Natrik did his little duck, tuck, and spin. A little bit of dirty dancing to finish off the round. He does manage to avoid the bullets fired out of the P90 and then get the revenge kill. It is what it is. Sometimes you just don't get the kill. Sometimes it's just a little bit of womp womp. Well, 404 made themselves a nice pathway through to their progression. They're not going to be asking the question of round difference at all. No, a 9-1 comfortable victory for them puts them soundly above the Spartans in their group stage. They will succeed in making their way through to next weekend. It is going to be the last time we see 404 this weekend, though. We're going to have to lock into the rest of the games, I believe, from our other 6 teams to see how they all fare going on into next weekend. We've essentially locked Group B. The Virtus Pro conversation for the top of that table, and where those 3 teams end up is going to be decided by the 2 matches between Virtus Pro and second place in the Group B stage. But for Group A, that elimination spot now lands in a very interesting place.
It does, especially with our previous issues there. So for EPA taking on Jumbo Team here in just a moment, I think Oilrig going to be keeping a close eye on that. You know, we saw Jumbo Team drop a game already to an EU squad. Now they're going to have to take on EPA, who, you know, did end up beating Oilrig at one point. Obviously, they didn't have that full roster, so I think things get that much more exciting. And then you take a look at that matchup a little bit later between Oilrig and OKAK, and it gets a little bit more scary for Oilrig. But we'll talk about this one at hand here first. EPA taking on Jumbo Team. Walker, Blitzer Girl, Rapid, and Hippo, and Codex, excuse me. Can they get it done here against Jumbo Team?
That's a question. That's a really wild question. I don't know if it's a case that Jumbo Team are on the back foot here. I feel like after the game they played against Oilrig, and even given how close that was, regardless of that result, they're going to be invigorated to come into the match versus EPA. I mean, EPA did make themselves, would you say, comfortable work playing against Oilrig? I feel like it looked comfortable for them.
You know, it was a bit of back and forth, though, I felt like. But, yeah, I would say they were pretty comfortable. Early on, maybe not. But, yeah, I think once things kind of got rolling, they were super comfortable. You know, I think it was a 9-6 victory that they had. I think it was just a bit of a slow start for Walker in that one. But I felt like EPA looked even more comfortable today.
Agree. Definitely agree with you there. That's why I'm arguing I don't know whether I would put Jumbo Team on the back foot, though. I think EPA look comfortable. I think Jumbo Team look like they're in a good place too. I think that this is going to be just a straight heads-up grudge match. This is the arm wrestle you put down on the table where both champions have their arms strapped to their side of the table, feet up against the pillar, and making sure that the other hand is holding on to that block, with a referee watching over the top for the first person's fraction of skin to touch the side of the table, because both of them have been grinding 220 on the bar and on the bench for the last couple of weeks. You know what I mean? This is going to be a real grudge match, I feel like. And, well, what better place to go to than what seems to be a great territory choice for both teams? No Bay 5, no Skybridge, no Bowl, no Iceberg. Hort, it's all about the fort.
All about the fort. And honestly, you know, we saw Oilrig beat Jumbo Team on Fort earlier. I feel like Fort's an even stronger map for EPA. I think they're very comfortable on this map. We've seen them have a lot of success on this map as well. And so I think EPA have given themselves a very good chance to take this game away from Jumbo Team. The fact that they've beaten Oilrig, they've seen Oilrig beat Jumbo Team, I think that could also be an additional confidence booster. But you can't get overconfident. Jumbo Team is a team that consistently plays well. They compete with the best of the best, and they looked very good in their matchup against Oilrig. So now with the way things have played out, they've given themselves a good chance to punch that ticket into next weekend. So I feel they're going to be very, very strong in this one as well. I think we're in for another very fun nail biter.
Utility has been something that has seen a lot of strength from Jumbo Team. We normally look to EPA for a similar level of understanding what is good utility and what is creative utility. We saw a fraction of it as an underarm grenade was improvised yesterday on Bay 5 to try and get out of trouble, which didn't succeed, but again, you can see the vision. Really, really interested which two teams are going to be dueling it out for that lowest spot. Because Group A obviously depends, not necessarily straight directly off of this one, but for Jumbo Team, this is a big fight. I feel like Jumbo Team arguably want to win this more than EPA will do for context of the group stage. But I don't know whether either of them care too much what the round difference is at this point. I'm trying to do some extra math. No. Okay.
I think EPA wants to win it. I really do. I think they want to win it. Obviously, you know, regardless of the outcome, they will hopefully be able to squeak their way in, you know, to that next weekend. But I think this is a team that's hungry to show up, to show that they can beat CIS region teams. You know, we're always talking about the Russian teams, the EU teams. And so we've seen EPA playing very, very well here. You know, that one against OKAK earlier this morning was really, really close. And so I think that is just going to kind of reignite that flame for EPA. We were so close. We almost got the job done. Let's make sure we go out and beat Jumbo Team here in this one. But you can talk about it all you want. You got to be about it as well.
Yeah, being about it. Well, if we want to talk about something that I've got my eye on, and I'm going to be careful about how we word this here, but it's been 2 days in a row where Walker has had a very quiet match. Now, you said it yourself at the back end of the first one from today. It's a tough talk when you refer to EPA and Walker's kill to death ratio is down in the lower sections. We know full well his value is more than just what he's able to do with a gun. We've seen his expertise with utility. He is the IGL for the squad, so he's cooking the play, he's gathering information which he needs to relay to the people that do the killing on his team. It's not necessarily his job to be 20-1. However, he also would like to hold his own in his fifth of what he represents in the team, his 20%. And I know that he was not pleased with one of the games with the results and the scoreline and how that reflected upon what he actually impacted the match with. So I'm expecting a more redoubled effort from the likes of Walker today for that composure to try and get himself back to some consistency. I think it is just a rhythm as well, because the rest of the team looks like they're playing really fluently around him. Just feels like maybe he's struggling to get to grips with the way the meta is right now. I know he's shifted his position and how he plays with his role in the team, which we spoke about recently. And I know that that's changed about how he feels effective in his role in the team. It's for the better of the overall team perspective in his mind, so he's happy to take that knockback a little bit. And I mean, that's just pride for your team overall rather than individual needs. So, big up the man for the selflessness in that one.
And most of the times, your IGL is not top fragging. It doesn't matter, what title or game you're playing. Most of the times, your IGL is not top fragging. But the thing is, it just felt like it's a little bit of a slow start and then never really gets going. There's a couple big rounds we've seen from Walker, but it's not that continuous, consistent stuff that we're used to seeing. Now, luckily, the other four members, you're right, are playing absolutely wonderful around Walker, and they're able to get the job done. But I felt like, had we seen a little bit more, we very well could have seen that upset against OKAK earlier. And I think that, they're aware of this. They're addressing that. And you're right. Sometimes you just go in a little bit of a slump. You have a few bad games in a row, or you don't have quite the games that you wanted. And so that's okay. Those things happen to everybody all the time. But, that's where your teammates come in. You talk about it in between games. You help, psych each other up, and you get those vibes flowing again. Because when you're comfortable, when you're happy, when you're laughing, when you're having fun, you're relaxed, and you tend to play a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I'm looking forward to the result for this match. We're going to get into this one very shortly. We've got 3 more great matches for you guys today to be able to conclude the rest of our group stages section of Arena Cup Series Season 5. Whilst we're locking up and loading into this next game, folks, I'm going to address a couple of the questions that I can see rolling in the chat. Just clarification and clarity to a couple of the giveaways. Still mentions and questions about the exclamation mark monitor command. We require you to put exclamation mark monitor in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat for you to be entered into that giveaway. If you've got the Battlestate Games stream open, we're in a shared chat. It's as simple as literally just moving your mouse below the screen and clicking on the secondary compartment of that shared screen together, which will bring you to the Hunt Premier chat to enter into that giveaway. Exclamation mark monitor in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat for that giveaway. The codes and everything else, we will direct you to the correct chat at the time. Here we go.
Ready for it, baby. Round number 1, EPA versus Jumbo Team. We see the nades being lined up here early. That device still hanging out toward that mid territory. We do see Rapid the first to go down, and it's Sherbach yet again. How many times have we said this name? Certainly a very, very valuable asset to the squad. Now, Hippo's going to find Warman to bring it back to a 4v4. We'll see if EPA can work with this.
Work without. Bombs already down. 45 seconds left on the clock, and regardless of numbers, EPA have put the pressure on by getting an insanely quick push onto site. Hold up. Jumbo Team are holding so close to this site here that EPA are potentially going to get themselves intimidated into thinking that there's nobody close by. Maisie on a rotation. Walker gets a bit loose, spots the ankle, tickles, but doesn't find any kill. Close took on the left-hand side as his back's being fought into by the 2 members that were prone out. Codex finds one. Walker crosses over, gets support from Codex into Maisie, who does take off Codex away from the fight. Shotgun from Walker doesn't find a kill. Maisie for 2, Hippo for 1. 10 seconds. Hippo's good. 1v1 into Maisie. Hippo versus Maisie and 8 on the clock. It doesn't matter because the time is gone. There's nothing to do, and Hippo's still going to finish it off. It's a 4-piece from Hippo in round number 1.
The Hippo is hungry, baby. Hungry, hungry Hippo. Feed my man. 4 on the board here in round 1, and I am excited for this. Jumbo team, though, they've done a great job of finding relatively quick responses within those first 3 rounds. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that game of tug of war go back and forth in this one. Jumbo team good at making those adjustments on the fly. We'll see if they can start to recognize this game plan here of EPA. Walker one more time on the lineup.
Rapid for 1. Sherbak immediately down. First blood and second goes to the man called Rapid. Third to the man called Rapid. Blitzer Girl puts him down saying, hey, behave yourself. The kid's watching. You can't put that kind of unadulterated violence on screen. Chill, my guy, chill. Team kill aside, 4 members of EPA left alive. The bomb is planted. Maisie's about to walk to his doom as Codex is lurking in the smoke, and it's going to be over before it's even started. Blitz got him with a grenade. It's cinema. EPA look like they're playing with the Jumbo team lineup right now.
Well, if there's one person that could stop Rapid, it's certainly Blitzer Girl. She says, hey, save some kills for the queen here as she scoops up that last one with the nade. But all jokes aside, what a wonderful start to that round from Rapid. I mean, really quick snapshots there. He finds that early 3-piece, and I think exploded with such fierceness that Blitzer Girl wasn't quite ready for them to be there. But they win the round. That's the important thing. They're up by 2. They win it decisively, and now it opens things up for a little bit. We're going to see him opt into the playbook here and switch directions for a moment.
Yeah, there's 3 people dead, and you're there already. My bad, Kerr. There ain't no way to apologize for that one. It's just, you are just that good. Cool. Roger. Maisie takes more than half of his health and abuse from top mid. That is a really good job to get himself off a site safely. Doshjet finds one onto Blitzer Girl. The rotation to the right-hand side is not going to be allowed. You shall not pass as Doshjet is holding out by cannons.
JT looking for their first round. They've got a player advantage. See Hippo just on the other side shifting forward, but Rapid seems to be a monster at the moment. Hippo will find Maisie, and that 5v3 turns into a 3v3 now.
Three v 3 no longer. I'm going to wait because Sherbak has been that good this weekend that he's just not done. I believe he's not done. One from behind. He senses Rapid coming. Rapid's going to get deleted. Sherbak for 2. He's going to go down looking for the bomb. Walker for 1, but it does not matter. The round is over and done for. Doshjet's going to put Gummy down just for a bit of extra measure, but 20 left on the clock. Jumbo team pull around back.
We haven't seen too many enforcers here. I think we saw just 1 or 2 on day 1. We're getting to see our first one here in the hands of Walker. He's got 1 kill on the board, but there were a lot of shots there exchanged on that site without finding one. And so hopefully we can see some more for more value from this this enforcer class here from Walker. But right now EPA is doing what they need to do. They're enjoying that lead at the moment, but they've got to hold on to it here. I mean, Jumbo team is knocking at the heels at the moment, and they're looking to tie it up in round 4.
Yeah, it's the problem with the shotgun class right now. The adjustment to the shotgun ammunition from when that class was extremely prevalent is that the spread on the shrapnel pellets now is much wider than it used to be. So Piranha and so on of the likes Express, all of those shrapnel buckshot rounds not anywhere near as efficient as they used to be. So I am curious as to what Walker is running in that shot. We'll have to check that out because that does make a difference. Maisie takes out Hippo close on site. Maisie going to be the defender holding this B site down. He's going to back out of con, give the space, which I think is smart. Give himself a time to challenge Rapid. Gummy takes Blitz. Maisie takes Rapid. And the play from Jumbo team is decisive, disciplined, and textbook clearance. Codex is good for 1, but it is just being walked over by a refreshed Jumbo team perspective.
Own him down at the moment, Mazzy, with that 3K on the round. And now we see Jumbo team able to tie it up here through these first 4 rounds. EPA, they had a good start, but things have slowed down a little bit for them. And it seems like these last 2 rounds, they've worked toward that B site, which, you know, it's a little bit surprising they continue to go there after having that success on the A site. Obviously, you want to try to keep those strategies evolving and keep your opponents guessing, but we're going to run it right back toward the B site one more time.
Maisie going crazy again. 6 and 3. He's already off to a screamer. A 3-man defensive A site hold from Jumbo team sees them a little bit out of position, as we know all 5 are stacked up towards B. Quick adjustments as 2 members looking to rotate round through top mid. See again the standard 2-1-2 towards the B site, where 2 play 4 mid control, 1 holds the bomb down towards bottom of ramp supporting in bedroom. They then link up in that middle box. And you have your cannons player and a donut player either to push up and take space towards secret and cannons, or to watch out for the flank rotation. You see this time Blitzergirl has been left to watch for the flank. As EPA, they don't want to take forward space on site. This is looking to plant and then kite back off of site. No need to go too far past it. The bomb is down. It's just so technical to get this bomb down. This is like a nightmare. You've got to watch so many angles and smoke at the right time and fight at the right time. Hippo, Dosh, Maisie, Codex all pick up kills. 2 apiece to the side.
Dashjet's going to find one more on the Codex, who was on fire in game 1. Warman's going to find Rapid, and now Blitzergirl all alone yet again, this time in a 1v3. Can she work the magic? Beginning to shift this direction. Is she going to be ready for Warman, who's posted up here? Shots ring out, but no, it's Warman to find it first. Jumbo team down by 2 to start things off. They find themselves up by 1 after getting 3 rounds in a row.
Are we going to see another CIS slow off the start, but then immaculate performance to the half? It's been a bit of a story of the day. A couple of lost loose rounds beginning the match, but then a flawless performance, anywhere from 4 to 5, even to 6 rounds in a row without a loss. Seeing the first half, especially on the attacking side, it's been this time for Jumbo team, it's defending sided, but mostly attacking sided with a 5 to 3 minimum success rate. 4-4 was the match that we saw earlier on, wrestled out. But that one did not convert either.
I like this creep walk that we're seeing here from EPA. They're trying to pick up that pace, but Warman was already waiting, and he's more than warm. He is hot and ready to roll. Now EPA still trying to pressure onto the site. There's 3 here for Jumbo team, though, and they are stacked with a good crossfire. Codex slips in between, finds one, Hippo another, and Warman has worked around to the backside, though. They've got to find a way to eliminate him because he is picking them apart from the back line.
Yeah, both teams' front lines on the chessboard made the play, and both teams slipped through the shadows in between each other to get respective corresponding kills. It's left in a 2v2 as the smoke and mirrors play from both sides ends up in a flat, even contextual scenario. Dashjet looking for a peek into the crosshair placement of Hippo, which is perfection. 2 versus 1. A late piece of util from Hippo loading over towards Maisie. It lands just a bit too high, but it does force him out on the peak. 40 seconds to play with. You've got to think, unless EPA are going to give 2 1s, this is done for. Don't even worry about planting. Just walk him down. 2 members side by side. The jump goes. The second has to fight him. Hippo's got to win this out now. He's given Maisie a chance by being isolated. It's Maisie!
It's important rounds like that teams have to be able to close out when they have that player advantage. We see him go to opposite sides of the box, and the swing comes a bit late after that jump there that we saw, and it's just a great job by Maisie to stay cool and calm and find that first pick. Knows the other side's coming as well, able to swap sides, and the spray there from EPA on that final one was a little bit sporadic. Maisie, I think, dodging some bullets there, but now we see a round that should find us tied up. It doubles the lead for Jumbo team. They get to 4, and they got a guarantee to a minimum tied half.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that, but we'll have to talk about that one a little bit later on, as the action is going to scream out of the opener as Warman's gone for an aggressive walkout into the garden position. He finds 2, and he's lurking for a third. The bomb's in a dangerous spot. Sherbak and Gummy come into the action. There's only Walker left alive. I don't know if he's going to be walking much longer. Those legs stepped in front of him are going to give the shotgun a bit of ammo to shoot at, but only for a team kill. Walker goes down. Jumbo team take it to 5, and that one almost a flawless round were it not for a couple of wayward bullets from teammates.
5-2, they continue to extend this lead, and this is where it starts to get dangerous and tough for EPA. They can't allow this one to get out of hand. You feel like 5-3, we talk about it all the time, right? For whatever reason, even though it's only a round, 5-3 seems so much more feasible for a lot of these teams than that 6-2 scoreline. So this could be a big choke or check it round here for EPA.
Got to feel that both of the couple of rounds beforehand have only been a kill the other way off of them going to a different sides with a favor, so Slight adjustments required from EPA to pull this one back. Jumbo team have just played the discipline really well. I wanted to talk about Maisie in the 1v2 where it was held, but again, we're not going to get time. Hippo's got Warman on the aggressive walkout. Hippo for two. Hungry Hippos here again.
EPA, they need this round. Got a player advantage. I love this hanging back here. Walker's going to let the nade rip. They're in a bit of trouble. Dashjet finds Blitzer, but not sure if he's aware Walker is tucked in the same location as well. You don't really see him giving it much respect. He'll begin to cheat forward here. He's got one above as well, and that's Codex. Does he hear this audio cue from Walker? He does, and I don't think Walker realized how close he was, but somehow Walker doesn't go down.
Oh, Rapid's playing coy as well. You love to see this. Sherback is one of the few players you're not going to get away with this on. He's going to get him as well. Rapid, you got to check your corners, Sherback. Oh, no, he's going to regret that one later when he sees that in the replay. Walker's walking out. Why? Where is Walker going? He's on a mission.
My man somehow dodges a bullet. Is it just 4 rounds left in the mag here for Dashjet as well? Yeah, that spells trouble. And Hippo, that hungry man, will continue to eat. EPA will get that much-needed round. They get to that magic number of 3, and these next 2 rounds are going to be incredibly crucial.
They've got to get to grips with Maisie. This is something that's starting to become a continuous trend for this ACS5. As Jumbo teams Maisie popping off in different scenarios, it might not even win the round for them, but picking up 2 or 3 a round consistently is something which we have known some of the best players in ACS across the seasonal histories to be so consistent in doing and so successful for. We speak of the likes of that Aces highlight moments and many others, including Moyanri from earlier today. You've got to make a statement, and if you're making that kind of statement, you become the problem that needs to be dealt with. Another one that's creeping up on the edges of the darkness that they need to keep an eye on is Warman too. That's twice now he's tried an aggressive push out. It worked the first time, but predictability actually made Warman eat the dirt and baited Gummy into it with him the second time round. So good adjustment from EPA on the second. Like you've said, 2 in a row here needed to really tighten things up. Warman good for one. Walker on the shotgun. Dashjet takes Walker. Rapid for Gummy. Trades everywhere. It's different trades from places, though, so they're going to be lurking on both sides. Rapid gets the crucial fight for the bomb up top mid, but Warman's there to trade him out again as another Russian player ready for a trade. This time, EPA are in position not to let the heat drop, though, as an extended trade comes out. Codex picking up the return revenge kill.
Mazzy back in a 2v1. If he finds a secondary clutch here, it could spell disaster for EPA. They've got that device down in an awkward spot. Time still there for Mazzy, honestly, at 1:10. Something that you can work with here as well. And we'll see him head back that way. I'm not sure if EPA realized that the device was down here. I'm not sure if the call came in because they're comfortable just staying away from it, looking to play these sites separately. But it does give Mazzy a chance to isolate some ones here.
50 seconds left on the clock. EPA have gone into the approach of this with, we've got no information as to which site he's planning to go to. Let's cover both. The way this is going to work is one of the 2 site players will watch that clock tick down and start creeping towards the other site. Information gathered, Codex hears the audio. A great aggressive swing out of Maisie gets him that isolated one like you talked about, though. The B site is now open. Understandably, Blitzer Girl Singham killed top mid, but expect he might come down for rotation. Hearing the device being planted will now give info that it is B. And it's down to a 1v1. Who's your money on? Maisie the Madman or the Blitzer Queen?
You know, it's not often we vote against Blitzer Queen, but at 1-7, having a bit of tough go here on Fort. Does spot him early, though. Take a little bit of damage, but now Jumbo team can look to maybe play a bit of this cat and mouse. Blitzer Girl trying to isolate the one. Is able to get out here in time, but the P90 set and ready. Mazzy, another 2v1 clutch. You talked about EPA needing to get a handle on Mazzy, but they just haven't found it yet.
It's a choice. You make a choice as the team, and neither choice is right. You can either stack as 2 on one site and then retake the other site if they go there, or you can split one a site and hope that you win your ones and really trust each player to win that 1v1. But I'm in a mentality where at this level of the competition, every player on the pitch is able to win a 1 regardless of who it is, so it's so risky. Sherback for 1 early opener. The rapid kill is a big pick up for Jumbo team.
Ooh. That's also a big pickup for Codex. Blitzer Girl on the back end will find one on Warman, who's been playing lights out here today as well. Codex will shift forward just a little bit here as well, and potentially could get in some good positioning. But look at Gummy in the background with device in hand. Knows that this lurking play may be coming in.
Sherback's completely covered off from his position as well. He's got good cover from the wall of Kitchen. K1 in a great spot. Gummy's going to have a great right hand into the left hand. The Codex when he exposes Kitchen. He is going to get the kill off beforehand, though. A trade 1-for-1 as Codex's timing is slightly quicker than that of Gummy. Kneecap from Maisie exposed. Hippo's going to pull out info again. Tries for the second repeat. Crosshair placement is good, but no kill this time over. Just a little bit of chip damage. 3 versus 2. Walker.
Walker still at 2 kills here on this Enforcer class. Would love to see Walker have a big round here. Is going to shift forward. Now tries to explode. Trying to bait him off that plant, but the sprint came in maybe just a bit too late. That device does go down. It is a 3v2 that favors EPA, but Madsy's still standing, and he's been a clutch factor.
Certainly has. Walker's faked off on Hippo's audio that he's not there in con anymore, and both members have moved away from it. Gummy's positioned deep enough back that he's going to have the angle on con, but there's too many problems to deal with now. Gummy gets one. Isolation. The second goes down. Is Gummy going to be able to clutch it in a 1v3 in a situation again where EPA have the numbers? Walker, the big man Walker, and the shotgun will not let it go to waste this time, and I find my answers being confirmed. He's running Express in the shotgun. 4 to 6 EPA will deactivate the device and pull this one back closer. So, Express, not Piranha. Downscope, very good. 10 to 25 meters range, 1-2 tap maybe if your pellets all hit, okay? Anything at distance is where that Express shell is going to fall off drastically.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember if it was Moyanri who we saw yesterday with the Enforcer on Skybridge, but also running Express. It seems to be the new favorite, yes, just because of the increased in costs and the changes to the ammo here. And so,
yeah.
But, you know, we wanted to see Walker have a decently big round, and he does there. Still was, you know, previously stuck, I think, at 1 kill, finds a couple, gets that defuse, and so maybe looking to rekindle that flame. And it honestly could not come at a better time here for EPA. They've got to continue this forward, though. They need to put some multiple rounds on the board as they are still down by 2, and Mazzy opening up with the first pick.
Going to slow down and concentrate for a second as there's lots of bullets going off but not too much happening in the wayside. There we go. Mazzy takes out Rapid. The team kill from Warman, though, is going to delete a devastating member in Mazzy. Blitz's shots are just slightly too high to be able to pick up the bomb as it's being planted. Hippo does get Warman on the extraction from plant. Sherback finds Walker. 3 versus 2.
Oh, and the 2 fall almost simultaneously. Jumbo team, they do such a great job of, you know, when their opponents start to find their footing, it seems like they're getting a little bit of momentum or start to battle back. They get that wind in the sails, so to speak, and then Jumbo team right there to just rip it away from them. And now 1 away from match point yet again. EPA has a big ask here on the table.
Eyes onto Jumbo team for the attacking side. They've been equally as creative as we've seen from EPA when it comes down to which way they are taking the bomb and how they are going about doing so. We see again a lone late wait from the bomb player as 4 members flood towards the A site. Codex the one of Gosh Jet. Early shots as a swing from Rapid as the entire Jumbo team is reduced to small PP energy immediately by the sound of those P90s side by side.
EPA, and that's the thing, they have so many good rounds like this. They have so many good opportunities, but they find themselves down by 3. Make it to Walker, Rapid, Codex, all finding some big picks in that round. And EPA slowly but surely will inch their way back in it. Can they get a couple more, though? Jumbo team, again, we talk about it. Those relative quick responses from round to round they're able to make, they're able to adjust to, has been phenomenal here on Fort. And it seems like they went back to the drawing board after they had that tough battle on Fort against Oilrig a little bit earlier. So the adjustments have come in. It's going to be up to EPA now to make some changes.
That was a very aggressive push into the lobby from Jumbo team that got immediately deflated. The EPA squad line is going to hope for at least a couple more rounds or something like that. That certainly will really invigorate them back into some challenging and positive thinking. Double swing out towards cannons. Hippo's going to read it. Is he going to aggressively overpeak? No, no. Hippo chooses to play discipline. I like this approach. You give the space to cannon. Blitz with the grenade covers off Warmin. Support is here. Oh, Doshjet's playing smart. Super smart. They still read him. Doshjet does get one, but he goes down to Blitz.
Yeah, he was tucked into great positioning there. It allowed him to find Rapid as Blitzer Girl didn't initially see him on that first peak, but a great job to find the kill. Kodex, the pressure comes in. Finds Gummy! Denies the device plan as well. Mazzy will put him down. It's a 1v3, and if there's somebody you want still standing, I'd say it's Mazzy, but not a ton of health to work with. Blitzer doesn't spot the dome, but there's not enough rounds in the mag for Mazzy. And Blitzer will find it. EPA, they are hanging on, but they are fighting through this one. The flame seems to have been rekindled here for this squad. And now just one away from tying it up. Dare I say it's 6-7.
It's interesting. Oh, no. Oh, no. He did it, chat. He's officially done it. He really is down with the cool kids. He just got 6-7'd up. Oh, no. Ah, hot. And I thought that you could, Stu.
I hate myself.
Oh, no. Brother. No, not like this. Not like this. Well, as Hawk takes one of the biggest L's I've seen of the season, we're going to roll on into round number 14 as Hippo's going to start off feeling even more hungry than before. Hop, skip, and a slam. He's going to play 1 second shot into Macy's. A much tougher challenge, though. This is a man mountain. You've got to get through there, sir.
Oh, Doshjet's going to find Hippo. Trying to turn that mountain into a molehill here, but molehill into the mountain rather. Walker looking for those legs. Ain't going to find it. Doshjet, we see why that P90 is kind of that favored meta weapon at the moment. And now it's Jumbo Team enjoying this player advantage. Doshjet, though, not a ton of life to work with.
Crazy. I find myself waiting with bated breath every time this player takes a swing because you just know full well death is on the horizon. Gummy's having to back away with the bomb as Rapid's feeling a little bit swifty. He's getting real swifty with it. That's a hop, skip, and a slam you've not seen before. There goes one dome, down for 2. Rapid's feeling himself inside of round number 14, and it might just be the invigoration EPA need to pull this off. Codex is now going to rejoin Rapid in that midsection. Okay, it looked like Rapid was looking at him very concerningly there. 2 on site, device planted, Jumbo Team in a good spot.
Well, Rapid has always been a big playmaker. Looking for another one in this round. But that plant now, and with Mazzy standing, finding Codex. Rapid trying to work off this smoke here, but they're baiting him into this pincer play. As that smoke begins to boom, Rapid will pressure forward. Hunt knows the other one's behind now as well. Unfortunately, can't find it. Mazzy has just been insane in this one. 17-9 as he finds a triple. 4 MVPs on the board, and now they just need one more round.
This is a good game again. There's no way we're getting close like this. Jumbo Team find themselves in another very familiar situation though, Hawk. It's 8-6. They're sat with themselves 1 point away from the match, close to being able to convert. Please, Jumbo Team, let's get one over the line. You've had 2 close matches against 2 tough teams, which have not gone in your favor. It's time to go 1 up. As a European fan, I'm down for EPA to win this, but I'm also down to see some Jumbo success.
And they deserve it. They've been working very hard. Jumbo Team. I mean, this game from Mazzy has been a masterclass. Warman, after being out yesterday, comes in, doesn't miss a beat, has been playing very well here. Sherbach, a new name that has been dominating the scene as well. But EPA, we need 2 in a row. And Walker flirting with disaster up there momentarily, but Rapid able to find Doshjet to open things up. They need to work with this player advantage. But Gummy up top as well will begin to back off a bit here.
1 down. Only 1 though, and it's not the one that's been causing all the chaos. The 17-9 Titan. Amazing. You can hear the announcer yelling about the time. So he's telling them all to get their stuff together and start moving. The bomb is set in a really precarious spot. Blitz is holding this off, and The backside does get taken out. There is Maisie. Hippo takes him out, though. That's the shutdown that EPA is going to be looking for. Hippo, Hippo, Hippo.
Didn't kill so
He's
fast. That gummy one was a bit delayed. He did find that triple in there. Blitzer Girl will wrap it up. And now? Cracked? Now? Can we leave? Starting to believe they're one away. 18-9 for Hippo. We talked about how hungry that man is, and it shows here on Fort. They've got themselves into a great position to push this one into overtime. And with the way the day's gone, I wouldn't be surprised if we get there. But Mazzy and crew are looking to close this one out. There is no room for minor mistakes in this round.
Cinema. Absolute cinema. 7-8. Shots off. Early P90 rattle. Doesn't claim ahead. JT on the brink of success. Also on the edge of failure for the first part of regulation time. They could find themselves with another chance in overtime. Shots like that are going to see them home sooner, though, as Warmin deletes Rapid. Codex for 2, though.
I love the fight that we're seeing out of EPA right now. And DOSJet, is he aware that Codex is here? Maybe a call out has come from a teammate. That device still dancing around here as well. And the jump forward, Codex does find DOSJet. EPA, it's a 4v2, but how many times have we seen Mazzy clutch these up here on Fort? And it all comes down to this. EPA desperately needing this round for some OT.
Time for Gummy to play spoiler. This is a very Gummy feel, actually. Whilst all eyes would be on Maisie. I'm looking for the crazy play. They're going to be able to slip through the net and find that crucial pick. Codex has been king killer for 3. That's 4. Codex will not be denied.
You look to the device down here. Makes it tough for Mazzy. He's got to get through 4. We've seen a couple 2v1 clutches, but the numbers now doubled. The cards stacked against them. Jumbo team. They don't want this one to go to overtime. He's tucked in toward the middle. It's coming in from everywhere, and Codex hits the ace to send them to overtime. All 5 kills, the 5K all day for Codex. He'll get to 18-11 as well. And man, you talk about getting some confidence, some momentum rolling in your corner as you head into overtime. That's one hell of a way to do it.
Okay, pulling up overtime stats, locking in. Jumbo team, EPA. Okay. So, EPA have 2 rounds of attacking sided momentum to try and secure 2 shots at the match. Worst case scenario, go 1-to-1, look for advantage in the opposing half. Best case scenario, take 2. Worst case scenario, lose both and find Jumbo team with a double advantage going into their attacking half. That really would be the dire scenario here. So EPA need to ride this momentum, really continue, put 2 more in a row on the scoreline if they're going to find the way out here. Jumbo team can look to this reset as a mental restability and refresh to try and get themselves some footing back in this game. A much more reserved line of scrimmage you see out of the Jumbo team B-side defensive hold. DOSJet is kiting away. Hippo does not manage to find the crucial kill. Big starting kill for DOSJet. Sherback also onto Codex. The 2 times are down. You see Rapid folded in front of the eyes of Walker, and EPA's woes get a little bit thicker.
I was wondering if Jumbo team was going to have a little PTSD, because this is what happened to them against Oilrig, where they had a couple rounds. It ended up going to OT, 2 OTs before Oilrig went up to 13-10 before that tech loss here. And now Walker in a 1v5. Jumbo team looking to shut this one down and get an early round win here in OT. Walker will fall to DOSJet. Not only does Jumbo team win the round, but they do it flawlessly. We talked about that momentum maybe shifting into EPA's corner, but that doesn't appear to be the case here.
Jumbo team do get the mental reset they need. A full flawless round is exactly what you'd want to see as a Jumbo team fan. EPA now on the back foot on their attacking half. Have to look to try and go even 1 round apiece to give themselves a good shot at the second half. Jumbo team give themselves an opportunity for a 2-0 advantage going into the half as well, which would be daunting as an EPA fan. Early aggressive push out, Maisie is down, it's Rapid, the main man Rapid that's going to take the lead. Codex pulls up right on behind him at his shoulder for an extra. Doshjet puts him down though.
PA and Rapid will shift toward that B site. Begin to quicken that pace here. They look to maybe bait out a defender with that plant, but now that second attempt will find the device planted here on the B site. Walker and crew. Rapid shifting into that Alpi spot, as we like to maybe reclaim the name here. Walker with an 8 over the top that doesn't find a home as well, but EPA in good position now to tie this one up.
3 versus 4, numbers advantage in their favor. Push is coming through from cannons. The rotation round to Secret. Warman's in on Arch, but he's found himself trapped between 2 hippos. Closes that door. Doshjet is on site. He's been sneaking and lurking for a while. Rapid's not letting that one go for free. In comes Sherbak. Shock, horror, surprise. There's a jump scare for Rapid, but it's only going to leave him now trapped in the net of his own. 3 EPA members surround Sherbak, and the scoreline gets leveled.
We've seen a lot more from Walker here in these latter rounds when it matters most as well. And so that could be a good thing here for EPA. Tied up 9-9 at halftime. And again, I just can't help but flash back to that earlier match with Jumbo team on board as well that went to 2 OTs. What a phenomenal day. ACS has just been amazing. You look at yesterday, it was phenomenal. Today, even better. And I mean, what an honor to be a part of it. I can't thank Hunt Premier and Battle State Games enough to be alongside you here, Cracked, as well. And it just continues to get better and better with each ACS.
I cannot agree with you more. Could only add more words of gratefulness and gratitude. This is exceptional gameplay today. We've had some phenomenal games. Every team fighting tooth and nail for their spot as well. You see, it's been more of a testament to the groups as well and how close they've been. We expected that things had shaken up in each scene, both EU and CIS this season, but we didn't know how close it was going to bring the teams when it came to Arena Cup Series. Well, we're getting delighted with it right now. Jumbo team, aggressive push up from Gummy as Walker's laying in wait. Is this going to go the way of the Jumbo squad? Not this time around. Nobody dies. Bit of traded health as Gummy feels the brunt of the damage.
Oh, there's more damage this time coming out here from Gubby. They've got that early pick. Now Blitzer Girl falls as well. Mazzy continues to be a menace. Woman will pick up on the Hippo, but a nice headshot here from Rapid. Able to find one. The kill feed trying to catch up because so many kills are coming out here. There's bodies scattered across the ground, but most of them are EPA members.
Such a tough fight as well. 2 of them left alive. Gummy's on the reload. Rapid had a fraction of a second to find the kill. He gets the one on site. That's one down. Him and Codex going to be working at this piece by piece. Gummy does not allow Rapid the space. Codex takes the one that's peeking slightly over aggressively and leaves himself a 1v2. Inside and outside of Mini is the challenge to Gummy, and it's not going to land. JT secure the first of their overtime attacking rounds and grant themselves one chance at victory in overtime.
10-9, they get in that driver's seat. And this is where it gets dangerous. This is where it's all on the line one more time, and I can't help. I'm getting some PTSD myself from that first one we saw from Jumbo team on Fort that went to a double OT. They are trying to earn this win. EPA trying to rip it from the grasp of their fingers, and it very well could come down to round number 20.
Sorry, which game is this? Remind me. Is this game 4 still? Are we actually having Madness game 4 with 2 more insane games to follow this? Unbelievable. Can't wait. 5 members of the Jumbo team line up in a very flat line of scrimmage with good mid control. Look at how far up in mid they are already. Smoke off the back is going to leave Walker in a very tough spot. Whoa. I don't envy that position right there.
Walker's right at home. That man loves smoking.
Savage. Maisie, speaking of a savage, free to walk out towards cannons. He's going to fall prey to Rapid. That's a big pickup for the EPA squad. They're down in this one. They really can't lose this round, as that's going to be the end of their game. Walker for one. Doshjet gets taken out. sorry, Warman gets taken out. It's DOSJet that claims the kill back onto Walker. Blitz for Gummy, DOSJet for Blitz, Rapid into DOSJet as trades fall back and forth, but EPA are up numbers. Oh, you want Cinema Hot? Sherback
Cinema.
Holmes.
Yeah, Sherback Holmes, I love it. Cinema indeed, a 1v3, and Rapid immediately puts him down, you know, and again, we see Walker swapping to the P90 here. Had a little more success in that round as well. We'll get up to 6 kills, and, well, now we are having that flashback as we get to a secondary OT.
Deja vu. It really is 10-10. Oh, bro.
It's almost hard to believe, isn't it?
We got here second game. I don't. Do you know? I can't even remember. There's been that many mad games. I've forgotten which game of the day we went to this scoreline in earlier, but I know it was Jumbo Team. When did Jumbo Team play? Game 2. Yes.
All day, it feels like.
Yeah, literally all day, basically.
Talk about dexterity. I mean, every game of theirs has either gone down to the wire in like a 9-7 cinematic finish, or it's gone to double OT. They play round after round. You want to talk about putting some experience under the belt here, Jumbo Team. Needing some jumbo rounds, though, if they want to solidify this dub. We're into OT number 2. EPA on the attacking side, trying topple Jumbo Team.
Yeah, somebody needs to email the Jumbo Team head office or HR and say that just because they play a second game's worth of rounds doesn't mean they're going to be able to claim a second game's worth of victory points. No 2-for-1s here in the arena. Scoreline dead even. It might as well be 0-0 at this point in time. With 4 rounds to play. 2 attacking and 2 defending for either team. EPA. Codex has worked himself into an insane spot right now, but Gummy's going to peek into him. He's going to get the information. That's a real good info peek out of Gummy. Blitz picks up a nade onto Sherback. Shots out of hit. Potek out Warman. Codex from AZ. It's looking EP. It's looking real EP from Jumbo Team. It's like they see the info, but they're late to respond to it. DOSJet gets one, but Codex is causing calamity. Brother. What a confident round out of EPA, and yet 2 ago we saw similar confidence out of Jumbo Team.
I'm telling you, it's a complete flashback. I mean, this is exactly what we saw in the previous one. If EPA can get these next 2 rounds and make it a 13-10, it'll be something that continues to haunt the Jumbo Team. It's something that they're going to have to figure out. It seems like they play so well, but when it gets to those final rounds of regulation or OT, they just haven't been able to push it over the edge. They've got an opportunity to do so here, but you feel like if they fall again, it's something that's always going to be lingering in that back of the mind there for ACS 5.
I love this setup as well. The slow walk into Donut so you don't give away metal audio. The big noisy push into lobby is Rapid is pure rage baiting all 4 members of the Jumbo Team defense right now. One number 7 member in DOSJet does break off as Rapid says no, you don't get to get away with that easily. Maisie takes out the bomb on the B site though, and the foil plan now falls through. The claim of the kill on Maisie just before he gets out of Con is huge though. Bomb reclaimed. Blitz finds DOSJet. Site fully controlled. Gummy's here from Con. It's going down so quickly. CT's in response. CT's gone. One left. It's just Gummy in a 1v3, tucked away off back cannon stairs.
Gummy, it's not an ideal situation, and again, you just wonder what is going through the comms for the heads of Jumbo Team right now as they're slowly seeing this game begin to slip away from them. They're having some of those previous thoughts of what they had on Fort earlier today as well. Codex will shift in from behind, but it's not needed. Rapid, a quick shot to the dome will send them home. It's a free 6 feet dirt nap, and yeah, that's not a typo. It's 23 and 14 for Codex. It's 22 and 17 for Rapid, and 21 and 11 for Hippo. 3 players on this team with a 20 bomb is absolutely nutty.
I found myself falling prey to the rookie mistake of the mute button. Apologies there, but as we swap into the halves again, I've not seen a single adjustment class-wise, honestly. I thought we might have a little bit of a shift, maybe see if somebody tries out something new, but it's been tried, tested, true, and it's going to stay the same. Walker is relying on this shotgun. Rapid is cruising on a 22-17 score line next to that of Hippos, 22-11, by the way. That is a phenomenal performance of being able to play his life alongside a great frag score.
They just need one more. History looking to repeat itself one more time for Jumbo Team. They're trying to break this curse. The smokes will plume out. Codex in a decent spot, but is he going to be aware of Mazzy here? He spots the shoulder just in time. Did Mazzy pick up on it as well, though, as we see them beginning to slowly pressure forward here?
Shots again as trades rapid into Gummy. Maisie immediately shuts him down. Hippo banking off the big boxes, really trying to find that pick onto Woman. The bomb is out, exposed on site, but Hippo cannot peek for fear of his life. Now the long kill comes through from Blitzigo. Bomb is going to be planted. Blitz gets a second on the way out. Doshjet goes down. EPA playing slow and steady are doing a real good job of winning the race. The shotgun takes space through aggression and aggression. Big swing out of Walker. Hippo accompanies him to the success. What a swing on the left hand from the shotgun. Yeah, take a bow, Mr. Walker. That is a 13-10 victory for EPA and Jumbo Team again. It is deja vu, Haw. It's literally the same.
They continue to be haunted by that curse of overtime. Walker picks it up when it matters most near the end, and EPA gets it done. But Codex, Rapid, Hippo, you dirty dog, save some kills for the rest of us out here. 23-18, your MVP, the young shining star of Ol El Rapito. But Codex, Hippo, Blitzer, everybody doing exactly what they need to do to close out the important game. Jumbo Team still haunted by the OTs. 13-10, your final score in this one as EPA gets a big dub here.
A huge success for EPA there. After, I didn't think it was going to be that huge going into the game. I really did think that EPA had that one in their hands to be able to play with a bit more comfort than Jumbo Team made it. Not even uncomfortable. Jumbo Team made that tough, really tough. But for whatever reason, you're definitely not sending Jumbo Team to buy a lottery ticket today. That's all I'm going to say. It has felt disgustingly unlucky for them. They have been unlucky to other levels. And I mean, you spoke about it in the first match of the day. You said, look, it should have been won when the tempo was in their favor. We spoke about this. It's twice now they've had 10-9 leads in overtime, in the first overtime, with an option to slam the door shut after being up at that 8-round match point situation before getting there and not making it over the line. Once is coincidence. Twice is habit. The third time, you start to question something's maybe wrong in the process. So you've got to think as a Jumbo Team fan, we're going to go back and look at the VODs, find out what went wrong. You have winners and you have learners, like you always say. My wise man taught me that one when we first started casting together. These guys, a little bit of learning to do, it looks like, from this one, but an astronomically exceptional performance from them. Color me impressed. I'll be very, very excited to see Jumbo Team the next time around, because this, wow, every game they had was cinema.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're nicer than me. You give them 3 chances. I say, you know, it happens once, maybe it's a fluke. If it happens twice, it's probably your fault, and you need to get back to the drawing board and check things out. But it's tough. I mean, again, you know, we can talk about it all we want here in the booth, but it just shows how much talent is littered across all of these teams. And historically, where these Russian teams have been better, these EU squads have been putting in the work. They want to come and compete here in these ACSs. They're tired of not making it into a finals or nearing that top 3. So it's great to see that fight here from EPA. Jumbo Team, a phenomenal squad with a group of great individuals, but they just got to get back to the drawing board, because it seems like the longer the games go on is where they have those problems. We talked about in day 1, they had a chance to have one of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen in that first game against OKAK. That ended 11-9 in overtime. And it just seems like overtime is haunting them right now. They have to figure out what they can do differently, because, I mean, Mazzy was popping off. But then as soon as we got to overtime, of course, Walker and them begin to pick it up a little bit. There was more than just one factor that played a role, but you got to find a way to close out those games either slightly before OT or in OT when you've been dominating like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It took all of the EPA members to come together to fire on all cylinders to find that victory. And if you in chat feel like you've got all of your cylinders firing at the best possible situation, then we're going to present you a scenario where you'll be able to put that into play to potentially gain yourself a brand new Arena Tactical Battle Pass code. That's right, exclamation new map. It will be a code that will be redeemed for Arena only, and that's going to get you a Tactical Battle Pass code, which accesses that brand new customs tactical map, where you can get some cool aesthetics for your character, some more of those ref crates, and even access a couple of cool pieces of gear through just playing the game. You simply collect the tokens that each of the steps on the Tactical Pass map require you to do, and you unlock a reward. It's cool stuff, and it's absolutely free. So exclamation mark, new map in the chat right now, to get your hands potentially on an Arena Tactical Battle Pass code. We will be drawing that very soon.
I want that. I actually really want that Arena Tactical Battle Pass as myself. I know I might be trying to get in there as well. I made some decisions yesterday. I saw that Unheard was on sale, I think, through the end of today. And so I decided to upgrade my EOD to the Unheard last night instead of getting that Arena Tactical. It was a tough decision for me, but I do have my sights, or my eyes, and set on the sights of that Arena Tactical map. So guys, you got an opportunity to get it for free here with a code. Like Crack said, in the Battle State Games Twitch page, exclamation point new map will get you involved in that as well. 4 insane games done and dusted, with plenty of other giveaways that are happening, including the one in Hunt Premier chat. Exclamation point monitor to get yourself in the giveaway for that OLED gaming monitor, 27 inches, 280 hertz, and all kinds of wonderful stats from our wonderful partners over at Aurorus and AMD. And they've prepared a little video showcasing some of the other wonderful products that they have as well. So let's check that out.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, in the Battle State Games chat, exclamation mark, new map, to try and get yourself in for the giveaway for that Tactical Battle Pass map, which does allow you access to some really cool rewards, as well, like Hawk mentioned. And we've just been able to display, thanks to the amazing partnership from AMD, Radeon, and Aorus, the map monitor giveaway going on live now. That one in the Hunt Premier chat. So you get 2 tabs open in your Twitch browser right now. Hopefully the Battle State Games tab and the Hunt Premier tab if you're looking to try and get involved in both of the giveaways. Don't forget, folks, there's also the drops going on as well. So make sure to redeem those drops so you can empower your arena gameplay, or even if you just fancy sending yourself some extra moolah to your base game endeavors for 1.0. We've been enjoying some great games so far here in the casting booth. We've got 4 of those titanous clashes out of the way, and we've 2 more amazing blockbusters still to deliver to you folks at home. With that being said, Hawk, predictions. I mean, we really could not have predicted the scorelines we've had today. We've thrown some real spicy ones out there, even to the point where I feel like Caster cursing the Spartans unintentionally with the scoreline they walked away with. But it is what it is. And when you come down to the scoreline at the end of the day, these teams are all playing to get through to next weekend so they can fight over a total prize pool of 25,000 euros. First place walking away with 10,000 of those alone. Nothing short of a huge prize, we could say.
Huge prize and some really good bragging rights as well. So Virtus Pro, Mercenary up on the cards next for us here as well. And it's been a day of upsets. I've got my fingers crossed for Mercenary, but it's hard to bet against the Polar Bears. They have looked just like a force to be reckoned with. They're hot off of Epic 9 not that long ago, where they did win and they beat out some of these teams like 404 and OKAK. And so, you know, here it seems like, other than that first matchup that we saw, as far as some of these other teams, I feel like nobody's really been able to contest Virtus Pro. I mean, they've had some very decisive wins And so we'll see if Mercenary can maybe give them a run for their money. But before we get into that matchup, there was some crazy highlights from Jumbo Team and EPA. So let's take a step back into Fort and check these out.
Oh, yes. Here we go again. On the roller coaster that has been Jumbo Team's experience. Good shots out of Gummy, good shots out of Maisie. You're going to see that man's name in the kill feed many a time. Alongside this one as well, Warman did some great work. A couple of good push-outs that we're going to walk into in a second here that very much went the way of Jumbo Team. EPA got 2 good rounds, and we were almost confused for a small while that we were in for an absolute stomp of a game. Those 2 rounds of confidence were what seemed to relight the passion underneath Jumbo Team's endeavors for a short while.
Yeah, for a short while, I would say. I mean, this 5-3 half has been a consistent thing here. We're going to see EPA begin to battle back, but not before we see some crazy action from Mazzy and Gummy here, wrapping up that round as well. Things were starting to get a bit sketchy here for EPA. Walker, that was a big kill that seemed to rekindle that flame for them, and we're going to slowly see EPA begin to battle back in this one.
Yeah, it goes to a different level from where you have these plays that are set up when you play your pub games on a nighttime where you go, okay, I'm going to play hop up, he's going to play gen, he's going to play split. And you just kind of go to positions. These teams have laid out their cross fire angles for post-plant and pre-plant on the attacking and the defending side to such a level that you get these really crazy plays come to fall where people just go for wild walkouts or 2-man aggressive pushes. Or people like Hippo being known for just holding that pillar like it's the last thing near and dear to them.
Well, we see it get into overtime. It was tough for EPA to get there, but they did what they needed to do to find OT. And we saw a little bit more back and forth at the start of this first OT. Then history would repeat itself once more for Jumbo Team. As we crack into the second OT, it would be all EPA from here on out.
It's a sick little left-hand swing from Walker as we fade out the highlights there as well. It's nice to see a little bit of success. You can see a lot of love and support for the folks in chat towards the main man leading the charge for that EPA squad. There's a lot of people that are happy to see him on that Enforcer class. So yeah, GG's and a good game to Mr. Walker and everybody else from the 2 teams that we've seen in chat. And then we have our next head-to-head to have a look at. Hort, the train of pain does not stop, for I fear that Mercenary may just be a battle crash test dummy in this next matchup. I have a lot of strength and favor. Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Nemo Nas, and Fox all have various titles to their name for how individually talented and how well they have played with rosters before. But this is a whole other animal, a whole other beast, a whole other polar bear, one could say.
Yeah, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Communica, they have been playing near flawless, but that could be dangerous for them. Mercenaries, I feel like everybody's expecting Mercenary to lose, and that's when teams can be really dangerous. For Virtus Pro, they can't get overconfident. Obviously, they trust in themselves, in their skill level, but you can't take it for granted, especially when you look at those 5 names on the other side. The Mercenaries capable of an upset, but you know, I feel like most people are going to be leaning into the corner of Virtus Pro until someone shows us that they can compete with this team here in Arena Cup Series 5.
Well, now that everybody knows who's taking to the stage, let's have a look at what the stage looks like. We've got map, picks, and bans hot off the topic on screen for you folks now at home. Bans first, Bay 5 and the Bowl going to be taken off of the table. Iceberg and Fort also not getting through the ban phase. This time we do have a slight deterrence when it comes to whether we're going to Bay 5 or Fort, which has been the former common choices for today. This time we're taking it to Skybridge, although you would probably correct me in my mental of thinking that, remember, this is a very Russian-favored map. The Polar Bears probably feeling very comfortable with this Skybridge selection, and the EU teams have not been as comfortably favoring this going forward. We did not get to see Mercenary on Skybridge yesterday, so this is going to be a new look as to how the EU team takes on the CIS approach.
I mean, we almost saw Jumbo Team upset OKAK on Skybridge, so why not? And if there's one EU team I feel like that plays Skybridge more than others, I feel like it is Mercenary. And so Kiyoshima, I think these guys are going to be prepped and ready, but it's about how flawlessly they can execute their game plan. And if Virtus Pro happens to throw a wrench in the mix, can they adjust to it? But I don't see Virtus Pro doing much other than running it down A site unless Mercenary can find a way to slow them down a bit. Virtus Pro, or Virtus Plow as we like to call them, especially on Skybridge, have been one of the best teams on this map specifically as well. If there was ever a great test for the Mercenaries, it would be on Skybridge against Virtus Pro.
Do you think that Mercenary as a squad have what it takes to be able to put enough out on their attacking half to really give Virtus Pro a run for their money? What is going to be your factor for fear when you're looking at these two teams coming together? Because we've seen various parts of the Virtus Pro lineup pop off in different situations. For me, I'm looking to Nimanas and Kiyoshima, two of the big brains out of these squads, to try and get themselves into a position where they understand the approach from Virtus Pro and are able to counter that approach with good gunfights. This entire roster for the Mercenary squad consists of some of the best shooters in the European scene. Likes of the previous Sicario roster, likes of Fox from originally TFG, then EPA. You know, these players have been around for a little while now. A little while's an understatement. These guys have been around for a fair while, actually, even up till Fox at this point now, who has had his experience across different teams. It's just onwards and upwards, honestly. They come here with no pressure, realistically, as a new lineup. They were formed as a sort of super team in the HBL and EU, and they did perform as we hoped they would. So they made themselves a road to the ACS 5, and now they have to see how far that they can continue that streak on to.
To answer your question, I think they definitely can do well here and have the ability to beat Virtus Pro. It's about making 0 mistakes against this team. Fox, though, and Magic are going to waste no time finding early picks tucked in toward Rat Fox. We can do the dance around. Got to be careful of VIP, but this is why the P90 is dangerous. You hear a ton of shots ring out. You think they're almost out of the mag, but they still got 20 left. In Communica, finding the headshot onto Zaki means the numbers are doubled for Virtus Pro.
Shots into VIP don't quite find the model of Magic. It's going to be Nemo now. Communica goes to the ground. Ghost still finds it through the smoke somehow as well. Ghost stepping out onto the field in place for the Mercenary lineup today. Interesting. I thought I'd seen a wild Goes in the chat.
Yeah, came in with a big raid earlier, I believe, as well. So big shout out to Ghost for sharing the wonderful community over this way. Always love to see the Tarkov community helping one another out, whether it's through Hunt Premier or Battle State King. So big shout out to Ghost stepping in a big role here today as well. You know, when you come in hot off the bench and you got to play Virtus Pro, I don't know that I envy you.
No, and he's filling the shoes of Kiyoshima, so that's another one that's... I mean, that's a drastic change. That nade over towards Magic's not going to make a difference. Zaki's already nailed into the wall hard. Gets the grenade onto Fox. 1 for 1 so far.
He's going to pick up on the hard here. Trying to reel it back, but Communica right there to answer. We talk about it all the time. If they don't win the battle, they often find the trade at a bare minimum. It's something that sets themselves apart, but Nemo's got other plans. FMX there to trade back, and now Zaki on the back pedal because he has to reload. Pockets the VIP, the pincer comes in, and FMX will put him down.
The bomb is still tucked out towards the back of hole, though, so although VP have complete A-site control, Ghost is in a good enough place to be able to contest this. They're going to smoke off towards E-Box. Rask is fully proned out, trying to collect an audio bay. FMX runs back to go and grab the bomb. This is going to be a rough one, so of course Goes would check the rotation to the B site. He's going to hear the tone of the bomb being planted. He's going to immediately know that it's going to be A. Here we go. Smoke to sight. Oh, he knows Rask is going to be lurking somewhere here. The prone angle, though, is covered by the weapon.
Yeah, the weapon, the housing of the scope, just not quite able to see that proned out player, and the Polar Bears put 2 quick ones on the board here. Mercenaries, they're going to need some rounds on this defending side. Yes, we talked about the attacking side. It is typically favored. And honestly, where Virtus Pro and a lot of these teams really excel with that aggressiveness, but you still have to be able to find a way to take a couple rounds away. Obviously, that magic number, at least 3, but you know, it's tough. That 6-2 scoreline is often what we see here, and it's tough to come back from. So the Mercenaries still trying to get on the board here at the moment.
And over that looping grenades, looking for an aggressive push up towards Rat. That one doesn't find a home. Hard's going to destroy the second one again in the same place. Saki is the only one to pick up a kill for the Mercenary. Instead, 3 Virtus Pro players find kills of their own. Luki being the last of them to fall down. Oh, Nemo's going to go. Communica picks him up. Hard takes out his teammate in Rask, but it's not going to matter because it's just an absolute slaughter on the A site. Virtus Pro going for that Virtus Plow effect all over again.
Well, you know what I like to say about these polar bears? They're a team that looks scarier than a gas station bathroom. You do not want to be caught alone with the polar bears, and you see why. The claws are sharpened. It's a 3-0 start, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon. And without that star player, that leader of Kiyoshima, you wonder how Mercenary is going to opt to try and navigate through this problem here. There is a sea of breadsticks on the side of the Mercenaries. They've got to start finding ways to get kills, and Luki will open it up.
Only a 1-for-1 so far. A lot of noise, but not really too much resulting damage from either side. Just keeping a keen eye for Util. Here we go. Smoke out towards E-Box and headshot simultaneous from, oh my word, Virtus Pro. Destruction out of Communica's barrel. Seems to come for free. The second as he picks up Luki on the back end of the spray. Third pushing him from behind as Goes is looking for a cheeky jump shot. Communica almost falls.
Again, the plant with ease, the numbers in favor. Goes will try to reel it back, but Hard right there to find the trade. Communica has his teammates back as well. It's 4 rounds, and again for VP here. But, you know, I was looking at some of these stats at the Arena Cup Series overall. Virtus Pro is 17-1-4 at the start of this Arena Cup Series, whereas, you know, some of these other teams, formerly XP Academy, 10-2, really nobody close to that type of record yet. And so Virtus Pro, we talked about it in day 1. They couldn't complete that trifecta, that back-to-back-to-back. It was taken away from them the last season, and they are hungry for some revenge here in this one. It's a great start this time on Skybridge. Can Mercenaries find a way to start putting some rounds on the board? I need these questions answered.
Real quickly, big congratulations to Spartans 13 for winning the giveaway. Open a ticket in the Hunt Premier Discord, discord.gg/Hunt Premier to claim your prize. Congratulations, sir. Enjoy your goods and rewards. 2 members of the Mercenary left alive as Communica picks up Zaki. Goes is left to go his own way, how he wishes. Bullets drained from the magazine, but no damage dealt. That is going to do enough. It's just a whiff. Merely a flesh wound. Virtus Pro seeming invincible so far in this one.
Yeah, invincible almost feels like an understatement at this point. And the fact that we haven't seen Mercenaries grab a single round is a little bit alarming. I know they're without Kiyoshima, but Goes is equally a nasty player and someone that would be great to have a sub on the bench here. So the fact that we see only a couple kills here through these first 5 rounds, like I said, is a little bit alarming.
I'll say Goes a player that's been across many rosters. Also familiar with lots of different players in the scene. He's played with many a different team. Malleable or not. Each to their own opinion for that one. Luki's going to find the first. Follow-up kills. Normally not too far behind. Hard watching his back as Goes. Trying to work out this almost pincer maneuver on the bottom of the lobby. They do find the pick. Demonos is down there with him. FMX takes out Hard. KFC stares onto the fence.
Oh, back and forth. We do see a closer round here for Mercenary. They just need 2 kills to get that first round on the board. You saw that flank come in here for Mercenary, and Nemonos has spotted this device here as well. Zaki could potentially play back. It's going to be interesting to see if Virtus Pro tries to isolate one of these 2v1s, though.
Again, more trades, and we're left with a 1v1. Zaki looks to hold off on the A site. FMX looked like he'd gone to pick up the bomb, decided against it, and then goes back for it again. Had me confused completely. Way to throw the caster, but both players are going to meet on the B site. Down he goes. FMX is going to... Ooh, that hurt. Broken ankle on the way down. Tap, free fire on the bomb. Chase inside, outside, pull in, wall, Jackie's best friend as he's going to not kill the member that he's looking for. And he gets it! There's no way!
Oh, coming around the corner. Oh, fancy meeting you here. Whoa, Mercenary. Taking that first round, Zaki. It's a big one for Mercenary. They get that footing, so to speak, but can they bear that weight? Can they begin to push back against the juggernauts that are these polar bears here? Or Virtus Pro just kind of continue on their stride? It's just a little speed bump in the road for them.
Keeping a keen eye out for utility early on in the round. Hard has been able to pick up good grenade kills and the player pushing to that position multiple rounds in a row before this. We see Mercenary adjusting, having 3 players in the vicinity, but still going to find a kill is hard through that gap in Sandwich. A great response in the grenade from Neemanas is going to pick up Communica out of the elevator position. Much more tempered round for the opener.
Oh, there's Luki. Right through, find hard. Somehow snaps to the dome of FMX. Nasty plays from Luki. Zach will pick it up here as well. And Mercenaries beginning to stoke that fire a little bit, trying to get it rolling. Magic, who is magical on this map. We've seen a 20-0 half from Magic in a previous ACS, but can he get through 4 players? He's found one.
Do you believe in miracles? Well, we're about to find out. All you Harry Potter fans in the chat are going to hope he's a wizard. With some kind of magic, he's going to look at the person on site nearly quite, but doesn't make it convert. I thought the head was going to get ripped off at the med box, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought he got his position well placed for that. The second challenge on E-box was always going to be the hardest. The jump shot comes through and just gives him a little bit of aim punch as he swings med box, so well played from Virtus Pro.
Hey, and I still believe in miracles, just not that one. That was a tough one there. You know, we talk about it all the time, right? A 3v1 clutch is insane. Even a 2v1 at times. 4 is a lot to get through. And so Mercenary, I mean, that's an important round for them. You don't want to lose a 4v1, right? If you do, then you really start to get scared at this point. So I think that was a round that Mercenary needed to solidify. They do that, in fact. And so they've gotten to 2. We were hoping for that 5-3. It's close, but Luki getting a bit aggressive early, and Communica's going to make him pay.
Yeah, Luki really does not read like the Virtus Pro have played this whole position in a really defensive second box. However, he's going to correct that mistake and pick up one onto FMX himself. Second swing sight, just seen, not taking the kill. Zaki's going to pick up one into VIP and a second from the backside. That's going to be a lone standing star in the darkness for the Mercenary that they're going to try and ride off to a victory in this round. Hard pushed back. Magic completely isolated on his own on the B site, and Mercenary 4-2 in a really good position.
Almost catches that timing there, but Magic comes away unscathed, and now we've got to address the fight. Does beat this one out, on the goes, loses half his life in the mix, but gets that important kill to slowly reel it back. Has control of the B site as well, which is going to allow his teammate of Hard to pressure in here and find this plan. It's a 2v3 retake now on the shoulders of Mercenary.
That's going to be an easy pickup for Magic as the rotation from Neemanas walks straight into the crosshair. Zaki with problems on both angles. He's going to delete Magic. Oh, not this time. Not against one of the best players in the world, if not the best, as Virtus Pro's Hard. Left in a 1v1, 20 on the clock. It's down to young Prodigy Fox. Inside. Straight to next train challenge. He does go for the swing, but Hard is more than ready for it. Virtus Pro move to 6.
They are consistent kings, 6-2, and Communica sitting at 12-5. The rest of the crew falling in line here as well. And We were hoping for that 5-3 half. We talk about how much more manageable it is. Mercenary will fall a round short, but they get to move to that attacking side and try to work a little bit of their own magic here now.
Zaki's having a great game. Lupi's not too far behind him. The rest of the squad, it's been tough. What you expect when you're going up against arguably the best team across the European and Russian regions combined. Given the track record, I mean, Virtus.pro have 2 championships for a reason.
Yeah, smoke toward VIP. Fox and crew will some shots ring out a little bit through the smoke here. No real damage done to either squad as we see some of that utility this time. Nemo has found a Rask on the other end of that nade, and now Zaki looking to follow suit.
Off towards E-Box is not going to get a kill this time over. Smokes start to go out. Steve Flank looking to come in as well. You've got your number 4 player in Fox covering off for number 7 in Magic on the minimap there on the backside. On the stairs, there he is. Surprise, Fox goes down, bomb planted, but Mercenary flanked fully open.
Magic's gonna pick up in that prone position. Let's find one. Zaki will follow suit and fight through as well. FMX, 2 of their own. Nemo and FMX in a 1v1. That device is already planted though, and so Virtus.pro, they got 27 seconds on the clock to work with.
Nemo's earned himself a chance. So is Nemo. FMX gets that confused as to what's going on. He looks the wrong way. Mercenary do pull around back. That was cool.
Yeah, they pulled back at the start of the second half as well. And if they can put one more on the back of it, they can really begin to make a great case as to working their way back in this one. But we don't often see Virtus.pro drop too many rounds in a row. They're always good about slowing down that momentum of their opponents. So we'll see if they can make it happen in round 10 or if Mercenaries will get themselves within striking distance.
We did make a very good point during the EU HPL season where we spoke about the effect of these newer teams being exceptionally good at executing the tactical side of the text and smashing harder problems. See a similar effect here that to be expected. These teams don't see each other familiarly often. Probably won't see them all year round, mostly just leading up to Arena Cup series. So you'll find that their plays are contrastingly quite different. Getting used to it, the Mercenary squad goes down. They keep in mind. As long as they can execute, their attacking side can look just as strong.
Little smoke and mirror action. We saw a subtle rotation from VP to mirror that toward the B side, but they know exactly what's going on, it would appear. They've been toward the A side. Zaki on the peak, not able to find a shot, and hard from downtown. It's good for 2. He'll pick up a third, but he's not done yet. FMX Communica will go down in quick succession as well. The standing with 10.
Nemo and Ghost playing the smoke together almost ends up in a team kill. They do manage to find hard, but they've earned themselves a 2v2 with the bomb under their control. This is interesting. Magic creeping. He is the med. He's going to get taken out by Nemo. Nemo, good for 3 this round. Might just be reinvigorating the Mercenary squad. Don't run out into the open like that, though, Nemo. That's terrible. Trouble for the Mercenary as he gets taken out, and now Rask has the bomb. Even more devastation. 25 on the clock. Goes left in the 1v1. Oh, you've got to feel for Nemo. Such insane work. 3 kills and just caught with his gun between his legs.
Rask playing off the patience. Couple light bleeds to work with, but it's not a big deal for Rask. Goes down. Rask almost falling here as well. It gets close, but not able to find that pick. And with that, Virtus.pro will get up to 7. 1 away from match point now, and a lot of opportunities for breathing room here for the Polar Bears.
That's a tough one, is that as well? I mean, it's Rask who you're playing against. Again, you could say that for any of the Virtus.pro players that are left last alive in a 1v situation, but Rask has been outstanding this weekend as well. And it's just tough. How do you know when you should be running, you shouldn't be running, who you're going to run into, where they're playing from? Rask just plays his audio. Smoke, a bump across from teammates. Almost off the shots from Fox, but able to connect. Goes eating a bit of abuse from the P90 as Fox picks up the kill on site.
Continue to ring out. Looking for more. Communica the first to fall. He's been one of the top fraggers here for VP. Hard chopped down to about half health here as well. 3P90 still standing for the Polar Bears. Nemo and crew just spraying through the smokes here, waiting for some of that to dissipate as Rask will pick up a kill on the Lukey and begin to reel it back a bit here for the Polar Bears.
Ghost pulls one back himself. FMX has got Zaki. Fox takes out Magic. FMX for Goes, and it's all dropping like dominoes. Plaid stripes in the kill feed again as we're feeling real fashionable today. Shots out an Emo take out FMX. That bomb now in a familiar place than they saw from before. Reclaiming it, not the issue, but the player that's left the face is that's better sense from Nemo, and an insane pickup through the smoke sees Rask deleted and around on the board, but maybe should have been the one from before. Very grateful from the Mercenary.
Yeah, it's nice to see him fighting back here in this one. They're getting closer and closer. The only scary part is we talked about Virtus Pro 1 away from that match point position here. And I mean, this is a team that 9-2'd the Spartans. They 9-4'd 404 as well. And so we're seeing the Mercenaries trying to compete with the best of them. So far, I don't think anybody's gotten over that 4-score line on Virtus Pro. And so we'll see if they can at least begin to do that here in this next round, as they need still 3 to find a way to tie it up.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have been playing for that seeding for the first place in their group. They do not want to be leaving the group anything other than tip-top of that table. 2 members of the Mercenary push down back from the KFC stairs to check, as they do realize, and rightly so, that there is an aggressive flank coming in from the Polar Bears.
They haven't flanked much, but Nemo still is waiting for this. Does he hear Magic begin to go up the escalator, though? Fox will spot him, but it's a bit too late. Magic finds one. Communica not ready for Nemo. Hard will find Lukey. Kills back and forth, but it does favor VP as Mercenary looks to drop the plan here.
It's in. Somehow the device is on site, and it looked a lot more dangerous than it actually turned out to be. That Virtus Pro flank does end up claiming a couple of lives for the Chaos, but it's a 2-for-1 trade, and the bomb is planted now. The bomb is not planted just yet. They are on site with the bomb, but they have not been able to get it down. That's the problem. There's the issue. It's Rask from the man, Mitten the legend himself, Hard following up to the finishing blow, and now Virtus Pro gives themselves match point.
Yeah, you know, and had Mercenary got that round, you might start to subtly begin to believe in the back of your mind. But the fact that Virtus Pro can power on to match point, they give themselves 4 opportunities to shut this game down. And it's a team that you rarely see lose. So the Polar Bears, I think, expected to come out on top. Mercenary putting up a heck of a fight here. But again, they now need 4 in a row if they want to see overtime. And I just don't know how possible that is in this realm at the moment, especially here on Skybridge.
8-4. They've got to find it now. There's no time like the present. Otherwise, they're out the game. That's just how numbers work. Mercenary. Nino's on a bit of a hunting trip. Finds himself a loose goose in Magic down the middle of the second lane. Communicator is going to tidy up the dirty work, though. Loose ends not allowed here in Tarkov. Especially not in the arena. 4 versus 4. Bomb makes its way onto site. Both attacking smokes out towards Headshot and E-Box. Gives them a good position. That post-plant nade is great onto Goes.
That hurts. That hurts a little bit if you're Mercenary. You get the plant down at least, but you can feel this pressure beginning to come from all sides. Virtus Pro has been phenomenal on these flanking plays as well. And we see that one shifting up toward KFC side here as Communica get up and away from that prone position. Hard now FMX. The flank comes in big, and Lukey will go down as well. Plenty of time to find the defusal. Virtus Pro closes it out yet again, 9-4, and nobody yet has been able to get more than 4 rounds in a game against the Polar Bears.
Virtus Pro looking like they are out here for the revenge that they should have claimed on their last outing as well. Arena Cup Series Season 4 did not end with a Virtus Pro victory, which is something that was a surprise for us after 2 back-to-back championships. This time around, they look like they mean business. And not that they are going to give anybody else even a shout at deterring them on their path to success. A 9-4, another convincing, crushing victory even The Polar Bears put that one in the books.
A great job by the Polar Bears, wrapping this one up 9-4 here, but we're still not quite done on the day. We got another matchup here. Oilrig is going to have to pull out all the stops against OKAK, because OKAK is our returning champions from ACS4. They're the team that was able to snatch it from the grasp of Virtus Pro, and so looking forward to that final matchup of the day. Mercenary, maybe back to the drawing board for them. Goes a very talented player, but you wonder if they could have gotten a few more rounds. Would there have been a different outcome with Kiyoshima on board?
Yeah, would it have changed the outcome? We said the same yesterday for Bakizi. It's the way that the tides go. When it comes down to the match on the day, the players that turn up, turn up. And the results that hit the books, they don't get scribbled in invisible ink or magic ink that can change in the future. Thoughts, hopes, and dreams. No, it sticks. 9-4 is how that one's going to go. Virtus Pro, they are looking good. I mean, you want to talk about coming back and making a statement for not picking up the title, not even second, but third last time around. I don't think they're looking at third this time. I don't think they're interested in second. I'm not even sure that first is going to be a high enough ceiling for them to reach with the way that they're going at this point, but we will see in the very near future. We haven't even finished the catalogue of amazing entertainment we've got for the folks at home today. We still have another blessing of an amazing best of one left to deliver to you folks, but we have concluded 5 astronomically insane games to watch, including some ridiculous overtimes. I mean, how many times is 13-10 going to appear on my screen below me today? It's twice at least, that's for sure. A 9-4 victory for the Polar Bears is taking us on.
Honestly, the games have been great in both of these days, and you know, from the games to the giveaways, everything that we got going on here at Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, we strongly encourage you to make sure you're following all the socials there as well. There's a QR code down below if you want easy access, but you know, it's a great way to find out about drops and giveaways. There's been a lot of codes that have been handed out for Battle State Games, the Tarkov Twitter, Nikita himself as well. So there was one released today, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. I want you to go out there and invest some time with the community and share that out yourself. So, but with that being said, you know, we talked about some of the giveaways. We've got this one for the monitor going on in the Hunt Premier chat only. You've got to head on over to Hunt Premier's chat, type / monitor. That's going to be running through Sunday the 14th for that OLED gaming monitor, 27 inches, 280 hertz. It's an absolute must-have monitor. So / monitor in the Hunt Premier chat. And we've got a nice little video to showcase some of the other wonderful products that Auroras and AMD.
Just bouncing along, bopping along, bigger, bolder, faster, boom. You fancy having a look at improving your performance in your PC setup, whether it be a new monitor or any of the other amazing products that Aorus and the AMD Radeon have got to offer, then swing by a shop on the website. Go check out one of their local sites and see what you could potentially add to your PC system just to make it go that little bit quicker, faster, bigger, better, bolder, stronger, and all those other great words and adjectives that are being used to describe their performance in their technical equipment. We have some hot off-the-topic top highlights to be able to show to you, and Hort, there's no better man than with a finer mustache to be able to take us through all of the amazing scenes from that previous game, right?
It was a great one for Virtus Pro. There were moments of greatness for Mercenary here in this one, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough as we see Virtus Pro opening up with these first 3 rounds. It was 5-0 at one point. Now, we would see Mercenary battle back here just before halftime, but we always talk about that too little too late, and you can't put yourself in a position like that against the Polar Bears.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue you can't put yourself in a position like that in the ACS, just full stop. Most of the teams, if not all of the teams, will punish you for those kinds of mistakes. The Polar Bears specifically probably won't even get time to consider the mistake that you've made before the Polar Bears punish you with the difference between them and any other team here. But Nonetheless, the result is the same. Zaki did himself a good job in this game of making himself not one of the highlights of the reel for each of the kills made by the Virtus Pro Death Machine, but he did find a couple of cool kooky kills himself. Demonas had a glimmer and a glint of a couple of good rounds towards the end, but it did feel a little disjointed from the Mercenary squad today. Again, you made a mention of Goes. That's an insane little work of grenade artwork from Hard. Caught in the cheese. Nemo manages to get it out in time. Excuse me. And pulls the kill off. Then it's Rast, who goes back and forth for a couple of bits and bobs of action. We get a little bit of a delay as he finishes off a final kill there. That one going to Hard. And this, again, the util felt really well prepared from Virtus Pro on this map for me, Hawk. That was one standout feature for me. The grenades that were thrown by Hard to Rat and to Sandwich on the early half of the game, and then the use of their post-plant grenades towards the A site for bomb, either killing the person planting it or trying to just pick up a member on the retake. Very good from Virtus Pro.
Well, in this next one here, Oilrig versus OKAK. I would love to see an Oilrig upset in this one as well, but I think that we're going to have to hope that maybe Mercenary has cooled off a little bit since game number 1, because he went 22, 12, and 4. An absolute monster performance on Bay 5 against EPA. It's Mercenary, Zerold, Aim Sabiri. Name a better grenade thrower. I'll sit and wait momentarily. Core's Disabler and Matera looking to get it done one final time in our final matchup of the day against Oilrig.
I'll remind you of one man called Yash Berika from back in the day. That's a grenade thrower right there. If you know, you know. Other than that, I'm not sure I can challenge you on that one. Top Aim Sabiri has been top tier when it has come to his utility use. Both also being followed up with some exceptional skill with the gun. We saw the 4-piece from the P90 in one of the previous games from not just Aim Severi, but Mercenary making moves. Madara looked more active today than we saw, and Zerold seems to be awake. That was the two factors for me yesterday that was missing, was that Zerold just really wasn't as prevalent as we're normally used to seeing him be, and that Madara was very quiet. We saw a lot more mobility from the man in the first match today. We saw him being able to convert on a lot better situations and scenarios to get the W. Now, this is a different lineup to play against. They had a lot of success versus Jumbo Team earlier on, did Oilrig. And they are going to have to try and swing some of that momentum in their favor if they're going to be able to take OKAK out.
Well, let's take a look at the maps on how we got here as well. You know, thinking back, I think maybe the Andreezy Easy nade lineups could maybe compete with Sabiri, but I digress a little bit. Oilrig, gonna ban away Bull for this one. OKAK, they're not looking to play Skybridge or Bay 5 this time. Oilrig, and well, it seems like most of the teams trying to stay away from Iceberg. That will be our final ban. And with that information, you'll get to see that we are headed to Fort for one more final time here in day number 2 of ACS 5.
Yeah, I mean, we almost made it. Iceberg went all the way down the ban list to the 4th and final ban, but it didn't quite sneak its way in for a second day in a row. Long live cracked hopes and dreams of Iceberg competitive gameplay. However, I'm not disappointed. Consider me entertained. Forts is another great field of battle for these two teams. The explosive preparation that we see from both OKAK and Oilrig on the attacking side is something I look forward to delighting over in Fort, as that map finds itself being very diverse to both aggressive and slow, considerate pushers.
I mean, Oilrig did very well on Fort earlier today, and they had a tough, long game that went to 2 overtimes. So if they can have a similar performance here against OKAK, I mean, this is a team that we saw Jumbo Team almost upset as well. I think that they can certainly make a strong case, but how many rounds can they win by? Because they need quite a few if they want to keep that dream alive, at least for ACS 5.
Good question. Very good question. Trying to figure out which one of these two teams is going to take this one home. We've had a couple of kooky predictions today. We've thrown our bets on the line. For me, I mean, I don't know. This is a tough one. OKAK, before we started this tournament, I would have said that they would have wiped the floor with a couple more teams than they have done. It's looked to be a tougher scenario than what we'd originally considered. Maybe whether it's just a case that they are slightly unfamiliar fighting the European teams, because they looked at home versus the the Russian teams, barring Jumbo Team. I'm not classing Jumbo Team as a Russian problem right now. I feel like Jumbo Team is like a wild card problem of their own. They've shown up against everybody, regardless of whether it's been Russian or European, and made it a tough match. So I feel like they're just like their own entity right now. The more sort of sway and theme of the tournament so far has been that it's not been an issue to handle this kind of prep. So Oilrig have got the job cut out for them, barring OKAK not all firing on all cylinders straight out of the gate. I do feel like they've had a game played ahead of them this time now. So if we are going to see a blowout OKAK performance where they absolutely steamroll, this would be the opportunity. Do I think Oilrig are the kind of team to let a game go that? No. Oilrig are not going to allow a game to be rolled out of their context without their doing so. So I feel like that ace will have something to say to it. I mean, long live Furlex. I saw a great performance out of Furlex earlier on today that reminded me of a time of old. And Alpi is, man, chef's kiss. Alpi's playing out of his mind right now. Backed up by Crank. Very impressed. Good to see, honestly. Great to see.
Honestly, we need to get a little plaque for the Alpi spot there on Fort, because, I mean, the man is a monster from that position and really great at anchoring that site down, oftentimes alone when needed. And so I think that's an important thing. If you can lean onto a player and really trust in them to anchor a site. Alpi hasn't been with this squad that long. The fact that he's playing this well consistently and they can have that kind of trust, they can confide in him over on that site, I think speaks volumes for Alpi and Oilrig as a whole. That ace, Crank, Furlex, Bikizi, everybody's been playing well today. They have what it takes to topple OKAK, but it's about putting those 9 dominant rounds together before OKAK can. And that is not an easy thing to do. It almost feels weird saying it out loud because it's not a common thing, but it is a possible thing.
Going to look at it from a different viewpoint and perspective. You want to break down each of the individual players and each of the teams. We talk about top aim Sabiri with his grenade ability. You talk about Moyanri's ability to take 1v2s, v3s in an aggressive fashion on the defending side and come up on top most of the time with his life still intact too. You got to look down the Oilrig roster and you've got to consider what makes them exceptional. What is it about us in the EU scene that finds so much favor for this Oilrig squad? It's the Bikizis, the brain, the cookbook, the util skill, that ace that runs the marksman is exceptionally good. Alpi that's known for playing this location and being an exceptional site defender in certain spots. And there's being able to be represented by the thing that you're an expert at. But then there's being known for that for a period of time and having people continuously challenge that, knowing what they're up against, and you still being able to perform at that same level, batting off everything that people throw at you to try and throw you off your game and executing it, which is part of the reasons why we've been so impressed with that ace on this marksman. Despite the meta change, despite the map choice, despite the player he's up against, it's consistency. I'm looking for more of that from Oilrig, just to remind themselves why they were here. You know, screw the scoreline, screw the games. Like, each of these members individually are iconic for their own reasons. No cacao. So what? It's still the Oilrig essence that I remember.
100%. And honestly, I've said it before, that ace is one of my favorite players, if not my favorite player to watch, because they create so many flashy, fun, stylistic moments. And win or lose, you're going to see something happen, something crazy happen from the hands of that ace. So it's, you know, again, whether win or lose, if you're here watching an Oilrig game, you're in for a treat time and time again. So hopefully we can see him show up, show out, and really make this a close game against OKAK. So that's what we're looking forward to. But Moyanri, we talked about it. He had an absolute masterclass of a game earlier. You know, he talked about those 22 plus kills, the assist, and just really great decision making. So, but it went from the first game to the last game. There's been a lot of time in between. You know, has Moyanri cooled off a little bit? We've seen OKAK has kind of been a slow starting team in these first 4 rounds. So if Oilrig can take advantage of those early rounds and set themselves in a great position, then maybe, just maybe, we'll have another upset here today.
Is he cooking, chat? Well, we're about to find out. Wait no more. OKAK versus Oilrig. The last match of the day for ACS Season 5, Day 2 on Fort. Shots out early as Moyanri's going to start off with a 2-piece. Bikizi's going to shut him down, but not before 2 of his teammates have hit the ground.
We'll see Cords able to find Bikizi as well. There's a lot of red and a lot of blood on the battlefield here. That ace finds a first snipe shot, though, tries to reel that player advantage back in just a bit. And that device has shifted toward the B site. Most likely going to hear that plant go down. That ace trying to take this challenge here as well. Very far from his teammate, though.
Some people in the backgrounds of the scenes in the streets of Escape from Tarkov Arena call him the equalizer. The sound of that Balti, the nightmare that haunts any player that considers them to be up in a numbers situation versus this man. Well, not anymore. Madara Flow is feeling the flow. He's in that flow state, and he's ready to put that ace into the ground. Alpi, last left alive in a 1 versus 3. He's on home turf, but he's not gonna... Okay, he's gonna stop the...
Yeah, through the smoke, what happened there? I'm not sure. I mean, I was surprised that Alpi even got the plant, but the problem is, if you get through one, you still got 2 more to get through. And on a team like OKAK, that is just a tough position to be in. OKAK will come out. They've had some slow starts, but not this time. They grab round 1 here.
Yeah, everything seemed to stop for a second. It was almost like the gameplay had infected my Discord. I felt the connection go at the second that Alpi ran through the guy on the bomb on the site. I'm still not sure how that played out as it did, but he did manage to pick up a kill and then fell to the woes. OKAK take an early lead, 1-0. And it's not clean, Hawk. It's chaos.
Beautiful chaos. Music to my ears, really.
Oh, yeah.
I love hearing the guns go brrr across the battlefield. Madara up here. He does fall. He gets a little dicey with it. Furlex from below, and they can't punish Madara on this one.
Easy's creeping. Looking up towards the on he's gonna go for the tap fire peek. Timing is good from Bikizi. He doesn't let himself re-peek on a similar familiar timing, so he can't get pre-fired. Challenge 1 top mid. And here comes the rotation. This is the Oilrig we're known for on Fort. The quick, malleable swap of the pace, immediate floods towards the A site. Cause Disabler is... You want to talk about being disabled from around? Have a smoke on top of your head. Oh my god, he's going to find Furlex first. There's no way.
Well, smoke's in line for at least a little while longer. Go out in the middle here. You see spamming those spray spots are where they typically plant, but because it's not in that typical spot, the plant does get down here. Cords dropping down to the throne position, trying to spot some ankles as the smoke begins to dissipate here. Alpi just on the other side. The flash doesn't connect. Alpi good for 1. Sabiri, the trade back is good as well.
Cords has played his patience so well. He's just still behind on his own angle. The device is planted. They are going to have to get into defuse to stay here. Hidden. 3 members strong. OKAK take the moment into their hands. They want to push the advantage. Crank and Bikizi come through for 2. Sabiri takes 2 of his own. 1 bullet, a home in the dome for the 1 remaining member of OKAK for Oilrig to claim this one out. They're not going to be able to finish it off. Sabiri takes a moment to talk with his team as the timer has already gone. Oilrig do level the score.
Did I see Crank with an Ash 12?
You did, sir. Yes, you did.
I love it, bro. I mean, it makes me think back to Zaki, who was always just using different weapons than were on the battlefield. Crank stepping out with an Ash 12 here, which is a bit surprising given that they had a great performance earlier on a different weapon. But, I mean, the Ash 12 is capable of putting bodies down as well. And so you see it here in round 2. They bring it back 1-1. Can they find a way to get in the lead here in front of OKAK, though?
You got to talk about that. We'll talk about that in a bit more detail in a second. You're absolutely right. You've picked the 1 shining difference here that makes a drastic importance on the kit selection. We'll get to that in a second. The util's getting very aggressive towards the A side. That nade on top of the Furlex is destructive. Crank's got the Ash 12 there, though. Madara slowed down. 1 apiece. Everybody's going to settle just for a second. Oilrig looking to try and push the way onto the side, but it does look like we've lost a member of the Oilrig squad because he seems to have disconnected, which means we will probably be rejoining you from the casting couch in a moment. And we'll be getting the players back into the game at a settled scoreline.
That's tough. It comes right at a funky time there for Bikizi. Oilrig beginning to battle back. It was a 4v4. Bakizi was sitting at 3-1 as well. Drop here mid-game. Daryl, speaking of dropping, Alpi on the drop down would drop all the way 6 feet under on that one. And OKAK will get 2 rounds on the board. We find ourselves at 2-1 for the first opening 3 rounds. We'll work on getting Bakizi back into the game for this one, but OKAK, they've had some slow starts. That's not the case here in this final matchup of the day.
No, this is looking to be a good match as well. I think actually I'm more impressed with Oilrig out of the gate than I am from OKAK. Yes, OKAK have turned up, but I was ready for them to be ready for this match. They have played a game already today, like we've said. I know it's been a long time, first game to last game between the two, but a couple of last heroes in between, you know what I'm saying? Just playing maybe a round or two a base game and then jumping onto some arena in between just to keep the muscles loose, just to keep the muscle memory in a good place and to keep your mind active. Maybe even playing a quick game of Minesweeper or two, taking a leaf out of Bush for Dag's book. You never know. Everybody has their own taste, and rightly so. That's where the intellects find the genius. But for these guys here, they'll know how to handle themselves for their downtime. When it comes into the gameplay, we've seen that both teams are ready to try and fight to the death again for this final match with the points. I've seen both teams show me reasons to believe they can take it. But a 2-1 scoreline, Hort, it's really anybody's game so far. We'd be guessing to dive into it without too much more evidence.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, we can make our speculations. Obviously, on paper, some teams are favored more than others, but we've already seen some crazy upsets here just in our first 2 days. And the amount of overtimes we've been blessed with, the amount of 9-7s we have been blessed with, you know, it just continues to get better. Again, I got to give a huge shout out to Battle State Games and Hunt Premier for just continuously growing the community in the right direction. And honestly, it's so much fun. I feel so lucky to get to come in here and pretend to look pretty and just yell at the mic and have fun with everybody in chat. So again, a big shout out to everybody involved.
This man says pretend to look pretty. Chat, could you imagine looking as glorious as Cruella Devil over here? Yeah. Mr. Blonde Streak and the curly twirly mustache. You love to see it. You love to see it. Honestly, chat. One of us had to have all the hair. I mean, for Christ's sake, I'm bald. All right, I ain't got none. So he had to have all of it, or else we'd have been a very unbalanced casting bench. But
dude, your brain's too big, bro.
He's right. We got to give all that oxygen to the brain. See, Hort knows. That's why.
I gotta hide my ugly head, so you don't want to see me with no hair.
We always like to say it, folks, and I know we steal each other's catchphrases from now and again, but Hort's always want to glaze over the enjoyment that we have inside of the casting booth. But we do really, really hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast as much as we are. Whether you're here for the drops and you don't like Arena at all, you're here to support BSG and you don't like the game at all, you're here because you love the game, you play hundreds of thousands of hours and it makes you infuriatingly mad, but you can't stop coming back, or you really do just love the game in general. We appreciate every single one of you. Whatever you're here for, thanks for showing up and showing out, and we hope that we and the broadcast team have been able to make your time here and your experience here just that little bit better. The Premier partnership between Hunt Premier and Battle State Games and our partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon are trying our best to put on an amazing production for you. Loads of giveaways, loads of gifts, and some spectacular entertainment. So we're eternally grateful for your presence in the chat. Folks, don't forget, whilst we've got a momentary period of respite, let's take a little run through all of those giveaways that are actively going on right now, because there are some final shout outs for one of those particular giveaways that needs to be rung out right now, as there's only about 30 minutes left on that laptop giveaway. So that Gigabyte Aero laptop, that nice shiny silver sleek smooth looking thing, is going to be given to a winner very shortly. About 30 minutes left. That's 8 p.m. UK time. That giveaway will close, and the winner to be announced following that. We will confirm also that that monitor giveaway is going to be available until the 14th of December. You simply need to be in the Hunt Premier chat on one occasion. That's right, Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat. On one occasion, !monitor in that Twitch chat will get you entered into the monitor giveaway. And Hort, that's not it. We've been dropping codes in the BSG channel all day. Stash Space, Tactical Battle Pass map codes. It's been hot when it comes to the hot prize line, and it always is here in HPL and ACS.
And if you're a little bit impatient like me, you don't want to wait to win, you can find those stash codes, the expansions, all kinds of those extra little tidbits on the Battle State website as well. So feel free to hop on over to the store, maybe get yourself some drip or some extra stash space as well. But yeah, 5 games done and dusted. We've got one final one to wrap up here for everybody before we say goodbye. And maybe 2 days of ACS just isn't enough. Well, you're in luck, because next weekend we've got all 3 days. A reminder that that Friday does start a little bit later, though. It's going to be 6 p.m. UK time, or 1800 GMT, and then 1 p.m. Eastern Standard if you're across the pond like myself. So, again, just a friendly reminder, even more reason to hit that free follow button down below. Ring that bell so you're part of that notification gang, and that way you don't miss out on any of the giveaways or the drops that you don't want to miss out on.
Yeah, it's absolutely an old one for me as well. But if you've not used your Amazon Prime, it's a crime, folks. Don't forget, that is a free way to throw a sub to any content creator on the Twitch platform that can give them a little bit of something towards going back towards the support that they need to continue doing what they love to do for you guys in the chat. Doesn't matter whether it's here, the Battlestate Games channel, the Hunt Premier channel. I know many people with lovely better halves that have an Amazon account, as that's where they buy all the cool bags and the cool shoes from, or all the cool nifty gadgets for the PC setup, depending on what your flavor of taste is. All right, those Amazon Primes can go a long way to helping support content creators. So please, if you've not used your Prime, it's a crime. Don't forget, free way to help support. All right, so make sure you've got your love spread to those who really mean the world to you, because I know full well if you're hanging out in a Twitch chat, then you come here for a reason, whether it's to spend your time to claim some drops or whether it's just for a bit of peace of mind and stepping away from the real world. You're here for a reason. We appreciate you. We'd love to see you appreciate us for it too. So thank you very much for taking the time to be here. We have one more game to conclude. We are taking a moment to deal with a technical difficulty with a gentleman connecting to the game. We shall get that sorted and resumed as soon as we possibly can. But we thank you guys for your patience and bearing with us on this one.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we've had 5 great games. It's just a little bit longer, and great things come to those who wait. So we do appreciate your patience there as well. And if you got a free moment, it's a great time to scan that QR code below me right there. Explore all the wonderful channels here at Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier combined, again, with Auroras and AMD. From the Twitters to the Discords, get out there, get involved. Maybe you're a newer player looking for some more friends. There's a lot of wonderful people in that Tarkov community, whether it's the Battlestate Games Discord or the Hunt Premier Discord. Hop in there, reach out, look for some friends to play with. I'm always looking for some people to run some games with myself. So don't be a stranger. Get involved with the community. It's really, truly a great place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot express that enough. We've got a whole list of amazing helpers, which we're going to go through at the end of the day. But I have been made aware that we've had an amazing element in the background. I believe the Shadow of Froggy. I don't know what that is, but that's apparently a new feature coming soon. But the Shadow of Froggy was helping out today. Something about shadowing a froggy, or I don't know. Something cool about that. But yeah, more on that one in the future. We got loads of cool people helping out in the background. A little bit of a joke for those of us that work behind the scenes and aren't there to enjoy. For those of you that know, you know. Here we go. We're back. OKAK are 2-1 up on Fort. We resume with them on the defending side. Oilrig, still 5 more rounds for the first half.
I know her as Froggy. I know her as Mrs. Germany, but still, always a wonderful help here. That ace, a quick pop shot that doesn't connect. And who else to find the first kill? Moyanri. Furlex does answer back immediately here, though. They try to keep this down to a 4v4. That shift already through mid, and the device lingering toward B side as well. We're going to see Moyanri slowly shift that direction, trying to play close to the wall there, trying to pick up on any extra audio cues on this rotation.
Yeah, I find myself commonly thinking back to the kill that's on Furlex's name here, as that ace puts another one on the board. Moyanri takes out Furlex. Bakizi's got the trade. This is good work from the Oilrig squad, taking the space again. We wanted to talk about seeing the European teams aggressively take trades for space towards site like the Russian teams have been doing. Improvement started. Bakizi's looking for the rotation through long, but too short, and a kill coming through from Colts, looking dangerous.
Still in a good position, though, and we'll find the skill on to Sabiri. Now on a 2v1, Alfie and Bakizi in a great spot. Find ourselves into another tied game. Alfie will find Zero, and Oilrig will find their second round as we do find ourselves tied up 2-2.
2-2 early, but it has been back and forth. We saw earlier on that OKAK struggled early, but then had an invincible run of rounds back-to-back. 5 minimum stretched to 8, so want Oilrig to keep challenging OKAK for this game by continuously taking rounds off of them. Oilrig managed to put a couple together successfully, consecutively for themselves, then we can start talking about a different scenario. But right now, OKAK sits in a good spot. Again, great trades. Furlex up for the aggressive pick onto cannons.
They've come in. Madara looking for a little bit of extra, and that ace just baiting out with that barrel there, trying to eat up some of that pre-fire. Not quite halfway through the mag of the P90, though, and that's why this weapon has really been a comfortable weapon for a lot of players. Mercenary now, Sabiri. Furlex gets a consolation prize, but 3 will fall for Oilrig, and Bakizi's got to cook something up now.
Yeah, Captain caught, slightly cooked in the corner of con. Bomb all the way across site under arch. OKAK numbers to deal with. Bakizi's got the sick dance moves, the blue suede shoes, feeling silky smooth for now. 2 left. He spent just over a third of his health, which is slowly bleeding away now for the first member of the 3 he's got to deal with. The bomb, as little as he's going to know it, because he doesn't see the 2 players we do, is recoverable right now. With 35 on the clock. Sabiri's actually going to go check the A site because of the audio discipline that Bakizi is showing. 25. Clears and checks cannons, close angle, tight corner, took 90. Bomb is collected, 18 on the clock. Has to go B site. Oh, Cords is ready to spoil this. He's not close enough to stop the plant. He is going to get him before he gets off. There we go. Oh, he is. He got him just on the edge of the plant time as well. Crazy.
It's tough. It's tough because of the animation there. You're in a 2v1, and for Bakizi, you don't have any other option. You're out of time, and so you have to get that plant down. You take a little bit of a gamble, but OKAK does exactly what they need to do. They send 1 toward the A site. They keep Cords in great position to either, you know, like you said, even if you don't quite there to get there to deny it, you're still in that animation of getting off the device, and it's still an easy kill. So, you know, it's just great decision-making that consistently comes from OKAK, and that's why they find themselves leading here in a lot of these. They'll regain that lead once more with a few rounds left here in the first half.
Really good understanding of the depth. They need to be offside to be just in reach of contact and animation. Great early aggressive plays out the defending shots from Madara flowing because Cords Disabler are going to take 2. Furlex has 1 back onto Madara. Oilrig going to hope the spirit of Furlex folding people comes to the fore. That ace senses 1, sees him jump out of cave into long. Side angle is tough. That ace will not get the chance to land the shot as the model is not out on the peak when he swings for it. That gentleman, however, is going to fall smoothly into his coffin pre-laid for him as that aim reads the repeat from the teammate.
That's enough to make you sick. That ace, maybe dishing out the flu here. This man is cold. He's ice cold, but it's not enough because Mercenary, he's been that goat, that skating roll here for OKAK. He finds 1 more. Furlex, a great answer back, though, and that's what I love to see here from this squad. They are ready to fight tooth and nail 1 more time. Dancing around. The plant goes down. Furlex and LP. They get it done here in round 6.
That's my goat. That's the Furlex we remember, and Alpi is still playing king consistent. This is such a response from the Oilrig squad. Man, I dread to see where OKAK are going to be pushed to pull this game out. I don't know what it is in the back of my mind that just tells me that OKAK are going to have the juice in them to be able to overcome what Oilrig are pulling out here, but this is the team play. We need Crank. Since the restart has had a bit of a rougher game, but even still, the positions he's getting himself into is putting so many OKAK players under pressure that there's always a teammate there to trade it out, and it's Furlex finding it 4 out of top. Madara gets a 3-piece, the big man of Madara flow. He hits them with the Sharingan. I've seen that one before, way ahead of time.
This is why it's so tough for Oilrig. Any momentum they get, OKAK just so quick to shut it down, and the immediately following round here. That ace trying to dance around, but it's a dance of death that will put him in an early grave here. And OKAK back on top with 4. They've solidified that minimum tied half with 1 more to go here. Oilrig looking to tie it up 1 more time. We've seen a lot of 5-3 halves here today, though.
This ain't 5-3, this is 4-4. There's no way you're selling that gaff to me. Not a chance. This is too close a game to go 5-3. OKAK respond with an insanely strong round. Oilrig get aggressive with mid and it doesn't work. Here we go again. They're challenging him this time. They're going to give him chance for one, but that's it. Bakizi makes sure that the job is done. Captain stands king of the court in mid.
Gotta be if you want to win the game. And there's Mercenary. How do you get through them time and time again? Consistently finding big picks here. As we see Oilrig shifting forward with that device. They're still kind of trapped in an awkward position here. You can see OKAK. Great positioning around mid and this B site. Comfortable with the anchor toward A here as well. And for Oilrig, plenty of time to work with on the clock.
Yeah, you see Mercenary creeping back towards the A site. 2 heavy bleeds, but because he's popped an ETG6, the green stim, his health is massively out recuperating that of the heavy bleeds, so he's simply topping himself back up to that, bar the missing 1 limb that is lacked currently on his left arm. Sarald's going to find a quick 2-tap towards Bakizi's dome. He's going to put him down. As this battle is still going back and forth, and it is again the man mountain in Mercenary that will not be removed from his spot. Sick moves. Duck under that ace. He's going to swing for the other one, though. Zarald falls prey.
You know, I can't help but smile when that ace is in these 1v3s, 1v4s, because again, whether he clutches it or not, there's always magical moments that happen. He's just an exciting, fun player to watch, but the cards stacked against him now with only 15 seconds. Well, Mercenary and crew can play time, but time isn't needed. 7-3 Mercenary picks up right where he left off from the first game of the day. A dominating force once more, and it is that 5-3 half that we had kind of alluded to.
Absolutely, sir, and not from anything other than some exceptional discipline out of OKAK. We see a couple of times we spoke through the HPL in EU where we spoke about that ace and people challenging in situations where they don't need to give themselves as an isolated kill. You see every OKAK member does not even step out to look from the angle. You just don't give him the chance. Make him push the close quarters fight and then peek when the shot is at its tightest. Hold up a minute. Hold the phone. Chat looking. Cinema inbound. Furlex is on a sniper.
Love it. Love it. Why not? You know, you got nothing to lose at this point. Go out there, have some fun with it. Oh. And just like that, Furlex says that ace ain't the only one, baby. We're brothers in arms. Matter though, finding 2 quick ones. Troubles will continue here for Oilrig.
Oh, here we go. 3. Furlex folding foes. He doesn't get the 4. He's feeling himself a bit. Alpi's on an AA-12 with Flechette. It's chaos.
Chaos indeed, but the kind of chaos that we absolutely love. And well, it was a close round. Furlex, some nasty snipes in the mix as well, but again, just a player short. And well, that player standing was Mercenary, up to 9-3. He has had a real big standout performance here today in both games.
I actually really like the adaptation. That's one heck of a huh? When you look at those scores in the kill feed after you see yourself getting taken out by an AA-12 and 2 M700. He's Harold, Furlex is down. Bakizi finds one, but Mercenary trades. That ace trades.
You can hear the death screams on the battlefield as that ace will put one more into the dirt. The flick of the wrist, and he's so good! That ace, it's a big flick to find Sabiri. They've got the player advantage one more time. But can they hold on to it? Time ticking away. It's up to OKAK. They are on the attacking side now. And you take a look at that mini-map. You see Cords is trying to cook something up down there.
Daryl's about to be trapped in between 3 problems and no space for solutions. That's going to be a really painful way down. The Flechette from the AA-12 finds a kill. The bomb is claimed by Oilrig. I feel this round may just be gone and spoken for, but I do find myself fearing in the back of my head, Hort, when OKAK decide to go to the B site. How do Volkies fare at the short range? Alfie's going to put a flechette shell through the dome of cords to finish that one off.
Back to 4 we go. And again, it's great to see him keeping it close. You know, I mean, it's been competitive throughout this one here. And now they reel it back just a little bit more. The fact that we get to see 2 marksmen come out does make me a bit giddy, shifting far away from the current meta that we've seen many of these teams run and still able to get the job done. Oilrig find themselves down by 2 here. OKAK, they just need a few more.
Big believer in the meta being in a stable place right now, where if you don't want to be at that top 0.005% of perfection, you don't need to be forced on the P90. You can play veritably any weapon class with any weapon choice right now, so long as you're using the right ammo, and you will do well in Arena. AKs, M4s, HKs, Model 1, P90, MP7 in situations, shotguns from the AA-12 to the Saiga full auto, marksman rifles of many different calibers, grenades do a great job of blowing people up, he slams one, there's great siege and assault on Mini is crazy. Alpi almost holds his own in his home turf with the AA-12. Now Siberi's going to get taken out by the AK-12. That's brute force and ignorance if you ever saw it in the greatest form in 4K HD. Con's going to completely crush Crank, though, out of secret.
Mercenary, and eventually that ace will come to put him down here, but the device is already planted. 30 seconds beginning to dwindle away, both together, and Cords finding that ace here is huge. I don't know if he awares both are here, but Bakizi will have an idea. Now it doesn't matter, though. OKAK wins the round. They get up to 7, 1 away from match point, and 2 away from closing it out. And unfortunately, after this game, we are going to say goodbye to 2 teams tonight, correct?
Yes, sir. Oilrig in a situation where this is going to be it for them, if that is the case. Mercenary, 11 and 5 since the restart. He's cooking, man. He's cooking. 41 rounds of BP in that mutant that he's running around with. Again, a different non-meta choice I think you'd consider, given the state of the game. It's definitely up there as one of the alternatives if you're not running the P90 Scout class, but all down to personal preference. The assault rifle class is filled with 2 types of weapon: high fire rate guns and first bullet headshot guns. The mutant falls in the after. Alex finds one with the ball team. Adara shots the P90. Shots as the jump off the high fly from Crank finds Mercenary. That's one of Sabiri jumping away from safety. Crank pokes away and has got his back turned as Madara actually picks up the kill from the re-swing from Sabiri.
Yeah, I think that flash hit Crank to almost perfectly. He was walking backwards like he was blinder than a bat there, and Sabiri able to capitalize with that. They're going to shift that rotation toward the B site. We see Oilrig beginning to mirror that rotation, but they are just a bit behind here.
Almost the last one round, though, which makes it a little bit easier for them. They have got somebody holding. Alpi's going to annihilate the site holder. What a shot.
Man, I have quickly became a huge fan of Alpi here. And I mean, this is his spot, but now on the shotty with the flechette as well. I like the decision. Sabiri's going to find Bakizi. That ace trying to shift in here as well. They're cautious, but he wants the shadow. He's ready and willing. Cords the first to go down. That second shot looked good, but it doesn't connect. Sabiri will find it, and now Alpi on the rotation.
That takes up half of his health, and that's the one thing that he's done. He's going to drop into Sabiri. This is flechette, baby. All Alfie's got to do is play time and work his angles. He's even got the best weaponry into this. It's flechette, baby. All that does is tap, tap, and you're down. Oilrig claim another one. It's entertainment, I'll give them that. Oilrig really are running circles around OKAK in the best fashion they can to confuse them, and it's barely working. Barely just.
I mean, you take a look at what the meta's been, right? And then you look over here and you've got 2 marksmen. You've got an Ash 12. You got the Enforcer. Bakizi's still rocking the P90, but I don't know if I had this on my bingo card. I love to see Oilrig really having some fun with this.
I don't think I have a bingo card anymore after today, I'm going to be honest with you. We've definitely torn that one up and thrown it in the bin. It's been cinema all day long. I've not even wanted to predict the outcomes because watching it's been more entertaining than the yes work. Bakizi's first is the kill feed is the one actually leading it. It's Harold the Herald of Doom for the team and OKAK at the moment. Mercenary's going to get removed by Furlex, who's feeling himself again. Cords takes out Crank. Bomb lurking. Trying to find that Crosshair placement is tight, has to look below. Felix doesn't find the bomb. Cords gets out of there. That ace on the backside is going to pick up one on the flank. It's all going down non-stop. Siberian Cords together pick up one apiece.
That round looks so strong and favorable for Oilrig, and now OKAK able to bring it back to a 2v2. They are going to shift directions here, but it does appear Furlax has made his way back toward the B site. Both members of Oilrig now trying to figure out exactly how they want to attack this situation. They're going to go together, maybe look to work this buddy system. OKAK doesn't explode onto the site here as well, which does give Oilrig enough time to get into position.
Nade towards headshot. It's going to be close, but no cigar. Second nade towards headshot's going to go out for the timing. Alpi somehow realizes that that's dangerous and just about gets away enough not to die. Half the health chipped. Oh, man, I found myself dodging away from the first nade as it was thrown. Such good instinct. You know they're coming from short without the vision on big box. Time is ticking away. 20 left on the clock by the time they get down. Cords is on the site looking to plant.
Furlax looking for a cheeky no-scope through the smoke. We're going to see his teammate shift through, and Alpi chop down immediately. Furlax! Nasty shot, but it's still no good. Cords Disabler wraps it up, and with that, OKAK now officially 1 round away from shutting it down.
Yeah, Felix feeling a little bit of the one thing that marksman class over time falls prey to, and that's that little bit of a letdown when it comes to consistency on the center of mass shots. He connects twice with top aim Siberi in that thorax center of mass region. He registers damage, but it's not the killing blow. You gotta hit headshots if you want to guarantee that one tap. Big push from Crank's going to be immediately deflated. Manner of Flow ready for the stress. Cords Disabler with a nade. That ace from Bakizi looking to level the tides. A second shot from that ace is slightly wayward, doesn't find the home.
I'm surprised that that ace was even able to get out of that situation. He'll ring around the rosy. He'll find Matera here as well. He hears the footsteps. They're baiting out the pre-fire. That ace will shift backwards even further, and the device is spotted here. That ace has all the intel that's needed, but unfortunately, Mercenary is still standing. Siberi goes down. That ace, it's on his shoulders now.
1 minute to make a 1v1 happen. The kind of play that ace doesn't even shake over. It's a simple matter of fact when it comes to where is this guy versus where am I and how do I find this kill. The bomb is forgotten. This is a 1v1 now. Mercenary's doing his best to play the tightest pixel angle on the left hand for that ace as he can. It's such a rough fight. That ace has to swing into kitchen for this, and he's trying his best with the audio movement to bait Mercenary into a better challenge. Mercenary's going to give it to him. No. That ace wins these every day of the week. He knows he's done the work he needs to. Mercenary's just trying to bait the shot out to close the gap. He steps wide, back in. 25 on the clock. Mercenary is just playing with the time.
Yeah, luckily for that ace, time on his side at the moment. He has played it near perfectly, but that shot does get baited out, and Mercenary! What in the world? I would have loved to see that POV. Was it a hip shot? Was it a quick point fire? I don't know, but one thing was for sure, it was nasty.
It was a one-tap ski for sure, and that's going to claim him the final killing blow to his tally. 13 enemy kills, 10 headshots, 3 MVPs, a 13-7-2 scoreline, and Mercenary helps see his team of OKAK over the line with a 9-5 scoreline in our final game here on Fort.
It might not be a 22-12-4, but it's certainly enough to stay at the top and get the job done. OKAK, Mercenary, they do it one more time in our final game of day number 2. Arena Cup Series 5 will be saying goodbye to 2 teams at the end of this one here, but Team OKAK certainly not going to be one of them.
Yeah, it's not the 9-0 speed run that Bakizi was joking about before he got into this game in the chat. Good to see the team members popping in and keeping the feelings light and the mood good whilst they're in between the games, whilst waiting for the day's play. It's been a bit of a wait for these 2 teams today after we've had some blockbuster matches, both go double overtime, as we mentioned earlier, for Jumbo Team. But Oilrig and OKAK have made it through their final match of the day. It's success for OKAK. It is defeat for Oilrig. A 9-5 scoreline will hit the group stage tables. and we are going to conclude our play-in stage for day 2 with 6 teams progressing to next week's action. Like Hort said, you guys are going to be delighted with not 2 but 3 days worth of entertainment. Thankfully, blessing us a little later with the start time on Friday, going to be 3 hours later than the standard broadcast time of 3 p.m. in the afternoon, going to 6 p.m., 1800 GMT. And then I believe, Hort, that takes you to over the pond time. Wait, calculating. Hold up. Enhancing.
No, it's 1.
Oh, it's 1. Oh, there you go. It's just 1. See, there you are, correct. Couldn't
1
even
p.m.
understand the simple one. 1 p.m. for you folks over the pond there as well. For those of you guys that have joined us from the Battle State Games channel or the Hunt Premier Twitch channel, we appreciate every single one of you taking the time to come and hang out today. Don't forget, folks, many bits and bobs going on with the giveaways. I believe there's about 3 minutes. 3. Count them. 3 minutes left on that laptop giveaway now, locked in at 8 p.m., as well as the monitor giveaway going on in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel chat right now. Exclamation mark monitor to jump in on that. Exclamation mark socials to go for the laptop giveaway. And exclamation mark Gigabyte if you'd like to check out anything to do with all of the great bits and bobs that's been going on, thanks to their partnership with us here at Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, AMD, Radeon, and Aorus, packing a power in our punch through many tournaments now. I think it's been 3 or 4 in a row they've been riding alongside us, Sidecar.
Yeah, a lot of great drops here today. We talked about that tactical map that's available on the website as well. There's a QR code below me to help you get to all those destinations with a little bit more of an ease to it as well. But it's been another phenomenal day in this one. I do believe that there's a sale going on the Battle State Games page to the end of the 7th. Like I said, I upgraded my EOD to Unheard, but it's not just the game packs as well. It's the little add-ons, the additions. So, guys, there's a lot of great things happening with Battle State Games right now. Make sure you take advantage of it while the discounts last.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better ourselves. And also, don't forget, Hort's got a beautiful little thing just below him in the box on screen. That's a QR code. That's a free way to get there without even needing to expend too much energy. That's right. Just pull out your cameras on your phones, hit the link, that'll take you there. Smooth sailing, all right? We're trying to make everything as easy as possible for you and so that you can enjoy yourself as much as possible. Final standings here to show you guys on screen for the first weekend so you can keep up to date with your entries into your info books. Group Stage A for OKAK, EPA, Jumbo Team, and Oilrig in that order. Finishing up first place with 3 wins and a positive 8-round difference is OKAK. Second place, EPA, 2 wins, 1 loss, and a plus 4-round difference. Jumbo Team in third, 1 win, 2 losses, and a -1 round difference will all qualify. Group B, however, Hort, looked a little bit different with a rather strong top of that side of the table.
Virtus Pro, 3-0, 17 rounds. They just continue to pad these dynasty stats, if you will. 404, not far behind them. Mercenary, able to squeeze in on this one. The Spartans, it was a tough go in ACS, but we talked about it. It's a very young team, and so a great experience for them, a great stepping stone as well. And I know I have no doubt in my mind that we'll be seeing more from them in the future. But you can see those 6 teams there on screen that we'll be getting to showcase in all 3 days of next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The couple of standout stories for the play-in stages definitely go out to the likes of EPA and Jumbo Team for both of their varying levels of success. EPA doing a great job in being able to take a victory off of a Russian team, which is one of the few European teams to be able to do so, and Jumbo Team having an all-round exceptional performance against every team in the play-in stage. Probably better than we expected from them. Have been a couple of highlights for myself. That then being said, we cannot slight the power that has been Virtus Pro. They have been dominant in this first weekend, and I cannot wait until we jump back in next Friday to see how they continue their journey for their endeavors to be crowned Arena Cup Series 5 champions.
I'm starting to think that maybe this Jumbo Team just has something. The universe on their side, the stars aligning. They weren't even supposed to be in the ACS, and then they found a way to get in. They had a tough game, but then due to technical issues, they grab a dub. It seems like things are starting to work out for Jumbo Team. Can they roll with this momentum? They almost had a crazy upset. They've got about 5 days to get back to the drawing board and figure out how they're going to topple some of these big teams like Virtus Pro or OKAK. But I'm just getting a little bit more excited for this Jumbo Team squad.
They've played exceptionally well. They have been unfortunate on a multitude of occasions, but we've also spoken to lengths where we've said that they have been a part of their own reason for failure too. We're going to be looking towards next weekend from Jumbo Team's eyes for a little bit of improvement. The only thing they haven't done so far on screen is get a win over the line. They've pushed every team they have played against about as far as you can without doing so. The only thing they've not done is got the dub. So I can't help but have my heart go out to Jumbo Team for next weekend's action. That being said, it is goodbye to the Oilrig roster and the Spartans roster from this weekend. We thank them both for taking part, the beloved Bikizi and crew, as well as Call Me Joe and his comrades. They're going to be carrying themselves to next weekend with a bucket of popcorn in hand, being able to enjoy the action with the rest of us from the sidelines as the top 6 teams will battle it out for Arena Cup Series 5 Season 5 champions. As we roll into the highlights.
And highlights, we got to see a smorgasbord of different weapons here from Oilrig, and a couple are close early rounds, but it was a bit of back and forth. These snipes from that ace were phenomenal, but it was just tough to deal with Mercenary, who is that consistent driving force here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better way to say it. Despite some great aggressive plays out of the Oilrig squad on the attacking side to get the bomb down, despite great reflexes and reactions from the likes of that ace and Furlex, spikes of inspiration at a crank on that Ash 12. But as we talk through the names, you see them getting the worst half of these 1v1 fights for the first half of the game. And that was what put them behind the pace. 5-3 in that first half. OKAK got out of the gates with a comfortable lead. And from there, it was all an uphill climb for Oilrig. They did a great job, some great showings. That ace having himself another phenomenal performance alongside that of Furlex. And Alpi again, consistent to the last. But it was OKAK's top aim Sabiri, Chords Disabler, Zarold, Madaraflow, and big man Mercenary that absolutely made their bullets count.
Yeah, I mean, it was close for a little while. We did see OKAK begin to run away with it. Alpi was a ton of fun to watch. Getting to see Furlex back on the marksman role as well. Had some crazy, insane shots, including this one here, and ended up following it up, I believe, with a secondary one shortly after that. That ace putting in the work as well, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. Searching for that clutch. There's Mercenary, just that quick reaction time and finding that final one. They punched that ticket in the next weekend, and I don't know where I'm at with this, man. It's going to be tough to wait full 5 days before we can get back into this.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the one thing we can say is that we've given chat 2 full days to get used to how the drops work, all right? 2.5 hours worth of total drop time redemption. We've been live for 5.5 hours today, so I'm really hoping that everybody has had their chances to be able to get all of the drops in. I know I have certainly collected all 5 of mine now, and hopefully by next weekend, Friday, if you've not figured it out or you've got a friend nearby that was struggling to get here for the whole time for the drops chat, help a friend out, all right? Let them know. Just got to be watching for 2.5 hours. It's nice and simple. We've given you the start time. Don't forget, 3 hours later on the first day on Friday next week. So we're going to be 6 p.m. in the evening in the UK time, 1 p.m. in the afternoon for those of you in the US of the greatest of A's. And then we will return at the weekend standard time, Saturday, Sunday, 3 p.m. kickoff time, where Sunday we shall be crowning ourselves an Arena Cup Series Season 5 champion.
Well, I'm excited. We got to wait just about 5 more days to get to that stage 2. And so, unfortunately, as Cracks mentioned, that's going to be all for us here today. But as always, we need to take a moment to thank all the wonderful people behind the scenes that don't get enough credit. So we're going to just run through them briefly here. We got Step Sherpa, Steffi, Boosh, Hellcat, Preppy, Raging Snake, Schmitty, the Turbo Bear, Mrs. Germany herself, Froggy. We got Klish on the highlights, our King Connor, our eye in the sky producing, always making our jobs much easier here and running a smooth show. And of course, our supreme overlord, Philbo, old stepdaddy there, always holding it down for us. So again, we appreciate every one of those people behind the scenes. Of course, all of our competitors here today, Auroras, AMD, Battlestate Games, Hunt Premier, and last but certainly not least, the most important, all of you hanging out with us in chat. We appreciate each and every one of you for showing up, showing out, and showing that support. If you don't want to miss out on the drops, make sure you hit that follow button. It's free. Click the bell, become part of the notification gang so that we can expect to see you back here on Friday, 1800 GMT or 6 p.m. and then 1 p.m. Eastern if you're across the pond like me. That beautiful bald man to my digital left, the one, the only, Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys are beautiful. Take care, and we'll see you back here next weekend.